You ain't got time for doing?
War battle, we coming full throttle. Sanctuary.
You do now. Where you
time
going?
to show our metal. Coooley crew and DFC.
You ain't got time for
we
doing?
chosen few. Fight of the night.
Well, you better make
Thursday
time.
night, that's what we do. War battle, sanctuary under siege.
Oh, caution thrown to the wind from this guy.
Backing down. Together we rise, conquer the crown. Sanctuary under siege. Coooley crew and DFC. We bring the fire of the night. We backing down. Together we rise, conquer the crown. Plan in sight.
And that's what these two guys are doing right here. Clicking and holding against one another and trying to whittle their opponent's life total down to 0. Jeep off doing it. Oh my God, huge comeback from 1. Beautiful chain from Toshank. Just keeping the pressure up and constant damage. Look at this.
We got some more lates in to do, boys. You bunch of savages. Happy Thursday to you, man. Y'all ready to have some fun today? I'm ready to kick some ass, all right? I'm ready to kick some ass or get my ass kicked, all right? Either way, the point is we're gonna get on some builds and enjoy ourselves in some PvP in our favorite game. By the way, what's up, Bruno? Bonkai. This guy right here, Track Amp, he says you about to see the aggro track daddy today, baby. That's what's up. Travix, what up, man? Nim, the man, the myth, bro. I can't wait for our throwdown tonight. It's gonna be sick, man. And then, of course, Kyle. I see you up in there, man. I see you up in there. Wicked One Ball, Gotenheim. Holy shit. Wild, man. I just wanted to pop into the Hall of Fame here. Give a special shout out to you guys for making it all possible, man. Thank you so much. Means a lot. Big cheers. Let's check this card out, shall we? Let's see what's going on. Damn, son, look at this. What a card. This thing is savage, man. We have got the return of the two legends. The love triangle continues at the top of the HLD division. Polytheist, can he hold on to that title versus Squigs tonight? Much has changed, but some things still remain the same. Polytheist is going to be, he's going to try to be the breaker of chains tonight. He's going to have to break this vicious circle. But he's got the toughest opponent in his entire career. Staring down the barrel of those Armageddons. It's going to be wild, man. And then we've got, look at this, in the Melee division. Coach Jason versus Jagger Swagger. This is the grudge match. This is the catch match. The third tango between these guys. With new rules, new items coming in to end the debate once and for all. Who runs this era of Melee? Will it be those doo-doo players represented by Coach Jason, the current champion? Or will the longest defending Melee champion of all time, Jagger Swagger, reclaim the title on the Din, the Eagle himself? It's going to be wild, man. That one's going to be nuts. Can't wait to see it. There's a lot on the line. That one is a duel of epic proportions, man. A primal showdown between Din and Druid at the highest level for the third time to end the grudge. Let's see how it goes, man. Then, of course, look at this. I alluded to this earlier, but look, this LLD title is up for grabs tonight. Nimrod versus Coooley to determine who is the top Din in the LLD division. Nimrod has never been challenged on a Din quite like this guy right here. Rumor has it, they say, at least some people, at least one person on the internet says, and therefore some people say, top charger in all of LLD history. Nim is going to have to take him down if he wants to hold on to that title. And here it is, man. The rest of this card. Look at this. Babadook coming in on the Zan. We've got Armos on the Sin. This is going to be sick, man. I can't wait to see that one. It's going to be a back and forth battle. The epic Sin v Zan. I don't know who's going to take it. I don't know how it's going to go. There's so many new items. There's so many new angles and strategies. More duels of this caliber needed. We gotta see it. I think it kind of favors Babadook, honestly, not gonna lie. But you never know. Armos is a savage, as we saw last week. A big cheers to you, Bruno. Then look at this. We've got ourselves the first ever death match with a Warlock. Well, it isn't the first ever. It's first ever Din v Warlock death match. Javito versus Baloney. Everybody wants a piece of this guy tonight. Look at this. Baloney Pony going up against Javito. Javito on the Din. This is a death match. I think it's time. This is just an unfucking winnable match for a Din. So Javito's got his work cut out for him. He's going to need 2 wins to take it. Baloney Pony's going to need 4. And then we've got, look at this. Everyone just wanting a piece of Baloney Pony. Most requested. The most hated Warlock in all of D2. This guy right here. He's got all the tricks. He's using those chains. And even Punch thinks he can take him down here on an ES Blizz. But how will it go? We're gonna find out tonight. If Punch can't do it on the Blizz, I don't feel confident about many people on that Sork, man. But that could be the key. That could be the key to taking out the Baloney Pony himself. We're gonna see, man. Gonna be an epic match. Then we've got in the HLD division, Coach Jason painting the floor red everywhere he goes on this Din. Going up against Javito as well on the Necro. That one's going to be a nasty one. I think it certainly favors Javito, but Coach Jason, as we've seen, an absolute savage on that Din. Can't wait to see it, man. Then Green Lungs versus Placebo in a Necro v Ghost battle. Wow. That one's wild. I actually love that matchup. I don't really know who it favors. I guess you could theoretically go full cheese on a Necro and go full max block. There's technically no rules against it, but I really don't think Necros have to these days. They do so much damage, and if you know how to set yourself up, especially against these whirlwind characters, you can get away without having max block. I'm curious to see what direction Green Lungs goes in, because Placebo is an absolute ghost legend, a Sin legend at that. Gonna be a wild one. Jits versus Skybound, Din versus Sin. Wow, that one also wild. I think it's stacked against Jits here, especially whereas he plays on these builds. He plays the Charger very well. Some people would say the best Charger in all of HLD, but he's got himself a savage bout tonight, man. Those Sin players, they ain't no joke. They can stack up those Sunder Charms, those new jewels, boosting their lightning sentry damage through the roof. They can also whirlwind, which is also particularly bad for a Charger. If you don't get the timing right, it can be bad. And then speaking of badasses, Jewel Van on the Barb versus Impapa Weed on Necro. I think that one's going to be a real fun match to see. I think this right here is the new most fairest match of anything right here. A Necro with no max block, right? 35% maximum block versus a Barbarian. I think this is the new way to go right here. I think it's a very fun match that's very skill-based, and who comes out on top depends on who plays the mind game better. And we're going to find out tonight. Jewel Van versus Impapa Weed is going to be a sick one. Then look at this. Another death match on the card. Nimrod in the HLD division on that Din. Going up against the aggro track daddy himself, Track Amp on the Fire Druid. This is a death match for a reason. These Dins don't get the wins in this matchup. It's very tough, but Nimrod has some tricks. He's got some crazy tricks up his sleeve always, and he's done it before. He's actually pulled this off before. This is the second time these guys are meeting in a matchup like this. Trackamp is looking for revenge tonight, and Nimrod looking to lay the stamp down, showing what type of Din it takes to take out these savage shaman players like Trackamp. Gonna be nuts, man. Gonna be wild. Also, big cheers to AF50. 35 stream streak. Let's fucking go, man. You got it. Then look at this. Random tool guy going up against Lin. Zon v Warlock. Oh, shit. Some say these Zon's got a pretty good matchup against Warlock. So we're gonna find out. I think Lin is on straight Firelock, which is gonna be a little bit harder for him. If he splashes in chains, that could be interesting. That could be very interesting, because I think that is just the bane of Zon players is chains, but we're going to see. Then we've got Serenity versus Bonkai versus Town Kai over here. Town Kai, most famous for towning out of Primo's CT stomps. There was a clip that has been circulating around online for hours now, and I believe that is what made him famous. Town Kai. Bonkai. Wow, already says. What's up, Bonkai? Good to see you, man. Bonkai is going to be on a Sin or a Necro tonight versus Serenity on the Din. That's going to be wild, man. Technically in favor of Bonkai with whatever he picks, but I wouldn't let... it's only slightly in favor. Only by matchup technicality, because Serenity is a top-tier Din, and Bonkai... he needs to play scared against this guy, because he will punish you if you give him any window to do so, man. It's going to be wild. Then we've got Will versus who? Oh, man, look at this. This Coooley guy getting in there on a Sin. Wow. Who does this guy think he is? Going up against an absolute Sin legend like Will. He's going to get embarrassed, but it will be fun to see. Then we've got Travix versus Kyle. Look, it's a different color here only because these guys are legends. Usually we do this with team matches, but obviously Bill wouldn't have fucked up the color coding of one of these lines here. Obviously not. Next up is, big reminder about team matches here. This could be you. This could be you versus all of them out there. We've got some team channels in the Discord now. Feel free to pop in there if you'd like to get a team match going. We've been trying to pop in when we get a moment in between rounds. And if you're up for teams, you ain't even got to be on the card, man. Just pop in there. Those are always open to anybody that wants to jam. Melee, HLD, LLD, whatever floats your boat. Get up in there. Let's jam it. And then in the LLD division, LOL Rages versus AF50. AF50 can bring anything he'd like to the table here tonight versus LOL Rages on that Zon, because LOL Rages is an absolute savage. This guy you could count on one hand the amount of times this guy has been beat in LLD. He is legendary in his climb up the ranks. It's been so wild, man, to see this guy. AF50 needs to come prepared and come with violence. That's how it's gonna have to be, man. It's gonna be a ruggedly tough match, but certainly doable. If there ever was a low-level dueler with the creativity and the builds to pull it off, it's AF50, man. And then speaking of savages in the LLD division, look at this. Smolps versus Greenlung. Sork v Sork in LLD level 30 duels. Fuck yeah, man, sign me up. That's gonna be nuts. Then in the Melee division, AF50 trying to hold on against an absolute returning legend, Shapendi. These guys going Din v Din. Gonna be a wild showdown. Greenlungs versus Donger. This match, very, very important right here. It will very likely determine who's gonna challenge for that crown next after the question is answered tonight of who really is the king of the new era. This one's gonna be big, but it's also gonna be tough. Donger has a savage that he's going up against in Greenlungs, but Greenlungs, one could argue, is on the more dominant class right now. So, curious to see how this is gonna go. A lot to be found out in the Melee division tonight. And then, of course, Donger also going up against Smolps in a Din v Din showdown. What did we do to deserve this, boys? It is gonna be an absolutely violent digital night of Diablo duels and violence. It's going to be nuts, man. It's going to be crazy. I'm happy to have you guys here for it. Welcome in. Let's get in there and check it out. If anybody is streaming in the Discord, we about to find out. And if so, we about to see us some duels. Holy shit. All right. Well, this right here, this might be my den that I'm planning on taking on Nimrod with tonight. Don't be showing off all your secrets there. Yeah. Don't be showing off all the secrets. God. All right. Let's check out the Discord here. If you're new to DFC and you're wondering, what the hell do I do? How do I get this going? How do I get to jamming here? All you got to do, you should be in the Discord by now. Just pop into this little voice channel right here. You see this join the stream? You see all of these absolute legends up in here. We see Super Dude in the team channel looking to get something going already. Hell yeah, man. And all you got to do is once you're in a game and ready to duel with your opponent, just pop in here, share your screen, right? Maybe you're like, wow, how do I join the DFC? How do I get this going? I want to be a part of this. No problem. Just join up on the Discord, and at 12 a.m. midnight Eastern tonight, just use the sign up command, man. As simple as this, just /sign up. That will walk you through it right there. And boom. That's how to start it up. That's how to get up in there. But most importantly, if you're ready to jam, you're ready to throw down, you're in game with your opponent, ready to get violent, pop in here, share the screen. You see all these lives right here. Man, we got to make some notes. Gonna make a little queue here, because holy shit, we've got some savages throwing down here. Let's see what we've got. We've got Random Tool Guy up in here. This guy is all the way from over in the EU, so I want to give him some priority here. He might be ready to throw down early, and it's probably pretty late for him over there. So let's get it done. Then we've got Kyle. We've got Green Lungs and Nim. Nim versus Coooley after that. I think that's a pretty good lineup. Pretty good way to start things up here, boys. Let's pop in and let's check it out. We've got Random Tool Guy up first. This is going to be some Zan v Sin. Let's fucking check it out, man. It's time to throw down. It's time to get violent. And here we see a Zan player in the wild waiting for her opponent, the Sin player, to step out into the Bloodmoor. I gotta say, I actually love Random Tool Guy's setup here. You might have caught a slight look at what he's using for a weapon here. But this guy is using, for a bow, he's using Wind Force. He's bringing it back. This guy using Wind Force. He's got a Wind Force with the new jewel in it, man. And it's actually kind of wild to see. You don't see that very often. Is it the new meta? Well, we're gonna find out. This guy's doing quite well with it in the DFC, I gotta say. By the way, Empty Pones, big cheers to you, man. Sorry, I'm just seeing that. Just getting caught up here in chat as well. Welcome in, everybody. Biggest cheers to Sir What's His Name, Thor Jitsu. Good to see you, man. Smolps is here. And D2 Arena, the man, the myth. Hell yeah, man. Big cheers, guys. Good to see you. Drew G as well. Jesus. And his Venom grips? I doubt those are Venom grips. I think those are the new boot and glove combo. Those are the Horizon set. To give him IAS, crushing blow, but most importantly, stats and cannot be frozen on the boots. A new slot for cannot be frozen, which certainly helps a lot of classes. The Zon being one of them. And so it is pretty clutch. Yeah, it's gonna be nuts, man. Rolled a -10 Black Clef this week, plus stats, and mana rolled well. Holy shit, Super Dude, that's a good one, man. I've been Sunder hunting as well, man. I've been doing it once before I go to bed each night. I'll just do a tomb run, see what we can do. Holy shit, big whirlwind there. This is huge. This is a wild bout, boys. This is, we've got Random Tool Guy versus Lynn. Or, I'm sorry, no, this is Random Tool Guy. Is it versus Lynn? Hold up. I thought it was versus Lynn on the Warlock, but it appears as though this might be a duel from last week. So I'm not exactly sure who he's going up against, but it is Zan v Sin, and it's actually kind of wild. I think this was from last week. Big hits there. That is huge, actually, because whoever his opponent is here, that is a tough win to get right there, and that is a hybrid Sin that he's coming in with. This is a tough win to get. I think this slightly favors the Zon. At least we've seen that in this matchup's history. So to come out with a big win to start things off there is pretty huge for the Sin player. Yeah, that's nuts. What up, Squigs? Good to see you, man. I'm at like minus 34 res on my max damage setup. 1.3k spears while people have boots. Sick. Yeah, that is nuts, man. I really think Necro is a really powerful class right now. I think a Sin is a sleeper powerful these days. It also could be the case that Zons are going to rise to the top yet again. If there ever was a player to show that off, it's this guy right here, Random Tool Guy. Anyone know who he's playing up against? Is this Lin, and did they switch the matchup, or what's going on here? Let me pop over to this. No, this is the real Slim Shady over here. I was wondering, I was looking for names I didn't recognize up in here. Could it possibly be? No, it ain't our boy Desk 8. I was wondering if his opponent is Strimmin. Necros need balance. I don't know, man. Here's the thing. We're gonna see, right? Tonight, if Squigs takes the title and is able to hold on to it for a long time with very few matchups that are even threatening, perhaps. You know, but I don't know. I think the Necro is in, it's certainly powerful. It's certainly a little OP, but it's not like Warlock Abyss levels of OP. It's hard to get that high of level of OP, but you know what I mean. It's like appropriately powerful. Maybe. I could be wrong. I might regret that in a month. And by the way, Boomer, everyone's favorite Boomer, gifting a sub to Gotenheim. Absolutely, man. That is so crazy. Thank you so much for that. Not only everybody's favorite Boomer, but this guy's DPS is insane. Also, his generosity per second. Generosity per stream. Absolutely unmatched. Big cheers, brother. Thank you so much. Huge, dude. Huge. Sunder and Joel helps a lot versus Necro. But 4 or 5 spears to die. Yep. Yeah, for sure. It doesn't take much. And you also got to figure in that matchup, it quickly becomes a real duel, right? Where, you know, one player can back off and the other one is going to go chasing until they get hurt, and then the roles reverse, you know? It's an epically back and forth battle. I also think, I mean, as we can see, Polytheist showing that the Shaman Druid, the Fire Druid, is very overpowered, I think, right now as well. We recently had a slight rule change where we banned literally everything except for the bear. If you're a shaman, you're going to be a proper shaman these days. No more wolves for the Fire Druid players. It is just straight bear. Perhaps it will put a little bit of a chink in the armor of the Fire Druid, but we're going to see. I doubt it. It probably won't be much. It just makes it so that some matchups are a little easier for, like, the Barbarian, let's say, right? Oh, big hits there from Random Tool Guy. His opponent is in trouble here. There it is. Huge hits for the Random Tool Guy, evening up the score now 1-0. And look at this. He was even lucky enough with his... He got caught with a bow out there. But speaking of luck, this guy gets the 1% chance to proc Fade off of that hit. You know what? I'll allow it. I'm gonna let him keep it. Comes in there, goes into the second round with Fade and a little bit of Fortitude, proc armor there with chilling armor from Fortitude. It's gonna be wild. We are waiting for Corrode. Oh, okay, that's what it is. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate the heads up. I was wondering what was going on here. But yeah, we'll pop back in. You know what? I'm gonna pop in with Kyle here. I think he was ready to throw down. I think he's ready to jam, ready to slam, ready to Alabama. Oh, and look at this. What is this? Is this the Iron Man? Is that what's going on here? I think the Iron Man is going on between... I think that's all of what's going on here. It looks like Green Lungs is up in this. I remember Nim talking about this. ROT Dubs Ironman FFA 0 to 9 group level up will begin 30 minutes to an hour prior to DFG stream. We'll be reaching out to each player individually, so we'll be leveling together as a group. These guys are going to do a 0 to 9 Ironman, and that's what's going on here. I was wondering what the hell is going on up in here. Holy shit. Wow. All right, let's check in with this. This is an interesting idea here. This is an interesting one. So we are checking out Kyle, and that's exactly what all of these guys are doing. This is just a straight ROT Dubs Ironman put on by Nim. Looks like these guys are on the level up process right now. They are in Darkwood, so I would guess somewhere around level 6, 7 maybe. 8. Wow. All right. All right. Yeah, oh yeah. So that's what I thought too. I was like, why is everybody doing PVM? But it appears as though this PVM ain't regular PVM right here. This is an Iron Man. These guys leveling up. It looks like we've got Travix, we've got Nim, Green Lungs, and Dazer Sucks. I can only imagine that's Deathgate. I can only imagine that's our boy over here. His name is Dazer Sucks. Yeah, Dazer, in case you don't remember, he obviously sucks. There is no way Dazer was a longtime DFC legend holding on to that DFC title for quite some time, showing his prowess on everything from the Zon to the Sin at the highest of levels. Different guy, I think. Definitely not the same. Definitely not the same guy. He's talking about a different Dazer. Bon Kai, Town Kai says we're pooling our game right now. Serenity I or InQ. All right, let's jam it. Yeah, we'll go Bon Kai versus Serenity. We'll throw that right up at the top of the ranks here as we check back in. Bon Kai versus Serenity. That one, I'm surprised that's happening so early, man. That's wild. That's wild. Let's jam. These guys pulling up the more right now. These guys are level 8, actually. This Iron Man is about it's about to happen. It might be hardcore too. I think these guys might be jamming in hardcore. It is hardcore. All right, this is actually nuts. These guys are almost level 9. We might want to check this out. This could be wild. Experience shrines here are interesting. I think in an Iron Man, you really don't want to grab one. What are you doing, Kyle? Giving a clean TP there. This is hardcore. You could kill people before you even start to duel them. You know, that's how I would be thinking. That's how I would be approaching this here. That's just me coming from the top din. You know. Yeah, Zombie Sin is interesting, man. We've seen it be completely miserable. Like, so for example, if you've ever seen Muchez take on a Sin, it looks miserable for the Sin. If you've seen Dazer on the Zon fight against Sins, it looks miserable for the Sin. But then you have some Sin players that can make it look real fun. Like that matchup we were just checking out. Uh-oh, Kyle is amped here versus Griswold. And he's getting smacked down here. That one was a close one. Damn, son. All right, this is an Iron Man. These guys are about 70% of the way to level 9. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. That little Frost Nova there. Holy shit. Kyle's run was almost over. Did Coooley die yet? Who is this Joby guy in the chat? What's up, Joby? Of course not, man. Of course not. My opponents are fetching their finest shitting pants as we speak. So just remember that. Good to see you, brother. What is this? DPS Boomer with the 420. The generosity per stream. The GPS Boomer. The generosity per stream, absolutely unparalleled, man. Dude, thanks for the 420 tip, man, and a big cheers to this guy. What a savage. What an absolute savage, man. Dude, that was super nice of you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, 2 more bars for some of these guys. We have got Kyle that just dinged level 9. At this rate, he might want to go to town. This guy might want to go to town. He might want to be going to town here. Looks like some of these guys, whoever's on this droid here, looks like Nim, he might have not fully committed here. He might not have fully committed his skill points. I think he's still using normal attack or something up in there. That's interesting. He's going with the droid. I can imagine these guys probably banned the warlock because nobody chose it. But if they didn't, I don't know why, and nobody chose the warlock. It is clearly the most busted level 9 dueler. Not sure if you've seen the vidya, but it is wild. Shout out to D2R PvP for having a sick 1v1 ladder. Our match, Serenity, will be for 1v1 ladder match. No way! That's sick, man. Are y'all jamming right now, Bonkai? Y'all ready to throw down? Let's friggin' jump into it. Well, I think these guys are about to start their Iron Man throwdown here. I'd love to check this out. So right after this, though, we can jump right into it. Of course we've seen it, Joby says. It's your only PvP win in 20 years. Oh, yeah? Well, fuck you, Joby. Fuck you. Fucking... Who is this? Who is that guy? Get him out of here. One of the mods, please ban. Joby's trying to go back to LOD. I might join him on that. We were talking about that earlier. Back to LOD when FHR back to normal. FOH less of a cooldown or more of a cooldown, but back to normal. Chaining back to normal. Cursor placement back to normal. Man. Yeah, hell yeah. I didn't sign up this time, so Track Amp and I are gonna deathmatch it. Oh shit, FT3, let's jam. FT3 exhibition, let's friggin' go, man. Super Dude v Track Amp. I'll throw you in there, man. Super Dude v Track Amp. Alright, it is just about time. These guys just hit level 9. They're playing ROT dubs hardcore. They're gonna throw down. They're now gearing up. We're checking out Kyle here. We're seeing what this is looking like. He chose the Sin, which is interesting for this. I think he might be trying to go Psychic Hammer, which, if he does, that's going to be pretty powerful. People are probably going to jump right on this guy because that's a rough one to take on. Nim chose the Druid here, and who knows? Who knows what he's going to do? He might still be leveling. Oh yeah, he might still be about a bar away. So it looks as though Kyle has kind of won the race to level 9 here and has gone to town, started to gear up a little bit. But the drawback to that is you don't get to see any further drops as you're, as you level along with your players, right? They get even more gold with you not in the area. So by the time they actually get to leveling, it gets pretty crazy. There it is. Nim has dinged level 9 as he goes back to town, and he'll start getting ready. It's gonna be nuts, man. I think we were right here. I don't think Nim used many. Look at this. He hasn't used any of those stat points. Barely any. That was interesting. He had 40 stat points just kicking around there. That's literally not using any of his stat points. And he's just going straight werewolf. He is just going straight werewolf. He's going to try to pummel these guys. That's... Honestly, it's an interesting strategy, but in my experience, wolves have a real hard time catching people, man. Have a real hard time catching people in level 9 duels. It's hard to keep up. as we tune into Desk 8 here. This guy also on the Sin might be going with that Psychic Hammer. I really think that might be the play, man. I think Psychic Hammer Sins are going to be, unless they specifically banned this, it's going to be wild. What was the YouTube video where you said the other day where you making and kept seeing my name everywhere? Is it? Yeah, it's the one I'm working on right now. All throughout the editing, I'll see like newest member or gifted sub or whatnot, DPS Boomer. Like it's the DPS Boomer name polluting the airwaves. It's in a good way, man. Yeah, you're like, it's literally just about every time I look down, it's like that's what you see. It's like DPS Boomer's name. I'm like, this guy's a savage. Like in the little overlay, you see the little overlay I have like right here, and then like we got another one over here. That's what I mean. Like those popping up everywhere in those names, in those places. That's crazy. Going kicks in. Interesting, Kyle. Interesting. Oh, he resetted a car. I totally missed that. Yeah, I was laser focused in there. He did do the reset. Okay. All right. Interesting. No, I haven't released it yet. Still working on it. Dude, there's a lot I've been working on that should be out within a week. But like, holy shit, big deadlines. I just started working with a new crew. And it's pretty dope, man. Gotta say, I'm excited for it. I'm excited. We got some big stuff coming out. Oh, look at this. Corrode is here as well, man. So we're gonna pop in after this. We've got Random Tool Guy v Corrode. And then we'll go Bonkai Serenity. Random Tool Guy's from over there in the EU. He's been patiently waiting for Corrode. Joby sent me a message and then unsent the message. That's right. Because even his messages get PK'd. Whenever he thinks about... Whenever Joby has a dream that he beat me in PvP, he better wake up and apologize. That's what it is. He better wake up and apologize. That's what it is. Spoiler, it's gonna be about the One Life Challenge and how that went. Oh no, I wasn't talking about you, Kyle. I was talking about I think I was reading an old message from Nim when Nim restarted there. Bam. Speaking of Nim, here he is on the droid. He is out in the moor, ready to jam. They're all waiting on Desk 8 right now as Desk 8 gets ready. Look at that, a little bit of a fire shrine down there too. A little bit of a fire shrine down there. That could be interesting. That could be an interesting one. All right, here we go, man. I think these guys are starting it up. Greenlungs, Travix, Desk 8, Nim, and Kyle all throwing down in this 5-person FFA. Big kicks there from Kyle. There's that Mind Blast from Greenlungs, or the Psychic Hammer from Greenlungs. Dazer with a throw sin. Ooh, big hits from Greenlungs with a bow as well. That's interesting. Lot of Sin players here. Everyone from Dazer Sucks to Greenlungs to Kyle. Everybody picking that Sin. Perhaps the way to go was to pick this droid player here, but I don't know, man. Those kicks come quick, man. It looks as though these guys have agreed on no potions here. Otherwise, you'd probably see some mana pots, at least in someone's inventory here. Let's check it out with Kyle. Looks like Kyle also no mana pots, but Kyle is very low here. He's on this kicks in. Oh, and look at this. Travix coming in with the poisons on. That's a smart move. That's a smart move right there. Dazer trying to get into kick battle here. He's actually building up. Look at this. He went martial arts. He's got his charges. He's going martial arts. He's trying to unleash those charges right now. As we tune into Kyle's perspective here, he tries to hang on, tries to survive. Green Lungs is barely hit. He does have access to Psychic Hammer. So that is a good finisher towards the end here. He hasn't really fully committed to it by the looks. It's also very mana hungry. And if they don't allow mana pots, it's going to be pretty tough. Uh-oh, Kyle's in trouble here. Kyle's in some big trouble, and down he goes. Green Lungs slayed him with that arrow to the dome. And down he goes. His deeds of valor shall be remembered as we pop back over to Nimrod here on the Wolf. It's getting wild. Travix also looking low here.
Die.
Nim throwing that Bloodmore taunts up in here. Yeah, I can't wait, Boomer. It's gonna be fun, man. It's gonna be fun. There's a lot to put together, a lot of footage to roll through, and a story to put together, but it's fun so far. I've got some critical key scenes done. I think I showed off one a few DFCs ago, and like it's gonna be fun, man. I know I didn't think about going Poison. Yeah, Poison is pretty insane at level 9. Well, on a Amazon anyway. Big hits there from Nim. Nim just getting these slaps in and getting up out of there, chasing down Green Lungs as he busts out that bow. But look at this. This ain't good. Nimrod running out of stamina here. That's also going to be something that is that's going to be a doozy, man. The stamina at level 9, you run out of that shit real quick. Nim just taking opportunistic shots here, but he ended up catching some of those martial arts skills from Desk 8. Primo says, yo, Bonka, good duels, troll face. LOL. Uh-oh, and down goes Desk 8. Holy shit, he is out. Nim, probably happy to see that. Travix took him out with that Poison Zan, but Travix is getting low here. This can very quickly turn into a real duel where it certainly favors players who might have picked up a P skull, or not a P skull, but a chipped skull on their journey to replenish some life. That's a clutch find, especially in these very long duels. We've got 2 players out. Nim still in this on the Druid, Green Lungs on the Sin, Travix on the Zon. So while we thought these Sin players would take over, 2 of them have fallen in combat already. Now these guys, look at this, Nim circling Green Lungs, looking to get these free hits in there against the bow shooting Sin. As he runs after him as a wolf here, but uh-oh. Nice shots here from Green Lungs as he tries to keep his distance. Travix in a lot of trouble. Nim runs into the poison cloud. These guys turning their sights towards Green Lungs here, the healthiest of all 3 players in this Iron Man. Nim really clicking and holding. He was born for this. He indeed was. He indeed was. Uh-oh. I'm surprised to not see Nim on a Din here. There's no charge at level 9, so that makes things interesting. Nice shots there from afar by Green Lungs. I think Nim is gonna have to, if he wants to beat Green Lungs here, I think he's gonna have to just kick back. He's gonna have to let Travix do some damage, get some of those jabs in at Green Lungs, because otherwise, I don't think Nim's gonna be able to catch Green Lungs. I don't think he's going to. Nice walk around that poison cloud there from Nim. Both these guys hunting Green Lungs. Green Lungs able to outrun all of these guys because he invested some points into burst of speed. And he is connecting, man. Unfortunately, though, look at this bow. It's not doing a ton of damage. Perhaps low rolls on this. Uh-oh, nice hits there from Nim. Greenlung's running away. It looks like possibly Nim might have found a chipped skull. You see his life slowly replenishing here? That's huge, man. Huge. Nim truly was in this to turn this into a real duel. Uh-oh, Travix certainly didn't get himself a skull, and now he is in trouble.
Thanks. Thank you.
He's just waiting until Travix runs out of stamina here.
Die.
Oh, man. Damn, son, and down he goes. Both these guys ganging up on the Travix. Travix got hit there. He did land a poison jab. And it didn't appear to do a ton of damage to Nimrod here. Nimrod actually looking pretty clean. As long as he can stay patient and catch Greenlungs, I think it's going to be wild. It looks like they're cutting the map here, which is only going to favor Nimrod. Nimrod walking to conserve that stamina. I think with the life regen here, it's going to be really tough to get through. It's going to be really tough for Greenlungs to get through that life total. I bet he's really regretting not going into that psychic hammer now. Because you can see that bow damage like it's a matter of time. Like it's a matter of time. But if Greenlung's got any sort of, if he found a skull at all, this could be a very long round. It could be extremely long. But Greenlungs could run out of arrows here. That's very possible. He's landing some shots against Nim here. Working that life total down, but he's going to have to keep constant damage up. Keep that poison going. He's doing a great job of it so far. But it is going to be some very consistent hits that he's going to need to keep up here. Nim trying to back Greenlungs into a corner, trying to cut him off. Nim running out of stamina. Perhaps that is the game plan of Greenlungs here, is to stay ahead, run his opponents out of stamina chasing them, and then just slowly work him down. He has actually worked down the life total of Nim here. Damn, Nim going for it, just charging right in.
Follow me.
Trying to back him into a corner. Greenlung staying ahead of the curve, though. Long round, you say? Hold my popsicle, lamp. Wonder if you thought to buy extra quivers. That's a good question. That is a very good question. One could say his life depends on it. Inventory full for sure? You think so? Yeah, that's what he's got to do. I mean, you can see that, but you'll also see Greenlungs trying to use these puddles here to create a good angle to escape from. Bo is gay, he says. Oh, man. The thing is, the damage isn't really that high. Theoretically, and it doesn't look as though Greenlungs has any rep life here. So, over the course of a very long duel, this is certainly Nimrod. We'll give these guys a little bit as we pop in. To check out the random tool guy duel here versus Corrode. Let's check out a round of this. Something tells me this still might be going on. Oh, no, look at this. Look at this. Nope, never mind. These guys looking to throw down. Viciously. Viciously looking to throw down here. They're turning this into a melee match. It's actually going a little better for Greenlungs than shooting the arrows was, that's for sure. Greenlungs probably trying to get some big damage in here. You might see him run away. This is actually wild. Greenlungs, that is working out better for him, I think. There it is, man. I like his strategy. Shoot. Get in there, hit and run. That bow certainly ain't gonna do him any justice, though. Oh shit! I love the cinematic zooms here from Nim. What an absolute legend! Not only was he meant to click and hold, he was meant for the cinematic zooms. One could say a very photogenic dueler, the most photogenic dueler of all time. Violencia. I think Greenlogs did the most amount of consecutive damage to Nimrod when he got it close range there and just started throwing. He might be getting a little scared based on what he's seeing for his life total tick down there, but I think at some point he's probably has to get in there and do it again, which is part of his strategy now. He's trying to work Nim down. He's trying to keep that life total low, keep him poisoned, because I think he's going to go in for a round 2. He's going to try to whittle him down. There it is, the round 2. It looked like he was going for it, just taking that free hit though. Hit and run strategy from Greenlungs, very nicely done. Look at this. He's using the bow to make it so that Nim gives up the name lock, and as soon as he does, Greenlungs goes in and just thwaps him one, and then gets up out of there. And it's doing some work. It's reduced his life total by about 25% here with that strategy, where Greenlungs hasn't taken much damage.
Thanks. Time to die.
Oh, Nim bringing in the Raven. Interesting. Interesting. Good hits here from Greenlungs. Some great level 9 gameplay here. Level 9 Iron Man. Nim hiding behind that tree, but that's not enough. Gets cracked by that arrow. Greenlung's doing some work from afar here. Some more really good shots. Nim's use of the Raven here is interesting. I wonder how much that it actually does to Greenlungs. They certainly scale up better at higher levels, but I've never seen it at like level 9 in PvP anyway. Name lock that Raven. Yeah, but at this point, Greenlungs needs to start landing some big hits here because Nim's life total is doing nothing but tick back up. The more he swings and misses, the more he shoots and misses with these arrows, the worse it's going to get for him. Nim trying to close that distance. Taking a little bit of a break there to regain some of the stamina. Greenlungs is in a lot of trouble. Yeah, Greenlungs is in a spot now where he can't actually stand toe-to-toe because he's probably one hit away. Nice shot there. It's very clutch that that Greenlungs land shots when Nimrod morphs back to human form, because you do damage to a lesser life total, and then it doesn't get boosted up as much by wolf form. But Greenlung's certainly in a lot of trouble here, and he's running out of stamina himself. Nim hunting down his prey, the werewolf in the woods. That Raven looking especially dangerous now, whereas Greenlungs has got to be somewhere around 1 life. Good cadence here from Greenlungs. And there it is. Nimrod gets there. Holy shit. Damn, son, the level 9 champion. Nimrod with his cold damage and poison damage on that axe. That's interesting. He got the Raven from his helm there. That's interesting. Crazy setup. MDR and attack rating on that ring. Interesting. He didn't even ID that charm in his inventory. That or it was too high of a level for him to use. That's crazy. That's crazy. What a duel, man. GG's. Gonna be hard to top that duel now. Absolutely. This is the king himself, man. The most photogenic dueler of all time, and certainly one of the most established dins. And now, one could argue, some might say on the internet, top druid.
Nothing will stand in my way.
All right, boys, let's cut back over random tool guy over here. This guy on the Zan going up against Corrode, I believe. I believe is what's going on now. We might have caught him off guard here. We might have... Oh, he's ready to jam. Druid showed his helm that has the 5 replenish life. That's what it was. Okay, that's where it was coming from. That's actually a crazy find. That is an absolutely wild find. Thank you for pointing that out, bear with me. I totally missed that. But, yeah, that is a... Whoops. What happened here? Yeah, that was an incredible stat to have. All right, looks like we might have lost our boy's stream here, but here it is. We popped into Corrode. He's on a barbarian. Yeah, this is certainly from last week, I think. Now, you see, this is a very interesting duel. I think this is certainly the way to go. Corrode is on a shield barb here. And you certainly want to have 75% block versus Zons if you're on a barb. There's also a whole nother strategy you can use where we have seen some players get in there and not necessarily use Whirlwind, but instead use Concentrate on the Barbarian. Unlike Berserk, it doesn't drop your defense to 0, but it also is uninterruptible, making it so that if the Zon has knockback on her jabs, it doesn't work. That barb ain't going nowhere. You are staying at an uncomfortably close distance to the Zan player, and it gets pretty bad for her. Nice whirls here from Corrode. Check fight card channel. All right. Checking now. Oh, word. Okay, hold up. I see. I totally missed this. I meant to update the card and I totally missed this one. This is Corrode BVA versus Random Tool Guy Zon, no CS. HLD FT4 on NA made by Random Tool Guy. All right. Lynn Firelock versus the Taz of Barbs, Montriana. Aha, I forgot to throw those in there, man. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I felt like I was forgetting something when I updated the card today. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, Corrode versus Random Tool Guy. Bill overlooked Random Tool Guy's setup. Yeah, Bill. That friggin' guy. Friggin' guy, man. Hey, thanks. My name is Coooley. What's going on, man? All right. Yeah, but we can see here, Corrode doesn't even have Concentrate statted. He's got Berserk. He's got Berserk hotkeyed, but he doesn't have cons. He has no plans of getting in there with cons. Even at a low level, concentration is, I believe, uninterruptible. So it makes it so that when you get in there and you just close the distance, it's like, it's hard to get the barb out of there, you know, when you hold down on cons. Gotcha, Jewel Van. Yeah, I think I threw you guys in there. Let me check. Let me double check here. Jewel Van via him Papa Weed. Hell yeah, dude. All right, this is how the queue's looking. We're checking out Random Tool Guy versus Corrode right now. We've got Bonkai versus Serenity next. Then it's Nim versus Coooley in an epic LLD title bout of the evening. Then we've got Jewel Van versus Himpapa Weed, and then Super Dude v Track as a exhibition match, FT3. Let me know if I'm missing anybody. Oh yeah, Luigi. Yeah, I think honestly the two best Diablo games right now. Actually, there's actually a couple of good Diablo games right now besides Diablo 2. But D4 I think is probably the best. Believe it or not, some of y'all are gonna hate me for saying this. There's another close one, and you're not even gonna fucking believe what it is. Call me crazy. The options aren't a lot, okay? To be fair, the options aren't a lot past D4. But Diablo Immortal, I don't pay shit for it. It is the best shitter game. It is the best shitter game that you can possibly play. It's just, it's hard to beat it. Best shitter game. If there was an award given away on this stream, we would give it, like, for best shitter game, it's Diablo Immortal, no doubt. Best shitter game is reading D2 Facebook posts. It's also a good one. Shit's like 30 gigs for a mobile game. Is it really that much? I don't know, man. I just got my red magic phone over here. Out of half a terabyte of storage. Dude, I got this phone for as a paid promotion a couple years back, and it is fucking savage. I still use it. I hope those guys reach out again and be like, would you like a new phone to do a paid promo for us? I'll be like, fuck yeah, dude. It's literally, I'm never getting anything else. That's why I'm hoping they do a paid promo where they give me one. Otherwise, I guess it's like I don't know what they are now, but back then it was like between $700 and $900 for a phone, but it's a fucking savage one. I'd pay it. Whatever. Wow, pay to win mobile gamer. Listen here. It's more like pay to lose, okay? Or not pay, get ganked. Didn't you go from a flip phone to that? Basically. My phone was like 10 fucking years old before that. It was so shit. I think it was the one that I did get after my flip phone. It was pretty bad. Me and Kyle in there as well. Travix v Kyle. Yeah, absolutely, man. I did see Kyle in there first thing, man. We'll throw you in there. Kyle v Travix. Gotcha, brother. All right, and whereas the queue's getting a little long, what we can do is we might actually be able to check out a couple of them at once here. We've got Bonkai versus Serenity up next. So what we can do after this round is we can pop in and see how that's going if y'all are ready to throw down. That one I don't think will be long. Serenity versus Bonkai. That's for 1v1 ladder D2R PvP. It's going to be wild. But also, just so happens to be, DFC match tonight. It's going to be wild. Efficiency. Efficiency in the PvP. What is this? What is this? Corrode is using Hydra here, likely to proc the dodge, avoid, evade of random tool guy. I think that's what he's hoping to do. He's using that Hydra to proc dodge, avoid, evade. But possibly also to test the fire res. It very well could be that random tool guy has dumped all of his fire res, taken it off of his character. It's really hard to keep all of those things up all at once on a PvP Zan. Pop into random tool guy here, see how it looks like from his end. See if those Hydras actually hurt. Oh my god, big hits from the Hades. Road just getting in and out. Oh, the Hydra takes out the Oak Sage, bros. The Hydra takes out the Oak Sage. That is crazy. That is so smart. That is so, for such a hefty looking Barb player, this Corrode guy, so smart and thin. You'd figure Barbs are fat and dumb, not Corrode, smart and thin. Holy shit. But he's in a lot of trouble here. Random tool guy landing some big shots. Damn, what a duel. That round was a close one. All right, boys, let's pop into Bonkai versus Serenity as these guys get ready to throw down. Town Kai. Where's this guy at here? Do we have a strim for this? Do we have a strim? Oh, there it is. Serenity is up. Bam. Bam. Jam slam. Alabama. What is this?
Gotta get back in bed, DFCG LHF.
My guy, Sawdust. Bro, you didn't have to do that, man. Thank you so much. Big cheers to this guy. He says, gotta get back in bed. Damn, son. How's the recovery going, Sawdust? Hope you're feeling good, brother. Hope you're feeling good. Sending good positive vibes his way. Let's all do it, man. We can do it right through the screen. And Clint, what is this? Clint the legend himself.
Son became a member.
What? Bro, thank you so much, man. Big cheers to Clint. Let's tip one back, man. Bonkai is MIA. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Bonkai MIA. Bonkai is Gonkai. Bonkai Gonkai right now. Went from Town Kai to Gonkai. Holy shit. This guy. Clunt the goat. Bro, yeah, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that, brother. Huge. Dodge Kai. Yeah. Ever since they called him out and caught him for doing that town after the 6 CT stomp from Primo, guy's just been dodging and towning and fucking, yeah, Gonkai. Gonkai, I think that's gonna be his new name. He's either dodging or he's towning. Yep, Gonkai. Oh, big hits here from Corrode. Dude, that Hydra is interesting. At first, I didn't understand why. But now we see.
Thanks for giving me NEC this week. Grin.
What is this? Jewel Van! And at the same time, we got Couch Tomatoes Gaming. My guy, thank you so much for the tier 1 on the Twitch, man. That is wild. Big cheers to you. Huge. And then also we've got Jewel Van. Thanks for giving me neck this week. I remembered what you said, Jewel Van. And the funny thing is I almost gave you a sin, and then I had to go back and change it. I mean, Bill did, because there was some fuck-ups on the card, and obviously I didn't do it. But Bill had to go back. Oh, man, caught him with the bow out because he had to. His jabs broke. Damn, son. Dude, big cheers, Jewel Van. Appreciate you, man. Rolling us a map? All right, GG, Nim. Can't wait to see it, man. Can't wait to jam. Rip Javs. Yep, those things. Absolute. Those got ripped. Swap into his third Javs. It ain't gonna be long here. He's gonna have to go to. He's gonna have to go to Titans. GG, level 9 Dust. Good to see you, man.
The Order welcomes you.
Been watching your short form content for a while, bro. First time in a while I've watched your stream. Love your work. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying it, brother. Glad you're enjoying those shorts. I try to put my love into them, you know? Try to put my passion. Big cheers, man. Thanks again. Appreciate you, dude. We got straight gas going tonight, man. Sipping on that lemon juice, because of course. Jabs are done. Let me just whip this out. That's what this guy's doing, Boomer. Random tool guy. He's literally going to all of the random tools that he has in the stash. A name has never fit him more perfectly. Hopefully next Iron Man gets more signups. That was actually pretty cool, man. Thanks for putting that together, Nim. That was an interesting curveball for DFC there. Forgive me, I had to reassess and be like, what's going on? Why is everybody up in here PVMing? And then it dawned on me. I was like, oh yeah, Nim did the thing. Nim did the thing, man. Yeah, it was cool. It was cool to see. I got Bonkai and they're ready. All right, GG, man. All right, let's kick over to that. Let's check out Bonkai versus Serenity. I guess Gonkai is back. Gonkai is here. This guy obviously he was doing some interviews. He got interviewed by, I believe, Time Magazine. They asked him, they're like, wow, you've got a big opponent here tonight in Serenity. And that was it. They just stole his time. Watch out for that. That one is going to be on their website. Probably going to go viral. What is this?
King Coooley, thank you for the DFC and all that you do. You're the man. Cheers, brother. Cool smoked and cool king cool.
BVC 3-peat, the 1337 dono. What a savage, man. Bro, thank you so much. Thank you so much, man. You didn't have to do that. And hey, you know, I'm happy to be here every week too, brother. So I'm glad you enjoy it, man. Big cheers. Huge. Din it to win it. That's what it is. A little bit of pixelation going on here. That's on Gonkai's screen. Gonkai is on the he is on the Necro right now, which one could argue is a bit of an advantage versus the Din. It's a bit of an advantage, and Bonkai is actually quite savage on just about any class that he brings to the table. You can see this CT casting. He is insane with that. The timing is great. He's looking real smooth on it. And look at this, man. There's two things that I've noticed here so far. First of all, Serenity's chain locks here are wild, but Bonkai is so quick. We haven't been able to properly appreciate how quickly Serenity is grabbing locks, right? But also, the other thing that I've noticed, it seems as though that FOH does a lot of fucking damage. Like, way more damage than it should. It seems as though Bonkai's light res might be a little sus. That did 500 damage. It could have been that he knocked out his Oak Sage there too, and that was part of it. But that FOH did vicious damage. That was a vicious FOH. And Serenity's in trouble. We caught a little bit of a life check there. And Serenity is at like a sliver of life. $4K FOH, true VT. Oh, yeah. And down he goes, man. Bonkai takes down Serenity in the first round. This is a tough opponent for him. Like I said, man, like I said at the top, Bonkai can't underestimate Serenity. Serenity, this guy right here, one of the most savage Din players, I think, of all time on this VT. A VT is a smiter slash FOHer. And a good one will know how to use both of those to their advantage at just about every step of the way. But in case you're not familiar with the combo, there is a combo. Only the true PvPers know it, especially with this in D2R. It's a bit different than how it was in LOD. Not to say that the mechanics are different, but the usage of it is. In D2R goes a long way. The combo is this. You want to get in there with the smiter. You want to land a smite. First and foremost, get a chain, get a name lock, get in close, land a smite. Once you do, if you are a very skilled player, what you can do is immediately FOH your opponent, because you know that when you close the distance, they're gonna telly away. So after you smite them, they're gonna telly away. What do? You keep that name lock and you cast FOH. Now what does that do, right? So smite FOH. Well, after you smite them, they have swirls on them just like that. So when they get hit with any amount of damage, it puts them in hit recovery animation, which stuns them, giving you another opportunity to repeat the process and combo off on them, right? Smite FOH telly stomp. Smite FOH telly stomp. It does require a lot of accuracy, perfect timing, but if you get it, it is nearly inescapable. It's a very high skill required, but very big reward if you can pull it off. And there it is, man. Serenity evening up the score 1-1 now. Our most opponent is MIA, so I might be stepping in for him. All right, thanks, Travix. Appreciate you, man. Armos versus Travix. We'll throw it in there. Does Grizzly charge from Beasts? Are they banned in BBN? No. Nope, you can do it. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Yep, that's legit. I would call it creative, smart, and very thin. The thing is, the bear is super weak. Like, the bear practically dies to teeth. Like, bear... And you only have, like, what, 5 charges on beast? There's not a lot of charges on beast for the bear. So, like, you run out pretty quick. And it's super weak. I've never seen anybody use it, but it would be pretty cool. The bear does some pretty, like, interesting damage versus a necro. So, I'm not sure in the recent patch if they... Primo was talking about this earlier, if they, like, intended this to happen, but something in the recent patch made it so that bears do damage through bone armor. Like, it just completely gets around bone armor and does vicious damage. And you would think, like, maybe it's crushing blow damage. No, it's straight damage. Like, we saw Primo get chained by a druid player, and it was all just the bear. It was just a telly chain, and the bear just kept hitting and eventually knocked him from like 1200 life to like 700 to 300 to nothing. I'm like, what the fuck? It was crazy. I'd like to see the combo, please, with fries and a super... Yeah, give him that 3-piece. Give him that 3-piece. That's what we're looking to see here. We're probably going to see it with Serenity. Serenity is a savage. He's got the swirls, and he's going for it, man. There it is. Ask and ye shall receive, Boomer. He did it. He did lose it there at the end, but you saw a couple of hits there where he gets the FOH, gets that stomp, smites again, keeps it going, but Bonkai was able to escape it. The problem here is, oh my god, the problem here is that Serenity is a savage, is what the big problem is. You see that telly chain and that stomp right there? Damn, son. Now, telly chaining is also very interesting because, you know that in the 2.4 patch, hit recovery frames were ruined in Diablo 2. For whatever reason, the devs just decided that it's better to just do away with hit recovery. Who needs that, right? So now there's these weird recovery frames where if you're stunned, you can't be stunned again for a certain amount of frames. Stupid, right? Well, anyways, that makes it so that when you get hit, you're in trouble, right? When you get those... When you get hit by anything that does, what is it, 12% damage to your life total? Of your max life total, I think it's 12%. It will automatically put you in hit recovery animation. And why I say that is because what might be interesting here is that I think Serenity has gone in big on FOH. And I wonder if the FOH alone could potentially do 12%. Like, without that Oak Sage, you know? It could be close. It might be a natural stun from the FOH. Especially if they don't stock up, you know, if they don't put on, like, T-Gods to fight back against it. And if they put on T-Gods, they don't have Dungos, which is, like, your biggest thing is the Smite, you know? Big Slim Dizzy in the house. Nice hits there, and Serenity catches and misses with the FOH. Yeah, I put my e-cig on the floor because it's like actually it's harder to reach. Holy shit, man. Serenity gets there again. Now 2-1. This is wild. Let's pop back in between rounds here. It's a random tool guy. Yeah, that way it's harder to reach. I only have 234 puffs per day now that I'm down to, so that's my limit. And I noticed I smoke so much when I'm on stream. I can feel myself wanting to reach for it right now, but it's like not there. There's been so many times. It's like I smoke so fucking much. It just, by the time I'm done, I'm like done all my puffs for the day. I can't have like an after stream smoke. So, dude, we gotta start. I'm gonna try to stop doing it during stream. It just allows me so much more puffs in the day. That's just fucking relentless, man. I mean, all kidding aside, how can you defend against that? Both with the build and the fight style, you just can't fight that. Dude, it's tough. If you've ever seen Marvel do it, if you've ever been on the receiving end of Marvel chain locking you, that is exactly how I've never felt like that against any other Din player. But like when Marvel does it to you, it's like, well, how do I fight this? This is fucking stupid. How do I get out of this? Holy shit, look at this here so far. Hades, aka Corrode, has landed some big damage here. And as we can see yet again, Random Tool Guy is running out of jabs. You can see him not throwing as much here, and he's looking to jab as Corrode comes in. Corrode coming in. It looks like he's berserking here, which is interesting. That's going to lower his defense to 0, making it a little bit easier for his opponent to hit him. And down goes the jabs. Uh-oh. Damn, son. Corrode ran those jabs out. GG's. And there it is. Death by lack of jabs, I think is what that is. Corrode getting in there, getting the dub. Holy shit. What a duel. Random Tool Guy looking so good, though. This guy is an incredible Zon player. And I really think he only lost that because he ran out of jabs. It's how it was. This guy is just so clutch, man. So clutch. Back in to the Gon Kai versus Serenity duel here. Gon Kai. Last we checked, it was 2-1 in favor of Serenity. Gon Kai started off very good with a win there. Looking real clean, setting up trains, using those teeth. Digging those teeth in versus those Necros. Now, you know, you see, some players would say. Some players might make fun of him for using teeth. All teeth versus Dins. But honestly, if I was on a Necro and I was going up against Serenity, I would. Nice spears here. I'm actually very surprised that Bankai is still in this. He got caught. He bone prisoned himself, basically. Accidentally bone prisoned himself. Got caught in it. And Serenity, he just laid the shield right to him, man. Punished him hard. And somehow Bankai got out of it. He no longer has the swirls above his head. He's kind of free from, you know, from the stun. But look at these chains here. Not for long. He's got the swirls on him now. And the bad part is he's extremely low. He is literal FOH PK here because... Oh yeah, first of all, because he's out of mana. But second of all, man, that FOH actually doing a lot. These guys are gonna need some pools by the looks of it. Primo is up in there like an absolute legend. He was a good Zon for sure. Gave my neck problems for the 1v1 ladder. Actually name locks with bow skills before weapon swapping. A GG decoy use, signs of a solid Zan. Yeah, bro, I was saying that about Random Tool Guy since like his second or third bout. I was like, this guy is a really good Zon player. I mean, it's a certain skill set to get there. And damn, son, Serenity now making it 3-1, or that might be it, 4-1. Holy shit. Serenity getting it in, making it count. Holy shit, boys. All right, look at this. Up next, we've got the LLD title bout of the evening. Nim, you better buckle your softy belt, because we about to get it. All right, Bill, yo, we just heard this. I'm gonna need you to get me in the zone here. You know what my song is. All right, this is... Yep, it's that one. It's that one right there. We need to get in the zone, because we are going up against who some people say is like the other top din. They definitely don't call him the top din, because obviously that's me. But... This guy right here, he's coming for that title. Looks like he might be on H-Din. Libby, hear me out. No, it's all right. No, bring it. I'm prepared. I'm prepared. I'm gonna go H-Din versus your Charger. One shot versus many. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go. Let's go, man. I done set up with this stuff right here. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Alright, he's probably gonna FOH. Alright, this is what we're gonna do. I'm fucking ready. I gotta make sure I've got res though. I don't think he's gonna get in a charge battle with me. I honestly don't even know if I want this magic resist thing. Just don't get hit, right? Just don't get hit. Just don't get hit. Good enough.
Come on.
All right, boys. It's time. The LLD title bout of the evening. Tin Spirit me, bro. I need the help. All right. We're gonna give some Tin Spirit to Nim, all right? Because he's obviously gonna need the help. He is gonna need it. Good luck, man. All right. Round 1. Here we go. We're cooked. We are cooked. All right, we need a different strategy. These jabs aren't going to be enough. I only got 30 shots up in here. All right, Bill, fuck this. We're not giving him nothing. We ain't giving him nothing. You give me that friggin' punch out. You bring it back, all right? We're not giving him nothing. We gave him 1, and now the first one's free. All right, the next are gonna cost you. I gotta re-up here. All right, I gotta figure out how to deal with this conviction FOH. I think it's this. And then... Alright, we do that, and then... We don't necessarily have to worry about his charge, I don't think, so we could do this. Might actually be able to get away with... Might be able to get away with this. Yeah, that's pretty clean. All right, 0-1, let's do this. Just like that, baby. Sometimes you just gotta get in there. Just gotta be patient. Just gots to be patient.
Good evening.
We are still getting kind of pieced up by the FOH. We don't have any MDR now, which I'm kind of feeling it. But it's hard to get it. It's hard to get up in there. think we just gotta jam it. 1-1. We are level 30.
I am overburdened.
Just gonna rep to full. He's by the puddles. We can't engage. He also has a name lock, which is interesting. Damn! Holy shit, man.
Good evening.
Damn, son.
Yes?
We cracking hard. We just got to be patient. He's gonna play by the puddles, so we just got to be patient. Oh, he caught me with the ham. GG. Zeal ain't doing as good as I thought. I mean, we did some damage there, but I just need to, if he's by a puddle, just don't play the game. That's the thing. I'm just gonna go rep to full. I think that's just what we gotta do. Twos. We don't want to be at this angle, though. Both times. I should have just stayed there. I need to learn how to get out of hammer fields. That's something you don't practice much, you know? How to get out of hammer fields. I don't like the zeal, though. I'm gonna have to do something about that. I think we just stack up a ton of MDR and make FOH do nothing. If we can. I gotta find... I don't know what I did with my armor. I think it's on my other din, but hold up. So what we do... just stack this up. Sec. No, smite isn't better because then I want you to stay there. I want you to have to move. Because if I move you by smiting you, I just get into the hammer field myself. So like I kind of, if you stay there and I'm in your blind spot, I don't want you to move. I don't want to move. I just want to stay there and just zeal. And then if you move, I have to learn how to get out of the hammer field. That's what I'm fucking up on, is like I've died getting out of the hammer field twice. All right, so we do this massive, and then we fight back with this. I think that's what we do. This might allow us to go back to this. And then we have 65. Yeah, we've got enough cast here. All right, GG. Okay. Sorry. MDR. Well, this is the helm. So we've got rep life and we've got MDR. I think that's the way to go. And we do have res. We have enough to fight back against. I think we can make it so that FOH doesn't do anything. I think. We're gonna see. You too, brother. Not quite. That one charge got him to like basically 1. We got lucky. Punch out OP. All right. 3s. Good luck, brother.
Impossible.
I saw it. No holy shield. I had to take it, Nim. I had to take it. I saw no holy shield. I had to take it. I was gonna risk it all. Holy shit. Redo. We could redo it. It feels cheap. Yeah, it feels cheap. No holy shield. I was like, whatever. I'm just gonna go in. All right, double or nothing. Double or nothing. Double or nothing. I saw the no holy shield. I was gonna risk it all. All right. Good duel, man. Holy fuck. We got it. We got it. We got it. Charge is greater than hams. You're the toughest din I've ever faced. I easy all dins in LLD. I easy them.
Time to die.
Except for Nim. This guy is a savage, man. Look at this. I love this helm. This is what he was rocking. He was rocking the frost burns. I actually like that. Meditation. That scepter is so good. Dude, 3 cons, 3 blessed hammer, and meditation. This is wild. Fist conviction, of course. Damn, son. Damn, son. What is this 5-point ring? 5.5 point ring here. Almost 6-pointer. That is the most godly LLD ring I think I've ever seen. Holy shit, that's good. God damn. That's wild, man. G, fucking G. That was tough, man. I had to really think outside the box for that one, man. This is wild. Let's show him this gear. Damn, man. Yeah, let me tell you, that was something right there. That was a duel. I had to switch it all up. So this is what I started with. And my goal was, I actually had thought about going with the new Bane armor, but you just don't want to get hit by hams. Like, that's the thing. Like, you're not trying, like, it seems all well and good, but you just don't get hit. That's the thing. Don't be in getting hit by hams. So I decided against that. I kind of went all out with that set too, but I figured it's probably not the strategy we want. So yeah, I can't swap weapons right now. I don't know why, but hold on one sec. We had the fist conviction scepter on the swap as well. Went with the spirit. This right here should have been 140, which I think makes it hard for his conviction to reduce my lightning res to less than 75, but is what it is. We were way on the outside anyway. So the reason we grabbed this armor is just because FOH was gonna kill us, and Nim is a smart player. He just keeps the hammer fields up, so you can't really get through him. You end up having to wait through like FOH, and you don't want the FOH to be doing shit tons of damage to you. So like, that's why we put this belt on and this, just to reduce the magic damage by as much as possible. I was taking like 50 from it, which was stupid. I was like, that's too much. So like, yeah, that's what we did, man. Had the CB boots on, so just in case we got those hits, we get that CB up in there. That's what it is. That was well played, man. That was very well played. He says, now you have to fight DD. Oh, hell yeah. 677 FOH damage. That's nuts. Yeah, I mean, mine, I could make it more with SOJs, but I didn't want to give up the light res. I was like, man, I was kind of all in on that. I was like, I'm not trying to do FOH damage. FOH is one of those things, it's almost like the bow, where it starts to get them to play differently, hopefully. And I was like, I only need it for 2 rounds. So I was like, I'm not going to go in on it too much. But I was like, we could get there with it. Yeah, I should have another armor here for this guy. I don't know why I don't, but we'll have to figure it out. I had these jabs, and I think this is actually an incredible idea versus a Din. The only problem with these jabs that I saw immediately was that they have fucking quantity 30. So I was like, so I'm just going to run out of jabs. He's never going to run out of FOH. I was like, so this is just pointless. I was like, we need poons or something. Like, really, minus rec poons would be ideal. But I was like, this was a great idea in theory, but in practice, with quantity being 30 on these things, it's just never gonna work. So yeah, but we had a good plan. GG's, man. I want to duel your throw barb next time. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. We might get the chance. We might be able to jam it. I think that'd be fun, man. GG's, brother. GG's, Nim. Well done. That was a tough bout, man. He had me scared there for a minute. He had me scared there for a minute. That was wild. Like I said, I don't lose to many dins up in here. Not in LLD, man. LLD top charging king, baby. That's what it is. All right, boys, we've got some duels. Let's get up in there and check them out. Up next, actually, we have got Himpapa Weed versus Julvan. Then, we've got Track v Super Dude. Then we've got Kyle v Travix, Armos v Travix. Let's get in there and check it out, man. First up, Julvan, Himpapa Weed. Let's see how this is going. Julvan happy to have a Necro here tonight. Look at this. What is going on with this weapon? What is this little weapon he's got here? Is this a... There's no shot that's a void. Is he using a void on the swap? Oh, man. Tell me I started a trend, Julvan. Damn, son. Oh shit, that's crazy. I actually love that. The reason why that's really good is because a barbarian can like cut an opponent open, put him to 1 with no real way to do like 1 point of damage at distance besides like Hydra. But Abyss allows you to do that, and then also it can give you a chance to stun them. Julvan going in with that bear, man. He ain't fucking around. This guy is a savage. If you've never had the pleasure of dueling against Julvan, you will see this guy is an absolute menace. The nemesis, the final boss of the Barbs out in the Bloodmoor. I guess like the mini boss. We've got Punch out there, right? Yeah, you can get that Abyss PK. It's pretty solid. It's solid, man. By the way, what's up, Clowny? Just seeing that, man. Any old school US East players from back in the day, right here, man. You're looking at them. Yep. I still got some 08s pre-patch items. I definitely got some hybrids. Yep, I've got some shit over there, that's for sure. Coach Jason and Javito ready for the queue as well. All right, I'll throw you right in there between Travix's two duels there as well. Holy shit, man, and just like that, I told you this Julvan guy, he is a savage. He is an absolute menace to society on this barbarian. Y'all better watch out for it. This is a tricky bout right here. It's very tricky. The Necro, I honestly think that we've kind of gone backwards in time with how this bout is balanced between these two classes. It's back in the day, the Necro kind of took over, right? Well, back in the day, it started out Barbarian was favored. Then Necro kind of took over. And in recent history, it seems as though all else being equal, at the highest skill level, it is actually very tough for the Necro to beat a Barb. You got to use some tricks, right? In all throughout history in this matchup in FPK, you'll see the Necro using Bone Prison when the Barbarian comes in. Bone Prison, really great, right? It's it not only it's a tough skill to cast. You got to be quick with it because you need a target, right? The Barb has to be on screen. Look at that chain, man. But when you cast Bone Prison, it will actually absorb hits for you. So, like, the Barbarian goes into Whirlwind. If you're in a Bone Prison, the Whirlwind will hit the Bone Prison first and won't hit you. So, it's a useful skill to cast. But in these new school Necro players, I'm not sure who they're watching and who they're taking after when they do this. But you see some new school Necro players. Some might call it a cheesy tactic, but I love it, all right? And that is, instead of waiting for your opponent to come in to cast Bone Prison, you just cast a couple of bone walls right next to you, and then just set up camp right by him, right? It's a very interesting play, because if the Barbarian starts leaping, you can put the bone wall behind you and stop yourself from being pushed out of it, right? So you just pushed back up against it with leap. So you're never really vulnerable from that leap. But the other thing is, if you get a really aggressive, very quick Barbarian, they can close the distance and just zerk you, which is even worse. So you know, it's something you gotta watch out for. It's a mind game, man, as it is with any Barbarian that you ever go up against in just about any matchup. It is a mind game, man. It's if you're quick with it, if you stay mentally one step ahead of your opponent, you can get there. But Barb players, let me tell you, there's something There's something wrong with those guys upstairs. They're always playing that mind game with people out in the moor. They love it. They enjoy it. So you better be on your game. Yeah, Grim. We do this every week, man. Every Thursday. Every Thursday we do DFC. We're right here. We got the best players in the world, jamming, slamming, Alabama, man. All right, Will and Coooley up in the queue too. All right, man. We'll get us up in there. Will v Coooley. Hell yeah. Sin v Sin throwdown. And look at this, by the way. Julvan gets there again. Now 2-0 in this epic matchup, which I would say I think slightly favors Julvan just based on the data. You know, but here's the other thing. Necros can really crank their damage up too. That's the thing. They can make it very unforgiving. If a barb gets in there, swings and misses, they can make it very unforgiving. And that magic damage, you could, if you really wanted to get super ballsy, put on a Sunder Charm as a Necro. And here's why that's ballsy. First of all, the good thing about it, it boosts up the magic damage quite substantially, right? So that's a good thing. But why it's ballsy, you might be thinking, minus 45 magic res, that isn't too big of a setback versus a barbarian. They don't do any magic damage. They do. They have this skill called Berserk, which converts all of their physical damage into magic damage. So then you're taking 45% more damage from them if they hit you with a Berserk. So it's a ballsy move. It forces your opponent onto Zerk, but if you're ready for it, you want to play that game, hey, it's a good way to play that mind game, you know? Yeah, true. I think if you don't catch the bone prisons, I mean, I think I always just set up. I'm not going to say I invented this tech, but I am the first person I ever saw that uses it. And that is the fucking bone wall tech. Oh my god, did you see that chain from Julvan? Did you see that chain from Julvan, bros? That was relentlessly savage. Absolutely relentlessly savage. That was so crazy. Bros, we're gonna have to check that one out again. This is wild. Look at this shit. Look at this shit, man. Look at Julvan. This is called a chain lock. He is gonna grab that name and look at it. Returns the cursor to the center of the screen, and he's just gonna harass. He's gonna harass his opponent. Look at this. Grabs it and then just follows him, telling everywhere he can't get away. Just boom, just like that. That's it, man. That is some top tier barb play right there. Shit was crazy. Nicely done. Nicely done, bros. Holy shit. An absolutely lethal barbarian player right here is Julvan. This guy is a menace. Up next, after this, we've got Super Dude versus Track Amp. We're going to check in with that. After that, we've got Kyle versus Travix. Coach Jason versus Javito. Armos versus Travix. And then Will versus Coooley. Look at that. Another chain there. Absolutely savage one from Julvan. Tushank gave me PTSD with the 2x in a row. Was a bone prison into Southwalk outside of Zerk range into spirit bombs he had set up. Oh shit. Yeah, man. I really think this duel right here is an interesting one. I mean, it's rare to see a very, very high level barb player and a very, very high level necro going at it. I think it's been a long time since we've seen, like, and by high level I mean like people you might consider to be top 5 in the world jamming it out. You know what I mean? Going barb necro. I honestly wonder how that would go, because these bouts in recent history really do make me wonder. I've seen some necros pull ahead in this matchup. I've seen some barbarians absolutely decimate. But one thing that I do know for certain is that it is a stressful bout to be on the necro side of. Yeah, had to put me against Punch. Worked out real well for me. Yeah, like that was Bill's fault. That was all Bill. I'm EU, so may have to go a bit earlier. I got you, Travis. We'll pop in next. Thank you for that, brother. We'll go Kyle versus Travix next. We'll do it up. Yeah, thank you for the reminder, man. I always forget. I also see Green Lungs up in here. I saw him in there early, man. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have to start bouncing back and forth between matchups. All right, Green Lungs, I assume he is going up against. Let's see here. If it's LLD, it's Smolps. The Smolps, or who also has a melee match? That's right. Alright. We might be able to pop in. It's either LLD or melee. Either way, it's going to be Savage. And right as I look away, you can see the devastation of the damage of this Necro here. Oh my god, and Julvan just shuts it down like that. Just gets in there, shuts it down, turns the lights out. Damn, son. Himpapa Weed. Himpapa Weed is actually a really good dueler too, man. And so I gotta say, that's impressive. Himpapa Weed ain't no joke. Bros, let's check out Kyle v. Travix here real quick, man. We threw these guys right up at the front here because Travix, he's from EU. He's trying to get it done. He's trying to get up in there. Do I have a stream for this? Kyle. There we go. Kyle v. Travix. We're tuning into Kyle's perspective here. He is on the Din. Interesting choice for Kyle. He went AFK. All right, no worries. No worries. No worries. We can wait for him to come back while we check out Super Dude versus Track Amp. Let's try it out, man. We'll go Super Dude versus Track Amp. We'll keep... oh, yeah, we could do Armos as well. Yep, that works as well. Armos is here. Armos is ready to throw down. Travix versus Armos. I say we do that. And then just be on deck. Super Dude versus Track Amp. We'll pop in and check that out, too. So we're going to go Armos versus Travix. Kyle AFK. And we are going to see some absolute violence here. Sorry for the being all over the place. Just trying to figure out how to adequately bounce back and forth here. Track is grabbing something real quick. No worries. You got some time, brother. You got some time. All right. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab my e-cig, which is down here on the floor. Conveniently out of the way. This is the first puff all stream. We've gone 2 hours almost without a puff, boys. Can you believe that? We're slowly working towards beating down the addiction to nicotine. I got to do it. I got to pace the puffs, man. So in case y'all don't know, what I'm doing is I started out like 2 years ago. I was smoking fucking 30 milligrams of nicotine. That was like what this thing was filled up with. And when I finally realized I was actually like hyper addicted to it, I started a very slow and steady process to like wean myself off of it. So over the course of like a year and a half, I went from 30 milligrams to 3 milligrams. So reduced that by 90%. You can't go any lower. And then when I got used to that, I was like, the only other way to like break the addiction to it is to just reduce the amount of puffs you take in a day. And conveniently, this right here tells me the amount of puffs that I have. I started out at 300, which was already quite a cut because I would bounce back and forth between 300 and 500 a day. And so 300 was like minimum. And I think we're at 234 this week. And I think I've only had 2 days where I like went over. But yeah, other than that, look, nobody's perfect, right? Like it happens, but two days out of the like 60 plus, like that's not fucking bad, man. Nah, bro, weed fucks me up, bro. Weed, I don't like who I am smoking weed. I am a fucking retard when I smoke weed. I'm literally fucking retarded. Like, it pisses me off, like, how fucking retarded I am. All right, we got... Oh, we're still on Kyle here. My bad. My bad. I thought I was looking at... I was like, what's going on here? Let's pop over to Travix. Do we have a stream for this? Is it the Real Slim Shady? Is that it? Is this the right one? Yep. All right. Good stuff. All right, here we go. Sorry about that. I was on the wrong screen there. I was like, what's going on? What's going on here? That was my fault. That was my fault. All right, boys. Well, let's freaking do this, all right? Let's do this. We have got Travix versus Armos. Armos on the Sin. Look at this. Big damage already from Armos. This is crazy. He might have gone full elephant for this. Let's pop over to Armos's point of view here. Damn, son. Haven't had a cigarette over 8 years, Evo? That's sick, man. Did you go cold turkey or did you try to wean yourself off of it? I would have gone cold turkey, but you literally can't. When you're on 30 milligrams of nicotine, you might fucking die. You're so addicted to it. Like, I tried stopping for like a month, and because of surgery, I switched to 0 milligrams, and I was having withdrawals every day. It was the worst 30 days of my fucking life. I was like, this is so bad. That was when I noticed how addicted I was to nicotine. And I was like, all right, we got to break this, and it's going to take a while.
Good evening.
Yep. Yeah, it's crazy. By the way, dude, Armos got there on the Sin here. This is crazy. This is crazy. Travix, he's got an uphill battle versus these Sins. I think Armos really went in. Oh my gosh, he had a Chaos Claw there. He had a little bit of a Chaos Claw. He's switching more to a bit of a, more of an open wound setup here. But, oh wow. Yeah, look at this. He is like really doubling down. He didn't go elephant at all. He's got shadow GCs up in there. He's got some big whirlwind damage. Those traps, they do some damage, but I'm surprised at how much damage they do, because he really is more focused on whirlwind. This is an interesting build from Armos. Yeah, exactly. And this is what I say too, because I also know that, like, part of me is oppositionally defiant sometimes towards my own goals. So it's weird, but like, so also my goal is not to quit smoking. Even though technically that might be what it leads to, my goal is just to not be addicted to nicotine, right? I noticed that was the problem. That was when I really noticed that I didn't like that. I was like, my body is physiologically addicted to this and I don't like that feeling. So my goal is just to not be addicted to nicotine. And the only way I'm going to prove it to myself is to work myself down to like literal 0 puffs. When I get to 0, I've said after that, smoke as much as you want. But do this challenge, get down to 0. Do like, you know, it would be like a whole week where I'll have like, you know, 7 puffs, 6, 5, 4, 3, like for the whole day. So you will go a long time without smoking much. And then when you get to 0, do whatever you want. You want to fucking puff 500 puffs? Go fucking jam it. Do whatever. But like, then I'll have like the freedom of mind to be like, all right, I could keep this going or I could not. Yeah, it's wild, man. But that's the goal. Just break the addiction. Break the habit, as the great Linkin Park once said. And by the way, it's 2-0 right now in favor of Armos. In this Sin v Din matchup that we've seen in multiple occasions here throughout DFC history, we have seen a back and forth lapse of power in this, really depending quite heavily sometimes on pilots. But this matchup, in my opinion, does favor the Sin. But you've got to be on point, because if you get a smiter that gets in there, chain locks you, makes it fucking count, it gets real bad real quick. And Travix is looking for that angle right now, but he's cooking in those traps, which is certainly something you can't do. You know what I mean? He's looking for that lock, but he's missing it. Armos is making him miss because he's setting up the traps and he's tellying around him, making him miss that name lock. He says, "Stop playing like a bitch." Oh, he's good. He's doing it right, man. He's doing it right. That's how you got to be with that sin. Travix could also. What I think with a sin is you always assume you're playing against a savage sin, right? And always have a plan for distance. And the distance plan, I think, with a sin, my favorite is the Widowmaker. You can cut them open. It makes them play differently. You can also get, you can proc tap from afar, which brings you right back into the duel with arrows, right? It's a pretty good way to go. You could also go full Murdered In, which is like max damage charms and just use the bow, right? That gets the sin to chase you more. And when they chase you, you can charge them. Big max damage hits from the charms and shit. Slap a grief on. It gets pretty crazy. Oh my god, look at that. Cooks them in the puddles, in the 5 stacks, and just like that, Armos takes it. Holy shit. It was hard for Armos to get a lock, man. I'm sorry, it was hard for Travix to get a lock. Armos is looking good on this sin. He's not only got some savage sin gear here, we gotta look at that claw. And fucking, he's got savage sin gear, and he has really made a commitment to this sin in a lot of ways. Not just in the gear, but in the play style as well. This ain't this guy's first rodeo. He knows how to play this matchup. That is wild, man. That is wild, I gotta say. Traffic says, you played like a bitch, though. Nah, he played good, man. He's just a good sin player. It's a rough matchup, man. That's a rough matchup. He's beating him up now. He says, all right, say that to my face. He says, say it to my face. Whirlwind battle. Say it to my face. Say it to my face. Look at this. Look at that whirlwind damage. Look at that whirlwind damage. Holy shit. That is fucking wild. All right, boys. Up next, we have got Super Dude versus Track. Let's get up in there for the aggro Track Daddy showdown against Super Dude. This one's gonna be wild, man. Super Dude, I believe, well, his stream. All right, there we go. We've got it. Super Dude is gonna be on the Necro by the looks of things. Stream pause. Super Dude has minimized his application. Here he is. He's back. Super Dude on the Necro. Track Amp gonna be on the Fire Druid. Track Amp, if you want, man, fire. Yeah, there it is. I was going to say, he could fire up his stream. That way we always have one to go to no matter what happens here. I was wondering the same thing, Sloot. I was thinking that probably with those traps, I would bet Travix didn't have much light res. He was getting cooked by that shit. Because Armos was on a hybrid, and the charms in his inventory were Shadow GCs. And he was cooking with that. So the only explanation there might be that Travix's light res might have been a little sus. It might have looked like 75, but if you got yourself a Sunder up in there, you got yourself a Griffin's,
I can't carry anymore.
that's going to rip some of that light res away, and it's going to look real bad. By the way, that battle staff could be worth 1,500 forum gold on the low end. All right, on the low end. These guys clearing the Bloodmore, not even magic finding. Not even magic finding in the Bloodmore. Don't you know I found perfect Shakos clearing the Bloodmore? And bear runes. Look at that thing, though. This is pretty crazy. Using the new jewel, using F Bone Shade. I love this from Super Dude. I really like it for this matchup. Just makes you do vicious teeth damage, vicious spear damage. It's a great place to put that jewel, too, man. All right, and here we go, man. Super Dude versus Track Amp FT3 exhibition match. They do use white wands. It's just not in this matchup. This matchup is probably more of a Bone Shade matchup because in a traditional NVD, yeah, perhaps white wand would be better. But in Fire Druid matchups, which Fire Druid is now the best Druid in PvP, they're not gonna stomp you a lot. They're gonna stay mid-range, and they're gonna cook you. So, what do? You have to teeth them, right? Your spears they're quick. They're certainly something you want to rely on, but you want your teeth damage to be unfair. And the best way to do that is to have a +7 teeth wand in Bone Shade. Now, in a duel that bans teeth, such as traditional NVD, you probably want yourself a white one. Light res only 198? Yeah, that was it. I was wondering why those traps did so much. Holy shit, nice shots here from Super Dude. You can tell how vicious this damage is. Oh my god. Track Amp came in. The Track Daddy aggro himself. No fucks given. Closed the distance and got in there. What is this little abyss on the ground? You seen this? Yeah, nice thunder there as well. You see that little abyss graphic on the ground? That was interesting. I ate too many spirits. Yup. Damn, son. That'll do it. Yeah, Fire Druid versus Bone Neck is wild. Both of these guys have setups that are kind of specific for the other one. This is the legend. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Abyss, as if it wasn't glitchy enough, now has a graphic that's just kicking around. Oh, and he's using the Dark Force spawn too. He's really going all in on Teeth. I love it. I love that strategy. Back before Teeth was banned versus Wind Druids, I used to do the same thing versus top tier players. I used to turn it into a Teeth battle for days. They would get pissed, but they would lose. You can't tell me nothing. And look at this, and you can see how vicious that Armageddon is, and that's something that Super Dude has to stay out of the way of. Because those get pretty ridiculous pretty quickly. Nice stomp there from the aggro Track Daddy himself. Super Dude looking for those name locks, looking for those spears, but really going all in on the Teeth. This was the exact setup that I used too for Teeth. It was Bone Shade and Dark Force spawn. Your mana gets compromised a little bit, but I mean with pools, that's all right. We just lean into it, right? Just lean into the pools out in the Bloodmore and jam it. Your Teeth damage is unfair, man. It makes it so that when you do get hit, when the Druid does get hit by Teeth, it sets them back, like, even if they just get nicked by it, it's like a full minute of life rep, just about, to make up for that hit. So you just have to hit them, like, once a minute with Teeth, and they're not gaining, they're losing. Track Amp trying to stay on the outside now. Trying to stay on the outside, trying to land these Kanos. That is the big goal. Nice shots with the Teeth there from Super Dude. That's the big goal with the Fire Druid here. Unlike traditional NVD, you're not really going to see like a lot of close range stomping. It's going to be mid-range hunts, right? And by the way, what is this, man? Holy shit. Level 99 Dust with 20 gifted memberships. Holy shit, man. Bro, thank you so much, man. What is this? Big cheers, brother. Big cheers with the straight gas here tonight. Bro, that is insane. Thank you so much, brother. That is nuts. Squig says you get more DR with the Asia Necro setup. I started using it versus Fire Druids because of the new minus physical Sunder Jewel. That's true. You can also slap the Sunder Jewel in there, unlike a white one. The Sunder Jewel, yeah, the new Jewel and Sunder. Which both of these guys are using that in this matchup. The Necro has no fear of taking magic damage, you know, in the traditional sense. Not like elemental damage. Elemental and magic damage are two different things, right? But he's not taking any straight magic damage. And the Druid is certainly using the Sunder because he's not taking any physical damage. So both of these guys are going all out. Absolute unfair damage versus each other. It's the only way to go. It's the only way to go in this matchup, I think. I honestly respect not even using DR if you're the Necro. You just stack up, you make the choice to just give up DR and just put on like 85-15 for the fire damage and just say, fuck the DR, I'll recast Bone Armor, let's do this. I actually really respect that approach. I think it's the best one. Yeah, cheers, brethren, my guy. Thank you so much. Level 99 Dust. 20 gifted memberships, man. Beautiful shots there. Holy shit, what a close round. Super Dude almost got there. Got a little too greedy in that last exchange. Landed a couple spears, went for the stomp, but Track Amp wasn't having it. That's exactly what he wanted. Track Amp didn't even teleport too far away. He just teleported right on the outside, let that Armageddon take him out. That was crazy. He says, I'm doing this for Gators. Dude, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Let's all tip one back to level 99 Dust, man. How friggin' savage is that? How friggin' savage is that? So wild. Honestly think Super Dude wins this. He is really good at the preemptive tellies. Comes down to reaction timing. Yeah, for sure. And in this matchup in particular, Necro versus Fire Druid, it is very mind gamey as well. I mean, this is what PvP is at the highest level. It is a mind game, right? In a lot of ways. And as Squigs showed us in this matchup, and essentially Punch as well, it really comes down to your timing, just like you said, right? It's stomp timing. You never want to get caught by an up boulder, so you have to be really awkward with your timing. Bone Armor is down here for Super Dude as he recasts it. Yeah, you've just got to be really awkward. You get the lock, and then you can just launch Bone Spirits with your name lock, right? You can just launch Bone Spirits until you're good and ready to stomp. But when you do stomp, you want to make sure it's certainly a time that your opponent is just not ready for it. Like the Fire Druid is not expecting it. And then you don't get greedy. You take your shot and you get out, right? Because there's arm, even if you don't get up boulder, there's Armageddons. There's so much AoE that's just going to beat you down severely that, like, you got to get out of there. Kyle is back out, but only for 20 minutes. All right, let's pop in, man. We'll bounce back and forth in between this duel. If y'all are ready to go, if y'all are ready, I'm ready. We'll pop in. We'll bounce back and forth between rounds. Kyle is ready to jam. Kyle going to be trying to take down the Travix. A big rematch here. Can Travix do it? Can he take out Kyle? We're gonna figure it out, man. I think, are they going Din v Din? What is this showdown? I can't wait to see it. The big track daddy getting in here, closing the distance, hunting at mid-range. Nice hit with the volcano, and he has stayed real clean so far. Not getting clocked by those teeth or anything. He's stayed real clean. Nice hits from Track Amp. All right, let's pop over to Kyle here as he gets ready to throw down versus Travix. Travix in the EU. Kyle only has 20 minutes. He says, let's get it in. Let's get it done, man. Let's make it happen. Let's make it violent. And let's make it Din v Din. That's what it is. You just say underrepresented Necros? Ain't no way, yeah. I don't know, man. Necro is interesting. It's I think Necro is probably in the healthiest spot of any dueling class right now. It's very powerful, but it has its weaknesses. That's my opinion on it. Maybe time will change my mind, but and I mean that is with there's no skill point restriction. Like there's some rule sets out there, obviously not as good as the DFC, but others that limit the amount of points a Necro can put into Bone Spear. Can you believe that? Wild, right? They try to tell those Necros how to build their Necros. Oh shit, wrong stream. My bad. I'm looking at Nims. What am I doing over here? How did we get here? I clicked on Kyle, I swear. I swear I clicked on Kyle. All right, here we go. I'm sorry, guys. This is my first time streaming. I will get better. You have to forgive me. First time streaming. It is Din v Necro. Travix on the Necro. Oh, and look at this. Kyle busting out the bow, man. Interesting. He's got to be very careful charging around this map, though, because it looks like Travix has a name lock, and that's going to come back to haunt him. Those Bone Spirits going to come back to haunt him. Kyle is on 75 cast by the looks, and no Fanat with this bow, which is going to slow down his attack speed a little bit. He's got to be able to capitalize on Travix when he chooses to change his momentum in this duel, right? When he chooses, oh my god, he gets in there, he tries to do it. That was very close. Actually, very nicely done there from Kyle, but Travix got up in there, finished it. Holy shit. All right, let's pop back over while these guys get ready for the next round. Let's check out the Track Amp versus the Super Dude as we pop into Track Amp's perspective on this Fire Druid. The aggro track daddy today, he says. Look at this, getting in there, closing the distance, looking for these stomps. Look, you have no idea, Drew G. He was getting those smites in there, all right? That could have been over quickly. That could have been over quickly. That being said, we don't know how much Kyle actually does for smite damage, though. Those might have been real smites going through. I thought it was just a lagging there with his opponent being in EU, but perhaps he doesn't do a ton of smite damage. Yeah, he's on that bow gang. That's right, man. Missed the sickest stomp kill. All right, it's 2-1 in favor of Track Amp right now. This is an FT3 throwdown. The Track Daddy getting in here, getting violent. Oh, and look at this, man. He has got Super Dude with his back against the ropes. Super Dude with his back against the ropes. He's gonna have to do something to pull out of it, boys. Because Super Dude is in trouble. He is gonna need to do something. Very, very low, and Track Amp isn't giving him any space to breathe here. This is a fine dance of the Fire Druid, staying in at mid-range and doing constant damage, constant Kanos, constant Fissures. Always whittling that life total down, making it very hard for your opponent to rep back to full, or to really rep back at all. Even utilizing that bear, it's really good to see, man. And down goes the Super Dude. Just like that, the aggro Track Daddy getting in there, going for it, and showing his valor in shaman combat once again. The aggro gang, just like that, baby.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Damn, son. All right, let's pop back over to this here. What have we got? What have we got? Let's go back into the Travix. Travix, he's on the Necro here versus Kyle. Kyle is on the Din. Kyle charging around the Bloodmore here. I'm just going to go to Kyle's stream. It's a little clearer for us. Yeah, he's utilizing that bow. That's good. He's got the fanaticism now, which is really good. But what he's got to do, he's on a bit of a VT setup here with Kyle. I like this. But he's got to be ready to capitalize. When Travix closes the distance, when he changes the way he plays, he's got to be ready to capitalize on it. That's the thing. And there it is. He does it that time. Catches him, and now he's in trouble. Down goes Travix. Kyle caught him. Big smites there. See, that's how I thought that first round was going to go, man. After he closed that distance, all right, now it's 3-1. Still in favor of Travix, but damn, Kyle getting there and showing just what to do. That's exactly how he's got to do it. If he's going to use the bow, you might be wondering, why is he using that bow? What's going on with that? With that bow, it might have some open wounds on it. That's a thing that these great Din players do with their Widowmakers. Jam an Umrune in it for open wounds. There's also other ways you can stack it up. Open wounds some of the Gore Riders. But your goal with that bow... Oh, he's got the Shale Rune up in there. Oh, interesting. Your goal with the bow is to change the way your opponent is playing. It's not necessarily to win like that. Think of it like Nim using FOH in our matchup, right? In LLD. He could win the duel with that, but it's not necessarily the plan, right? The plan is to change the way your opponent is playing and to potentially punish them a bit if they're just keeping too much distance, right? That's the goal of it. And this allows you to stay way out of range, or not out of range, but at the same range as a Necro. Changes their game plan, makes them come in, and if you're on top of it, man, you can punish them for it. There it is, but you can see how unforgiving that Bone Spirit damage is, man. Travix gets in there, deals 2 big Bone Spirit hits, and now Kyle almost out of there. He's almost gone. Travix might be really looking to jump here. He might be really looking to close that distance, utilize that spear. He is Absolutely no fucks given now. Absolutely zero fucks given now. Also, oh man, you notice that Kyle is not shooting guided here. He has charge keyed as he's shooting, which is so deceptive on Widowmaker because it still looks like you're shooting guideds. I used to do this all the time. It still looks like you're shooting guideds, but you're not. And it's so discouraging because you can't tell until like the duel's over. I mean, I didn't notice it till halfway through this duel. But yeah, it's crazy. Oh, nice stomp there from Travix. He's trying to close that distance. There we go. That was a nice hit right there. That was exactly the type of shots that Kyle is waiting for. Kyle being very patient here, trying to lure in Travix. But those bone spirits are coming right for him. Say Travix might have a name lock here. Holy shit, what an attempt right there. He had to go for it. Kyle goes in, almost gets there. But damn, son. Travix in there with that vicious necro damage. And damn, son, just like that. All right, up next, we have got Coach Jason versus Javito in the HLD division. After that, we've got Will versus Coooley. Or actually, you know what? Before that, I'm going to pop into Greenlungs. Greenlungs has been in there forever. And then we'll go Will v. Coooley. But up next, where are we going? Coach versus Javito. This one's going to be wild, boys. Coach Jason getting ready to throw down versus Javito. And what is this? The Sergeant Frosty himself. Stay Frosty, thank you so much for the gifted membership, man. Big cheers to this guy. Speaking of generosity per stream savages, this guy, Frosty, my guy, thank you so much. Man, but you're letting Drew G up into the Hall of Fame now? You're giving Drew G a pass up into the Hall of Fame? God damn it. All right, I guess we'll have to deal with it. I guess we're gonna have to deal with it. Bro, thank you so much, man. I want to see this kid Jess has been working on. Oh, Jess has been working with Coach Jason? Really? Interesting. Well, just so happens that we are dialed right in to the Coach Jason stream right here. Me and AF50 are ready to queue up. All right, GG, man. Let's friggin' go. Thanks, Law Rages. Appreciate you, man. Law Rages v AF50. That's going to be a dope one, man. That's going to be a dope one. Oh, shit, man. Look at this. Look at this. So, rumor has it. Drew G says Jess has been working with Coach Jason here. Coach Jason says, all right, he's working only with the best here. Working on these locks, working on that aggro, and you can tell, man, he has absolutely pieced up a lot of duelers in the DFC, but damn, son! That was quick! Javito ain't scared now. I think we've said this so much about Javito, and Coach Jason has to be very careful of this. You can't underestimate this guy. This guy, I think, flew under the radar on the Din class for a very long time, right? And then, look at this. He's one of the top Dins, one of the most aggressive, one of the most capable. And now, he's bringing back the Necro. We saw him do this on the Druid and the Sin as well. Underestimated till he takes over, right? Can't underestimate this guy. Even on the Necro, this guy is going to be vicious. He's going to be violent. And he's going to know. He has a lot of experience in all of these matchups. You have got to treat this guy like he is Jess himself if you even have a chance of beating him. Javito is a savage. Coach Jason, though, also a savage. Nice chains there. You can see he's very comfortable with it. No telly chains. He's just looking for that stomp. Oh my god, he catches him there. Javito's in trouble. He might be looking for that FOH finish now. He probably cut him open with some open wounds there, and that FOH, he could finish him with it. Yeah, Javito is backing off, really trying to keep that distance. Javito looking for spears now, too. That's very smart. That's very smart. You got to make it so that when your opponent comes in, especially when they're looking for the kill, man, you gotta punish them for missing, right? You gotta punish them for even teleporting a little too far out and trying to charge in. And that's what those spears will do. Javito knows that. I'm telling you, this guy is a savage. An absolute menace. And he's doing a great job of using those teeth to blow up that Oak Sage. It's gonna make it real tough for Coach Jason to get up in there and have that Oak Sage for protection against the big hitter spells, those Bone Spirits. Vito still has a name lock. Coach Jason might be trying to manipulate that a little bit. This is a close round. Javito repping to full a little bit. He's repping back a little bit. He's ready to make this a difficult chase here for Coach Jason. Coach Jason on this Din, really showing some big prowess early on, getting some big wins already. And not only is Coach Jason's melee character absolutely decked out, but his VT is just a thing of beauty. It looks so good. Holy shit, and he catches him! Literal teeth PK! And Coach Jason gets there, man, and won. Just like that, ties up the score. 1-1, a win for the Din to get it in. Damn, son, and just like that. That was very close. That was literal teeth PK. Very nice, very nice. Coach is GG himself, great guy. Yeah, he really is. Coach is a great guy. He is the current champ of the Melee division, and this guy is making some big waves in HLD. And I mean big waves. He is taking it seriously. Allegedly training with the champ himself, Toshank. With the all-time champ. The people's champ, Toshank. One of the greatest, if not the greatest dueler of all time. So when Coach Jason goes for it, man, when he goes all in, he don't fuck around. If he wants to level up quick, he knows where to go. And if that is true, man, he is certainly learning from the best. And you can tell, you can really see it in a lot of his matchups. Like, it would not surprise me. This guy came out of nowhere and absolutely just started flatlining people. And now Javito is seeing how dangerous this guy is. Javito has a very simple game plan here. Keep the distance, shoot magic spells. That's it, right? He wants to try to blow up remotely. He wants to remotely detonate his opponent here with Bone Spirits, Bone Spears. He does not want Coach Jason closing the distance. Coach Jason, he does have some distance game with his FOH, but it isn't going to hit ridiculously hard. His game plan is to get real up close and personal, land these smites, and put Javito in a real bad spot. Get those swirls, do the FOH combo. Now that is something right there. That is some top din shit if he can pull it off, but those Bone Spirits are unforgiving. He's looking clean though. He hasn't really been too, he's not in a lot of trouble. He's caught some Bone Spirits, he's caught some Bone Magic here, but he's not in a ton of trouble. Goes that charge in there. It's a little dangerous. I do like it. It's a big risk, big reward, but man, it can be dangerous, especially if your opponent catches on to it. Damn, man. Uh-oh, and down he goes. Catches Javito again. The patience pays off, man. The patience pays off. Holy shit. Coach Jason, 2-1. That is nuts. Thank you, Stu, for that. It looks like DFC 126, password X. There is some team duels going on. If y'all are up for it, just pop into there, man. Let's friggin' go. That's sick, dude. What a match so far between these guys. This is nuts. Avito is wild, but you can tell, man, these locks, these stomps, these angles. Coach Jason ain't no joke. This is a tough match for the Paladin. It is a tough match. You have to be extremely patient. You have to take advantage of that FOH, and again, play it in a way that's almost like Kyle was using the bow. You're using FOH in a way to get your opponent to change their pace a bit, right? It's different here on a VT because you can keep that distance. You can kind of dictate the pace of this duel as a VT. If you back off, you can force the Necro in. But a lot of times on this VT, you are trying to close the distance and smite, right? You're always just like in that threatening distance where the Necro does not feel comfortable, right? They don't feel comfortable. They're just launching and staunching. That's what they're doing. Getting the fook up out of there. Vito's doing a good job of not getting caught and landing damage. Just as I say that, he gets caught. He gets a little too froggy, a little too close, and Coach Jason punished him for it. Coach Jason is in a lot of trouble here. He's at about 25, a little less than 25% health. But Vito, besides that last smite and that last exchange, was untouched. Yeah, and now you can see Coach Jason trying to dictate the pace of this duel. You notice he saw that Javito was down there, likely setting up a spirit train, probably protecting himself with teeth, and he wasn't about that life. He wasn't about that life, man. He says, all right, I'm just going to kick around up here till you change your mind. Smart play. But Coach Jason now at less than 3% health. Vito's gonna teeth him down. Oh, just as I say that, he shoots him with a beautifully placed spear. Nicely done. 2s for these guys. What an epic bout. Holy shit. We can pop over to Javito and you can check out the game plan from his point of view here. It is very interesting. It is more of a distance game. What he's going to do is he's going to keep his distance. He's going to launch those bone spirits, probably set himself up with some nice spirit trains. And once he does that, he's going to look for the spears. Spears win fights, right? Bone spears win fights. That's just how it is. Bone spears, a lot of times on a Necro, people will kick back and they'll defer to that big bone spirit damage. They'll launch the spirit trains. They've seen people do it before. They're like, wow, that's so OP. How do I beat it, right? Well, there is ways. But what's harder to beat is a very quick spear to the face when you come in, right? When you get players like Javito, who's just looking for those locks as soon as you come in, he's looking to actually answer you as soon as you come in with a bone spear, it suddenly makes the stakes on a din a lot higher. It makes it so that you are forced to get in there and get a lock very quickly, because if you don't, you're almost guaranteed going to get punished with a spear. It also makes it risky to charge in, right? Makes it almost guarantee you're going to get hit with one of those. Nice up spear there from Javito. And the spears do so much, man. Another spear there. Hard to tell if that one hit, but Javito's aim here is on point tonight. Can Armos duel again? Person he was supposed to duel. The Babadook is ready in 20. Yeah, let's jam it. I'll throw you guys back in there. Hell yeah, man. Armos versus the Babadook. Hell yeah. Thanks for the heads up, man. And by the way, GG's Travix. Great duels tonight, man. I know it's late for you over there. You did great, brother. You did great, my friend. Epic showdowns. Yeah, and Javito barely touched here. For all intents and purposes, at 100% here. He has figured out the timing of Coach Jason. Coach Jason really needs to... One tool he could throw in the toolbox here that would really, I think, throw Javito off, because Javito is too used to this. He's too used to this. You notice him tellying away. 1, 2, start shooting again. He's comfortable at mid-range now. That is not something that a VT wants from a Necro. You want that Necro running like a bitch, right? You want them always scared. Javito's getting comfortable here. If Coach Jason throws in a telly chain, just literally gets that name lock and just telly locks him as he runs away, that's going to catch Javito hard. Yeah, it will be something he has to adapt to on the fly. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Almost caught him there, but the problem at this point is Coach Jason is very low. We'll be back next time with more. Can't wait to see it, Travix. Can't wait to see it, man. Oh, and there it is. Big Bone Spirit hit, and down he goes. Now 3-2 in favor of Javito. This is a big challenge for Coach Jason. I think his biggest challenge to date. Not only would I say class disadvantage, but also a veteran Bloodmore phenom in Javito. An absolute top dueler. Tough one, boys. Javito keeping the Maras in the inventory there. Instead of doing cube bow, he just does a 1x1 bow right in the inventory. It's worth losing the 20 life on the charm, because you actually get more from the +2 to skills than swapping out. Uh-oh! Big hits there. That time Travix was ready, or I'm sorry, that time Coach Jason was ready for it. He was ready. But the thing is, it ain't over till it's over, right? Javito has seen, just like in that last round, he can get through most of this round without taking nearly any damage. So if he can do that, he's looking clean. He's looking fine. Pop over to Coach Jason's point of view here. See how this is looking. See how it's looking from the Din's point of view. When are we up, Coooley? Ready for my whooping? We are up next. We are up, actually, sorry. Green Lungs is up first, then it's me and you. We're checking in with Green Lungs. I think he's got himself a couple of matches here still tonight. Smolps and or Donger. And then we'll pop in. Then it's Lol Rages versus AF50. Then Armos versus Babadook. Coach with Bo Wen, I know, right? Look, he's gonna train with Toshank for a while, and he's gonna learn all the chains and the trains and the telly locks, and then he's gonna step into top Din territory. He's gonna bust out the bow. When he does that, and he's got those Toshank locks, it's gonna be all over. And damn, just like that, huge comeback for Javito, and just like that, man, what a savage! This guy getting it in. Getting it in, just like that. Told you, can't underestimate this guy. He is a top dueler, man. Javito is wild. All right, boys, let's check in with Green Lungs. This guy has himself a couple of duels here tonight. Is this what I think it is? SVS in the level 30 division between Smolps. Oh, there it is. Smolps and Green Lungs. SVS level 30. Let's fucking go.
Your power was no match for mine.
Damn, son. I think it might be fire versus fire. I think, anyway. Holy shit. Again, thanks for the heads up, Stu. DFC 126, password X for teams. It's filling up. It's filling up fast, man. Get up in there if you want to be a part of some team duels tonight. Just for fun. No need to be on the card or anything. If you want to do some team HLD, this is on non-ladder. North America, non-ladder, team HLD. Hop into there, man. That's filling up quick. And my spears are at 10, 20 with Void. That's nasty. I have tried it. I throw it in every once in a while. I think it's probably pretty good on a Necro, right? Yeah, you put in the you put on the Void and then just use Abyss. I like the concept of Abyss, and execution, I think they could have designed it a lot better. I don't think the stun is good enough. Like, man, I've said this before, but I wish we could remake the Abyss skill. It's such a cool skill, but the devs just didn't do it justice. It could have been so cool if it just pixeled like a fuck ton of shit. Huge range, pixel stuff, no damage. No damage necessary. Just pixel. Pixel slash stun. That'd be so sick. I have messed around with it a little bit, but I haven't gone all in on it. I like the concept though. I'm gonna have to try it on the Necro because I have a lot of like minus res and plus magic damage. Entropy Amulet and New Sunder for Immortal Sork build. I mean, yeah, why not? Entropy is interesting. It gives you more MDR, but at some point you don't really need a lot. You don't really need much more MDR. I honestly think probably a 220 amulet would still be better for an Immortal Sork. But I mean, like I said, it comes a point where you don't. It comes a point where you've reduced all of the damage. You know, you don't need too much of it. And the magic damage doesn't help the Immortal Sork. Uh-oh. By the way, Smolps landed some big damage versus Green Lungs here. He got a nice stomp in there. Look at these angles, man. This is the thing. When Smolps closes the distance on you in these angles, you'd better watch out, because his next shot is indeed going to be super accurate. Smolps is playing on controller, and when he fires off, there's like this, they say, oh, controller broken, right? Controller broken. You get that auto aim with controller. Bros, it's just how it is, right? It is an auto aim, but let me tell you, you take a hit in a lot of other ways for it. You know, for running controller as opposed to mouse and keyboard. So it's, the point is, when Smolps closes the distance on you, you best know he's going to be accurate with these shots. Just like that, man. Smolps getting in there, making a count. And this is a Blizzsork. This is fire versus cold that we're seeing here. Smolps on the fire, Green Lungs on cold. And what an absolute throwdown here. This is some big damage for both players here. If Green Lungs lands those blizzes, it's gonna hurt. But Smolps, as you can see, closing the distance, chucking those fireballs, and those things can just hit so rapidly. That's what you got to watch out for. Can't be getting caught in the fray. I also love this. Smolps, I gotta say, admittedly, I wasn't a fan of these Hydras when we first saw them, but now, after many a DFC, these things are sort of like a bow on a paladin. They might not do the most vicious KO damage, but they certainly change how your opponent plays. And what is this? Thor Jitsu coming in, he says, good duels tonight with the 500 bits. My God. Bro, thank you so much for that, man. You didn't have to do that. Absolutely savage duels tonight, though. I agree. These guys have been putting on a show. Absolute pure Diablo digital violence, man. Big cheers, brother. Thank you so much. Baloney versus Javito in the queue. Got you, brother. Baloney v. Javito. That one's gonna be nuts, too. Everybody wanting a piece of that baloney pony out there. And what is this? Everyone's favorite boomer. Coming in with his own tier 1 10-month subs. He says, excellent play-by-play as usual. Gotta go get senior nap, as always. Much peace and love to all. Brother, thank you so much. Everyone's favorite boomer. The man, the myth. DPS boomer. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate you. And another big cheers. Hope your night goes really well, man. Get that rest. Tackle Friday with a vengeance. BlizzTick did like nothing. Dude, I'm telling you, I think Blizz is interesting in LLD. It's interesting. like, it is certainly not what it is in HLD, right? I mean, as you'd expect. But like, I've seen it do well, and I've seen it, but most of the duels that I see, the damage looks bad. And it could be the effect of like when you're jamming against someone who's prepared in a competitive matchup, they come in with that cold res. You know, they come in with that cold res and it gets miserable, you know? Swapping back over to Green Lung's point of view here. He's cooking in those Hydras. That time, those Hydras paid some big dividends. Green Lung's keeping that distance. I think with a Blizz Sword, you almost certainly need to drop some CT Blizzes. It's single-handedly the most discouraging and demoralizing thing to get hit with, I think, probably in all of Diablo 2. Knowing that your opponent didn't necessarily need a name lock, it wasn't like auto-aim, FOH, it was a straight CT-casted Blizz that you got knocked with from far off the screen. And in LLD, they might not do a ton of damage. In HLD, they certainly do. Another nice hit there from Alicia Keys, a.k.a. Smolps. Getting it in. In this mage-like SVS battle, level 30. That's the big difference here. In LLD, it's level 30 duels. So unlike HLD, you don't have all of the items in the game at your disposal. You have only ones that have a level limit of 30 or under, right? So a very common item is Skin of the Viper Magi. Level 29 requirement, +1 to skills, 35 all resistances, MDR 13 on a perfect roll as well. Also isn't dead, isn't bad, man. That kind of goes a long way at level 30. All of that DR, integer DR, is just so different. And there it is, 2-0 so far for the Smolps. This guy pulling ahead. And Musui, big cheers to you, man. Sorry, I'm just seeing that. Hope you're doing well, my brother. I'm working on Abyss Spear Chain with Track Amp. Oh, hell yeah. If I'm close enough, it's basically an auto spear hit. No shit. Well, I can't wait to see that, man. Abyss is... I think Abyss has a place in, you know, from the new item. I always thought it was on a hammered in. You would score the Abyss hit, which would stun them, and then you'd telestomp hammer. But the way that it works is that you never get to do that because horrible game design with, or horrible skill design with Abyss. Like the stun frames on something that is not an Abyss, or not an Abyss lock, is so bad. They're insignificant. You need to hit within less than a second of like casting it, which is technically a long time, but when you figure your skills aren't even done casting by then, and then you have skill recovery frames, it's like a little, it's rugged. It's hard to land those hits. Who's next in queue? Lynn, Firelock, and Manti can rumble? Alright, hell yeah, man. Manti versus Lynn. Alright, we'll throw you guys up in there. We have got, after this, Will versus Coooley, some Sin v Sin. Then we've got Lol Rages versus AF50, Armos versus the Babadook, and then Baloney versus Savito. After my duel, we'll try to watch multiples at once. It's hard to watch multiples at once when the streamer is dueling. I know, annoying. It is annoying, man. God, those streamers thinking they own the show. Friggin' assholes. But other than that, we'll be able to bounce back and forth between multiples. We might actually be able to start doing that now, in between rounds. Lol Rages and AF50 are also thrown down in the level 30 division. If y'all are ready, we might be able to bounce back and forth. If y'all are ready to jam. After this round, it is currently 2-0 in favor of Smolps. But Greenlungs could be landing some shots from the outside here. Oh no, it's getting wild. Alicia Keys barely scathed here. That girl is on fire, man. Holy shit. Alright, boys, let's kick over to the LOL Rages versus the AF50. Let's peek in here and see how this is going. Let's see how this one's going. It looks like these guys getting ready to throw down. It's Puddle versus Goblin. Damn, son, what did he... Oh my gosh, is it Zan v Zan? My god, these guys went Zan v Zan. Can you believe it?
I shall purge this land of the shadow.
Damn, bros. All right, and here we go. This is also a level 30 duel right here. These guys, level 30. Big Zon v Zon match, and I love it. Look at this. Goblin. Oh my god, those arrows are just slinging. And those things hurt. Unscathed was LOL Rages, the absolute Zan legend. Not just in LLD, but everywhere he goes. He can't not be a legend on this Zon. This guy has got it. He's got it locked down, man. The tactics of this level 30 dueler on this class need to be studied. AF50, he brought a gun to a gunfight, is what he did. He brought in the Zan as he had to. But this is one of those duels where it really favors CT shooting. Oh my god, and you can see the big damage. You can see how much those arrows are hurting when they get landed upon by LOL Rages. You can see it is wild. LOL Rages is a king at that CT shooting as well. And so far AF50, we don't see a lot of it in his game plan here. And what that CT shooting is, you might be able to see it as we pop back over to LOL Rages here. Actually, in between rounds, I'm gonna pop back into Smolps. Oh shit, was that it? It was over. Oh shit, we just missed it. I think Smolps took that one. I think Smolps took it. I think these guys are also going to show off some gear here. That's really cool. We get to pop into a gear swap or a gear showcase here for these guys. But yeah, what CT shooting is it's when you bring up literally any screen that comes up to the left or the right side of the UI, right? So like the party screen works. But why they call it CT casting is because people usually hit C and T to bring up the character screen and the skill tab. That will shift your character to one side of the screen and give you further leverage on casting your spells, which allow them to do different things at different ranges, all right? It's kind of a big rabbit hole to go down. But when you do it with a guided arrow, it locks on even further. So that's currently what LOL Rages is doing in that matchup, and you can see it, man. Yeah, look at this gear. This is wild. 17 med is all we're looking for in this, and staff mod skills on the actual insight. But wow, man. I think this one, it's tough for a Blizzsork in LLD, I think. Greenlung's on this Blizzsork is looking clean. He's such a good dueler on it. But the damage just doesn't hold a candle to, you know, the other forms of LLD sorceress damage. It's wild. But great gear showcase here from both of these guys. Epic showdown. Smolps gets there, defending his dominance in the LLD division on that sorceress. Oh, nice hit there from LOL Rages. And also we noticed that when we looked at the point of view of AF50, he plays a little bit more zoomed in, like the, what's the aspect ratio or the zoom or whatnot of his is a lot more zoomed in, which in this matchup is a serious disadvantage. Yeah, good duels, and there it is. LOL Rages comes out on top with absolute, in this gun v gun battle right here, long range bow shot. Looks like he says good duels. I think that might have been 4. I think that might have been it. Damn, son. I love that that AF50 was on the insight as well. I think that's a really good underrated bow. Gives you plus to critical strike, which is naturally a Zon skill, but it gives it to any class. The biggest thing about that one is the meditation aura. It comes in handy quite a bit. In low-level dueling, at level 30, your guided arrows are pretty expensive. They will run you out of mana. unlike an HLD, the more points you put into Guided Arrow, the less mana it costs. So at low levels, it is expensive. He says, wasn't that 4? It was. Oh, word. Okay, yep. Wasn't sure if these guys were showing off gear or what's going on. Yeah, look at this, man. AF50 and Lull Rages. Both of these guys have nasty gear with whatever build they bring to the table. It's always so cool to see what they've brought in these matchups. But Lull Rage's Zon gear. This guy is a Zon main, and you can tell. This stuff is just wild. The jabs, the bow, man, the armor, the gloves. Even, look at this helm, too. Look at this helm. 230, 2 open socket. Oh my god, with a ton of sexy jewels in it. It's just so good looking, man. 100% perfect string of ears as well. The AME, it is just nuts, man. This guy, Zon main, and you can tell. AF50 coming in pretty hot too, though. I gotta say, I love the Insight Bow. He was straight Boazan. This is the classic Boazan right there. The 3-shaled Ashwood bow for maximum IAS frames. And the other jewels in there are probably ED max damage. Something along those lines. But yeah, that's pretty wild, man. A great setup, a great showdown from these guys. And now, bros, it is time. Let's get it. Well, I'm on the wrong account here, boys. We gotta fire up the main because me and Will have got a score to settle. All right, I gotta check here. Sure, man. Give me 1 sec. Making game now. Or if you have one up. Or do you have one up? Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, need better ping on the ghosts. All right, boys. Well, we're going to have ourselves a Sin PK throwdown here. And, well, it's been good knowing you. The Ghost Sin, which is what I'm on, doesn't necessarily have an advantage here. It is certainly rough versus those trap lane players, those friggin' trap layer players. Man, they're wild. But the thing is, what we can do, we're just going to have to play it out. We're just going to have to be patient. He says, don't worry, I'm going to lose somehow. All right, we're going to have to clear this more. Let's do that real quick. Let's get up in here. I'm definitely busting out the nicotine for this. All right. Definitely busting out this here nicotine. We've got to stay stocked up. So I am on a Ghost Sin, which means my goal is to win with physical damage. Actual physical damage here is what we're going to try to win with. Good old whirlwinds. I'll pull. Actually, this could be a sick blade right here. You never know. Alright, let's get us a little pool going. There's been a new recent rule change that these Ghost Sins can now wear T-Gods in this matchup. I think that this was a match, or this was kind of overlooked in the Sin world. But it's the Ghost it doesn't really have an advantage. I sort of alluded to this a second ago, but it doesn't really have an advantage in this matchup. Trap layers just win. But Sins have always kind of been, the rules have stated that they can't have over a certain max res, unlike other classes, right? I think it was 80 before. Well, we did away with that and just said Ghost Sins can just do whatever. Like they can go back to the original Sorb rules. It's hard for a Ghost Sin to work in all of these things and reach breakpoints anyway. So it always comes at the cost of something. right? So that's where we're at with it. We're gonna see how it goes. If Ghost Sins take over and they're just OP now, well then I guess we're in a pretty exciting spot, right? Guess we're in a pretty exciting spot. All right, looks like it's cleared. All right, GG, let's get all repaired up here.
Good to see you.
Let's get all repaired up. Whoops, that wasn't the right thing. Cast this. Fuck it, let's repair it again. All right. So he's gonna be trying to slay it with lightning sentry damage. We are gonna be trying to slay it with whirlwind damage, and we can't go in. We can't go in. Oh, wrong one, Bill. Wrong one. There we go. We can't go in willy-nilly. We got to get up in there, be patient, be smart, be thin. Most importantly, be thin. And do this right. Is Master GM here? Yep, sure is. Sure is. Actually, let me swap and get this right. There we go. And now... recast the blade shield. Alright, here we go. 0-0. Sin PK Throwdown. Go Sin versus... the hybrid. The trap layer. We gotta be smart. We're not even host, LOL. Smart thin. Damn, son. Getting in there with those chains, bro. Getting in there with those chains. Who would have thought Coooley himself could get in there with some chain lock? What is this? That was wild. That was wild, boys. We did it. We did it that time. Go, bro. 1-0. All right, round 2, baby. Let's go. You see that CT stomp? I've been watching a lot of Primo for that. I've been watching Primo. I've been watching Primo, boys.
Not here. Good day.
You think there's also something about you need to also have your font size set to large? Shut up, Nim. I'm not blind. Do it. Yeah, it definitely should. I was number 2 Sin. Only lost to Alpha. Don't underestimate the Sin skill. And punch out music. All right, here we go. I've been watching Primo! He says, wow, you're insane. Thanks, brother. I've been watching Primo. This is my first Sin PK duel in months, I think. Ban him, yeah. Oh, what was that meant for someone else? Look, I didn't say that. I didn't say no proof. No proof. Me telling Nim say fuck you, Nim. I didn't say that. I'd never say that. No proof. No recordings out there on the internet at all about that. Otherwise, I'd change my mind, but I don't think there is. No, us Din brethren don't talk to each other like that. Come on now. All right, here we go, bros. GG, man. Good duels. Holy shit. Bros, I gotta say, that actually felt pretty wild.
Good day.
That felt like a real duel. That was insane. Alright, bros, this is what we were rocking, of course. An absolute god claw from a gift from many, a gift from a couple in the Sin PK community, let me say, but Alpha sent this my way. Let's check out what Will was rocking to. I put the new jewel in it. I think it used to have an rune in it, but I need a better jewel. Yeah, bros, this was crazy. Damn, son. All right, here we go. This is also given to me, I think, by Alpha. 230-22 open socket with nasty light res. A little bit of rep life up in there. Under the new rules, we threw on a T-Gods. Why not? Let's make it fun, right? And then we've got dual caster up in here. The Chamberlain and the Helm makes it so we don't need the boots. We can just go Gore Riders. We put this on for the PLR. I didn't think he would whirlwind me too much, but just in case he did, we were ready for that. And then, of course, Shadow GCs, Max AR Lifers. And then look at this. He had the Shadow GCs. He had that Griffin's Eye, man. Ripping it, stripping it. Dude, hell yeah. Look at this. He was planning on doing some cutting. Look at this. He's got himself a couple of runes up in there. Looking to do that. He's looking to do, I love this claw. Fools. This isn't a 5-trap claw. It's a Fool's GT of quickness, giving him the ability, giving him huge attack rating and the ability to kind of cut through the defenses and actually score some hits, cut his opponent open. I love that setup, man. I love that. The greater talents here suggests a spider sin. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get you with that open wounds, right? So we got to make our hits count. Look at these 100% perfect Shadow Dancers. Damn, son. Can someone confirm that this is not POV of Foozer Man? Cannot confirm. The Foozer Man wasn't playing for me. Get rid of this guy. False accusations. False accusations. That's GG's, brother. I'll take that as a compliment, man. GG's. Much love. Thanks for bringing me back to the Sin PK. Gonna get you back on the Sin PK ladder. Yeah. Now for the ladder. Now for the ladder. Much love, brother. Appreciate you, dude. GG's, we got there, boys. We got there. Run tell that to Joby. Someone run tell that to Joby. Holy shit, T-God's pretty strong when trap damage is limited with Shadow GCs only on hybrid. Taking only 50 damage per trap hit a lot of the times. Look, you're gonna have to blame that on Bill. Whose fault is that? That's Bill's fault, Max. Even Sin PK does not allow T-Gods with a Shadow GC rule. Yeah, I mean, this was largely experimental, honestly. Because we're not sure. It might actually be too much. It did feel like I wasn't really scared of the traps at all. So that's something to note. We may have to adjust that. Maybe we just go 85 no T-Gods. I don't know. Something has to be done about this Ghost matchup, you know? Something's got to be done. Yeah, I got you pulled up on the 85-inch TV. That shit was sick. Hey, thanks, Herds. I appreciate you, man. All right, let's get over to the next matchup here while I catch up on chat. Let Ghost wear Drax. Open wounds GG. Oh, yeah, that's, I mean, theoretically, that's allowed, right? Like, that's, I don't think that's banned anywhere. That's what Will said. I don't think that's banned anywhere. I think that's legit. Like, you could do that. Up next, we've got Armos versus the Babadook. That's what's going on here. We also have Greenlungs versus Donger. We'll set that back in the queue a little bit. But Armos versus the Babadook. Let's pop in there, boys. It's been some time since we've checked out the Armos. But now he's coming back. And by some time, I mean, you know, hour or so. Yeah, we'll have to figure it out. We'll have to figure it out, Max. I kind of felt that way, too. I, like, made a lot of mistakes that should have cost me the duel, and they just didn't. So, Yeah, I mean, perhaps 85 max res is fine. Even I wonder if 85-15 might be a little much. They're allowed Wisp 80. Are they allowed 85? No Wisp? 85 no Wisp might be better, I think. I wonder, though. Well, because in DFC, here's the other thing. Here's the other thing that Will, I don't think Will did this, but he could have done this, was he could have just slapped on a Sunder. Like that. He could have had a Sunder. You know, and then that might have also changed things. Yeah, that's kind of what I think too, Pope, is like, I would kind of like to see what a trapper does when they have no fucks given, no fucking mercy. Because I think Will was nice and he was like, oh, you're not using Sunder, I won't use Sunder. So it was like a nice extension, but yeah, I think you should have. Like, I think the new T-Gods rule makes it so that I think it's pretty fair, even if, like, I probably wouldn't use a Sunder anyway, just because in the rare event, just because you can Whirlwind, if you do Whirlwind, it just compromises my build a bit. So I probably wouldn't wear it, you know, but either way, like, I think a Sunder Charm might even that out. Even if it's like minus res, I guess minus res you could make up for, but like 15% lightning skill damage is pretty vicious. On top of, like, you could have the new jewel, you could have facets in DFC as well. So, like, I think Pope has a point. It's like, you could have facets, the new jewel, and a Sunder in this matchup as a trapper. I think Ghost with T-Gods is good for versus trapper, but versus hybridish with Shadow GCs, it's kind of strong. True. True. Yeah, it is interesting. 18k traps with minus 40 res, 102, 70 IS, 50 FHR. Is 18k traps, that's probably with trap GCs, right? There's no way that's without trap GCs. Is that like Sin v Sin DFC rules? The big rules in the DFC is if it's Sin v Sin, there's basically two rules. No trap GCs. Trap GCs are banned, and you have to wear Chaos. Like, one of your claws has to be Chaos. Trap GCs, facets, jewel, all that. Alright. Alright, yeah, so without trap GCs, I wonder how much that is. $24k on pure trap. Oh yeah, that was a Thor Jitsu. Dude's insane, man. He's been putting something together there too. Oh, and look at this, man. Holy shit. Armos getting in there, showing some savagery on this Sin. He is going up against the Babadook. The Babadook came in on a Zon, which is a, I think that's an interesting matchup here. Zon versus Sin. This is what Armos was practicing for earlier on. He was practicing for it. He was getting warmed up. That's what we saw at the top of the card with the Sin v Zan showdown. And damn, it was good. He was getting warmed up, and you can tell, man. Yeah, I think so too, Pope. The Eagle has landed. The Jagger swags himself. All right, man, I'll throw you up in the queue, brother. Jagger versus Coach Jason. That one is gonna be nuts. I'm excited for it, man. The Jagger versus the Jason. Fusing Sunder and New Jewel could be alright and push trap damage up, but then IAS becomes a problem. Yeah, I mean... yeah. Also not sure if he had DR stack versus your Jewel. True. And that's the thing. If I use the Jewel and I use the Sunder, I almost certainly can't reasonably... like, here's the other thing. If he Whirlwinded me, it would have actually been pretty bad for me, I think. Like, I guess I have 50 DR, but like, and he's trying to cut me open. But like, whirlwind and run, right? Like, you see those exchanges? We whirlwind and run. And then like, if you're a hybrid, I guess, no, he's a spider, so it wouldn't have made a big difference. He's not trying to whirlwind. But like, if he's a hybrid, let's say he's like Armos here. Armos is like savage hybrid. He does savage physical damage and decent lightning trap damage. He could just literally set up the traps. Yeah, sure, he's doing kind of minimal damage with them, but if I go all in with like Sunder and Jewel and all of that shit, he's also just doing pretty vicious fucking physical damage. So it forces me off from Sunder, compromising my damage a little bit, meaning my damage doesn't really change that much. He just has to stack up 10 more DR, and then he can just, I don't know. I would love to see more. That one where Will went kind of easy on me with not using Sunder and all of this, it seemed pretty ridiculous. Like, it seemed like, I mean, I was literally just CT telling into 5 stacks to see what I could get away with there. And it turns out quite a bit. Depends how you play the spider. I have 4K whirlwind on mine and 13K traps. I'm going in for it all. Oh yeah. Yeah, I like it, man. I'm a savage, by the way. What's up, Dr. Doom? He's on that hybrid as well. This can be used with 80 total light res and Sin v Sin. Yeah, that's the Sin PK ladder. This is DFC. Different. We're trying something different here. Because even in the Sin PK ladder, those rolls I don't think are enough because the ghosts still get shit on. Ghosts get absolutely shit on with those rules. They still get fucking shit on. So like, that obviously isn't enough. So we tried to just allow T-Gods. But at least whereas your opponent, if they're not sundering you, it seemed a little much, not gonna lie. Throw Nim and Track in the queue. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah, that's true. I think that's not a bad idea, Will. But you were right. You probably just don't want to even whirlwind. You probably don't even want to try. Like, it's like if you get it and it's free and it's like right there and I'm not expecting it, you take it. But like, otherwise, you don't even look for it. It's like, you just lay the traps, get up out of there. Lay the traps, get up out. I think you played it perfectly. And then when you get the 5 stack, you set it up. You set that up well. It was just they weren't doing much. AF50 versus Shapendi for melee. All right, brother, got you. AF50 v Shapendi. Shapendi. All right, let's see. We've got a little bit of a queue going here. I'm going to check in on... Let me see if Greenlongs is still jamming. I'm going to put him appropriately in the queue here. Because this boy has been ready. I'm going to put him after Manti. And what we might be able to do is bounce back and forth between it. This is what the queue is looking like. We've got Armos versus Babadook right now. And up next, we've got Baloney versus Javito. After that, Manti versus Lynn. Greenlungs versus Donger. Then, Jagger versus Coach Jason. Nim versus Track. AF50 versus Shapendi. So we've got currently seven bouts in the queue. I'm going to try to view multiples at once here in between rounds. So if Baloney Pony and Javito are ready, we can kind of bounce to that in between as well. Or we could, after that, we can try to mix it up with some melee duels as well. Manti Barb versus Lynn lock underway. All right, we'll just go to that instead. Sorry, Baloney and Javito. Manti and those, I know those guys have been waiting a while. Manti always pressed for time. Ready in 10 mins. It's friggin' jam. All right, well, we'll just cut over to whoever's ready next after this round. This is a pretty epic bout right here. This is, Armos is on the Sin. And I think this is actually a really tough bout for the Sin. Up against the Zon, especially when you get a really good Zon player, you're noticing what Babadook is doing here. He's dropping that decoy really close to him, right? Not only is it confusing, to know which one to go for, but can also block hits for you. It's almost like a bone prison to some degree, where if it's close enough to the player, it ends up eating shots of that whirlwind for the Amazon. So it's a nice little addition there if you set it up right. It makes it very difficult for the Sin to get in there and do any profitable damage. And as you can see, you have vicious multi-shots from the outside. And you would think that with the Amazon having a bow like that, just shooting out that bow, right? No problems. They're just going to get cracked by that whirlwind. Well, when you have a good Zon player, when they see that you're closing the distance and you're coming in on their mini-map, they're going to swap to their Jav side. And they're going to have max block, DR, dodge, avoid, evade. It is so hard to hit that Zon when you close the distance. And they are going to try to punish you with Javs when you start whirlwinding and when you get a lot closer to them. So while you see it as your opportunity to get up in there because they have that bow, they're getting those shots in. What you really got to do is you got to watch out, man, because they can be just as punishing on that Jav side. Is Foozer Man on the Amazon here? Jeez, I don't know, man. Foozer Man playing for everybody here tonight. Well, the Sorb Herds is not anything that rolls on T-Gods. You mean anti-perfect Wisp? I mean, 80-20 Wisp is already allowed in a lot of matchups. I think what we'll try, what we could do is look at like just 85 max res, no T-Gods. I think that might be good, but I don't think it would be that much different than Wisp, like 80-20 Wisp. So, I don't know, man. It's tough. I honestly think just more time is needed. Give T-Gods a little bit of time. I honestly think it's should be fine. It doesn't give the Ghost much, but the Trappers now have, like, a lot of tricks. Like, they have... The Trap users have the Sunders, they have the new jewels as well. I think they can do... My guess would be somewhere in the 12 or 13k mark with traps and be a hybrid. Which I think that's pretty vicious, especially when you have, like, minus res. Because you kinda... I wouldn't say you have to go out of your way to prepare for it on a Ghost Sin, but it's something you kinda have to pay attention to. 11k, actually 12? Okay. 12 with no Sunder. Interesting. So you can get higher than that. Yeah, I think that's the way to go, man. I think... Dude, we should run it again, Will. We should run it again. I say we do, like, another round. I just love to see... Just go all out. Don't pity me. Don't pity me. Fucking go all out. Try to crush this Ghost. Because I think T-Gods evens the score quite a bit. It makes it so that you're not dead after like 2 or 3 bad exchanges. It's more like 5 or 6. Yeah, take your time. We got some time anyway. We got some duels in the queue. But I would love to figure that out. Alright, boys. After this round right here, we'll pop into Man TV Lin. If those guys aren't going, we'll cut over to Baloney versus Javito. Either way, we'll get some multiples going. Just to back down some of this queue that we got going here, boys. Look at this. I gotta say, Babadook in his DFC debut here is looking fucking clean. Look at those jabs, man, and how much that hurt. Those are big hits. And this is a very nice hybrid right here. I gotta say, Armos had some nice traps set up there. He probably didn't want to overcommit to them, because if he does, wow, he actually almost had him there. If he overcommits to them, Zon can just move, which is why you don't see Armos setting up like a ton of traps. He sets up one there because he knew that the Zon isn't moving with one trap. They're just going to keep taking damage there. That was smart, especially when his game plan was just to keep whirlwinding and see how much the crushing blow did. It was very smart. 2 traps, they might consider moving. 1 trap, that Zon isn't moving. They're questioning if there's traps elsewhere that they don't see. They are not moving. They are taking the damage from that 1 trap all day. But yeah, let's cut over, man. Baloney Pony, or I'm sorry, Manti, let's pop in here, see if this is going. I don't see it. Let's go into Baloney Pony versus Javito. Baloney Pony on the Firelock versus Javito. These guys about ready to throw down. Everybody wanting a piece of this guy, this Firelock user right here, this miasma chain shooting savage. This Warlock has got everybody up in a tizzy talking about banning Warlocks, getting them out of here. But Javito thinks he has what it takes on the din, or yeah, on the din. Right? Is that what he's on? Yeah, on the din. Yeah, he's on Lord of Sanctuary. He's gonna do it. I think he's on a hammered in. This is interesting. Yeah, this controller play with the auto locks here is gonna be real hard for a hammered in to get up in there. I think he's on the hammered in. He could be on a smiter here. This is a death match. Oh yeah, he's on smiter. This is a death match because it is so difficult for these dins to get the wins here. As you'll see, look at this chain just consistently tied right to Javito, and this is doing big damage. Baloney Pony is just maintaining the distance. He's not letting Javito have any space either. That chain is just staying locked on. That is crazy. And he's also launching these miasma bolts here as well. Javito going with that FOH, trying to hit from the outside here. I honestly wonder how an Oradin would do versus these things. You know? They're trying to get in and get a lock. You're just trying to stay away. After Baloney, we're ready. Yeah, we'll bounce back and forth, man. We're going to bounce back to the Armos fight after this. Armos versus the Babadook. That's also currently going on at the same time. You can see this Javito's having a lot of trouble getting on the inside. You can see how dangerous it is getting next to those chains. Oh my god. And he gets a very nice lock here. He also has, look at this chain here from Javito. Forcing Baloney to use that, forcing him to use that ring of fire to try to break the aggro there. That was beautiful. Vito keeping the distance. Baloney Pony keeping those chains. I honestly think that chain is glitched. It's like definitely glitched, right? It's not doing any damage at this point. It is just like locked onto him for this entire duel. That has got to be a glitch. He's like off the screen and it's still locked onto him. Oh yeah. Holy shit though, man. There it is. Big chain damage there. Let's cut back over to the Armos. Armos versus the Babadook. Let's actually check this out from the Babadook's point of view here. What is this widescreen fuckery? What is this cheaty face widescreen fuckery here? This guy has got to dial this down to the 19 or the 16:9 aspect ratio here. He's got to dial it down. Big damage there. Big damage. Yeah, make sure you're in 16:9 aspect ratio, Babadook. Don't need no wide screen. Yeah, it happens. It happens. Oh, 4-1. All right. Yeah, it's over. Well, we didn't catch it soon enough, boys. But yeah, always make sure when you duel, whenever we bring up a screen, you see how it goes wide like this? That's usually, whenever it doesn't fit perfectly into this, it's a good indicator that someone's not in the correct aspect ratio. It's been seen as an advantage to play with a wide screen, right? Makes sense. So what we do is we limit it to 16:9 aspect ratio, which is 1920 by 1080 essentially in game when you select the resolution. But yeah, so just always make sure you're in that. Probably not a huge deal here. I think that duel probably would have gone pretty similarly regardless, but always just make sure. Not only is it better for viewing, but it's also seen as an advantage to have those wide screens, you know? Hell yeah, what up? Level 99 Dust, the man, the myth. The DFC day is always a good day. Hell yeah, gentlemen. I agree, man. Yeah, wall hacks on that chain. That shit was wild. All right, we'll try to bounce back and forth between this and Manti versus Lynn. Right now, we've got the death match between Javito and Baloney Pony going on. We'll try to mix it up. Manti versus Lynn as well. Babadook in his DFC debut defeats the Armos. Damn, son. Armos was looking good. That, I'm telling you, a real good Zon player. Babadook's coming in like that, too. He's just looking real clean. Real clean. Didn't make many mistakes there. Just looking real clean. And that's what he's got to do. That's how he's got to get it. And when he does, man, he can make those Sin players pay, even if they're real good Sin players like Armos. Yeah, 2560 by 1440 is best 16:9. Yeah, that also works. Just set windows to it, and D2R will just full screen to that res. No shit. You can see Javito struggling to get on the inside here, because it is just such a big punishment. Getting chained, dude. Getting feckin' auto-chained. Need +1 for teams in DFC 126, password X. Thank you for the heads up, Stu. Also got some teams going on. I'm gonna make a note, dude. Pop back and forth, check that out. If y'all are jamming, I think that's really cool. Yeah, Javito's in trouble here. You can just tell these chains are unforgiving, man. That's why we made this a death match. These guys requested it. They wanted to see it, but you know what? It's going to have to be a death match because that's how it goes, man. That's how it goes. All right, we've got Manti versus Lynn as well. Manti on that bear. He is on the Barbarian against a Firelock here. Lynn is on probably the fairest Warlock in all of PvP right now, and that is just a straight Firelock. Straight fire skills are probably the fairest. Still a powerful build, but certainly not as busted as those chains. That damage, as you can see, is just asinine with chains. Lynn doing some big damage and takes down Montriana in that round. Holy shit, Montriana trying to close the distance, trying to punish him. It looks like Lynn also playing on controller here. Montriana has an interesting opportunity for chain locks here, but they can get pretty dangerous. Let's pop into Baloney Pony here as he takes on Javito. Let's pop over to Javito's standpoint here so we can get a good look at what these chains are doing, the damage, the angles. It's getting wild. After this, we'll look at Green Lungs versus Donger. When one of these finishes up, we'll bounce back and forth between that. And then we're going to go all hands on deck for the Jagger versus Coach Jason Throwdown. Showdown in Melee. It's going to be wild, man. I'm excited for it. Them staying outside of the range of those chains now, but still gets caught by them, man. It's so hard to get on the inside here. He looks for these locks, but look how punishing that is, man. If he misses it, it's just... This is like Druid versus Paladin, but you have no opportunity to really life tap your way back to full here. It is a very tough thing to do, and damn, 3-0 so far for the Baloney Pony. Let's cut back over the Montriana versus Lynn. Epic showdown of the century. The Firelock. Can Montriana capitalize on his Barbarian here? We got both lock duels going on at once here. To what do we owe the pleasure of these Savage Warlock players just absolutely tearing it up in the PvPs? Def Fuserman on widescreen if Zon. On Zon if widescreen, yep. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna have to look into it. We're gonna have to look into that Fuserman. Disqualify him. A nice whirlwind there from Montriana, but he gets punished for it. That's the risk coming in, right? Lynn is setting up some nice apocalypse hits here. He also has some incredible shots with... Oh my god, and you see that ring of fire. He has some incredible shots with his flame wave here. when Montriana gets just off from screen, he can actually target him. But the thing is, Flame Wave takes a long time to fire up and go, right? So it could kind of be a moot point by the time it actually goes off. Nice use of Ring of Fire there. Ring of Fire is an incredible skill, I think. They should never have nerfed that. The Firelock was so perfectly built. Ring of Fire has a 100% knockback rate, meaning if any target, with the exception of like a boss, right, things that can't be knocked back, but a player included here, something that can be knocked back, if it is hit by a Ring of Fire, is 100% knocked back. So you might notice that knockback in D2R is weird. It doesn't always knock back. It's the weirdest thing. I thought it was a glitch, but apparently it's a feature. You know, where there's a % chance of knockback. And yeah, Ring of Fire just always knocks you back. It's wild. There's nothing you can do to prevent it. Unlike the knockback from like arrows on a Zon, like sometimes they knock you back, sometimes they don't. It's really weird. Very close duel there. Now he's literally 1 life. Yeah, that would have been where an Abyss PK would have been savage. Yeah, good fight. 2-0 so far in favor of Lynn. Let's cut back to Javito versus Baloney Pony. It's 3-0, I believe, in favor of Baloney Pony, but Javito only needs 2 rounds. He only needs 2 kills to take this entire thing. He is trying to see if he can solve this puzzle on the Smiter, on the Din here. So far, no one's been able to. I honestly think Crypto Ninja might have the best chance at taking this down. And some sort of Aura Din versus these Chain Warlocks might actually be that might be the spice that everyone ordered. And I just so happened to put one together. I just so happened to put one of them together recently. Maybe we'll have to try it out versus just here Baloney Pony. Round 2, declone walk in 1 minute. All right, thank you so much, Leroy. Appreciate the heads up. Make sure if you guys want to declone, get into a North America non-ladder game right now. The Last Dynasty Discord is about to pop it again. So get up in there, get your declones ready. That's going down in less than a minute now. There it is, man. Holy shit. A savage 4-0 there for Baloney Pony. As Javito realizes this match is absolutely insane. It is a tough one for those Dins. All right, we're cutting back over to Lynn versus Montriana. And we'll also cut back and forth in between these rounds to Green Lungs versus Donger. If y'all are ready to throw down in the melee division, it's currently 2-0 in favor of Lynn. Montriana trying to make a big comeback here. Montriana being very patient. No ability to hit from the outside. Usually versus Firelocks, one of the big weaknesses they have is their range. They are almost confined to mid-range. No ability to, especially on controller, address long range without straight aggroing it. And if you have a way to punish the aggro, which a Barb certainly does with their whirlwind skill, if you have a way to address from the outside with something such as jabs or a bow or something, right? That makes things very complicated for a fair-looking Firelock. At that point, they have nowhere to go. Montriana picking his angles here, choosing to get in, close that distance. He's looking for a Zerk, it looks like. But damn, son, you got to watch out for that Ring of Fire. Walking up with a Zerk like that can get real tough. It can get real tough. That Ring of Fire is almost guaranteed to knock you out of that lock. Montriana trying to figure it out. Let's kick over to Green Lungs versus Donger in the melee division. These guys getting ready to throw down. Wolf v. Druid. The ancient grudge between these two classes in the melee division is growing exponentially. It is so wild. The Druids currently have the advantage. It is currently their world. But will it be that way forever? Donger coming in and absolutely decked out Din. Does he have what it takes to take down Green Lungs? What a close round. Not in round one, at least. Holy shit. Let's kick back over to Lynn versus Montriana as these guys set up for their second round of melee. Damn, son. All right, here we go. Montriana might be pulling out some new tricks here in this round. Might be trying to address that distance. Might be noticing the holes in the game of the Firelock, and that is, again, that distance. Oh, it's 4-0 me. Fuck Barbs. Oh, no, he's saying 4-0 me. Fuck Barbs. Nah, I think he's got this. All he really needs is some way to threaten from the outside. You don't even need to do big damage from the outside. Just threaten. Right? If you threaten from the outside, it gets pretty bad. It gets pretty bad for those Firelocks. But I gotta say, Lynn's aim and his ability to set up this these flame waves has actually been incredible. All of this damage, a lot of this damage is really coming from Lynn's ability to set these flame waves up, telly in front of them, and just boom, just like that. He says, GG's. Montriana taps out. He says, you've got it. Taps out to the Firelock. Absolutely savage, man. Absolutely savage. Lynn looking clean on that. Let's kick back over to this melee duel. After this, we have got the title bout of the evening in melee. Oh, and look at this. Donger pulling ahead here. But this could be, boom, just like that, man. Just like that. That was almost a comeback for Green Lungs right there. He almost had that. That was crazy. All right. Short piss break here for me. I'll be right back, boys. As we jam, as we slam, as we Alabama. Let's give it. And we back, boys. And we back. Another happy Warlock duel participant. Good duel, yeah. Yeah, man. Those Warlocks are pretty insane. The thing is, man, it's all we've really seen, which looks super unfair in recent history, is there's been a lot of Din players challenging Baloney Pony's Lock, and I think it's why we did a deathmatch today. I think people just aren't ready to accept that the Din fucking loses that matchup, and it's not even close. You know, they're gonna get flatlined in that matchup, always. I don't think there's much a Din can do besides be an Oradin or use a bow and be a Hammer Din. Like, I honestly think a Murder Din would actually be pretty good. A Murder Din punishes your opponent for getting greedy with a Sunder Charm, and yeah, I think no one's gonna run those builds, though. Like, VT and traditional Hammer Din, I think, just get trashed by it. Those sages do indeed have a mind of their own. Every once in a while, they'll just suicide themselves right into the duel and end it for you. But that time, holy shit, I gotta say, Donger is pulling ahead here. Donger looking real clean. And, man. What, it's 7-3 in favor of Donger. Look at this widescreen user right here. Obviously cheating. Disqualified. He's cheating. This matters so much in Melee. He's cheating. We're gonna have to disqualify. 8-3! What is this, man? This guy is on a mission to take back the crown on a din. Trying to show these droid users here that the dins are back. Is this a precursor? Is this foreshadowing as to how the title bout, which is coming up next in the Melee division, is it foreshadowing as to how this will go, as to how that will go? We about to see. We got Donger on G-Face. It looks like he is using probably Death Berserker Axe, I would have to guess. Obviously that Fortitude armor, you gotta have it, right? Damn, son, all right, and there it is. Now Green Lung's coming back into it, getting a little bit of a CA proc from his Fortitude himself there. And look at this, dude. We've got Puma himself, the legendary Smolps, up in here resetting people for this Melee match. I love this community, man. It's so good to see all these guys up in here. Big cheers to Smolps. Oh, Smolps v Donger next too? Oh shit, yeah, that's right. Yep, we got y'all up in there. Yep. Let's jam it. Smolps v Donger. Yeah, that's gonna be nuts. I'm looking forward to Punch's duel. When is that happening? I am as well, man. Not sure. I saw Punch in here earlier. I haven't heard from him yet, but I can't wait for that one. That's Baloney Pony versus Punch. That's that Miasma Chain and Warlock that we saw there. Everybody's favorite Warlock right now. Beating up on all the Dins. Trying to cleanse Sanctuary of every Din player in the world is Baloney Pony. All the Din players, they say, all right, we're going to take this guy down. Baloney Pony's he's got all their numbers. Oh shit, sold some punched some 30 res boots recently, so he's ready. Punch and Bloner also in game ready. Oh shit, all right, thanks man, thank you. All right, we'll throw you up in the Baloney v Punch. 8-7. What is this comeback here? This was literally 8-3 a second ago. It's now 8-7 with Green Lungs making an absolutely vicious comeback here. Going from an unwinnable Melee bout here to an incredible comeback, now 8-8. What is this? What was that, man? Holy shit. Donger going for his second swap here. That was crazy. Donger was off to an incredible start there, had one of the most nasty leads that I've ever seen in Melee, and now it's a tie game. Now it's tied back up here. Donger made another swap. We're gonna see how this one goes. Holy shit, Donger gets there that time. Down goes Green Lungs. This is a non-title bout, so it is first to 10, no win by 2. Whoever gets 10 wins in this Melee bout first is the winner, and now Donger is 1 win away. Holy shit, man. Big hits. Donger looking good in this round, and there it is. Donger takes it. 10-8. Whatever he made for that last swap, that was the one. Am I banned on YouTube or something? What's this queue looking like? Oh shit, maybe I wasn't in the right chat. Let me see here. Yeah, I was in top chat. I don't know. I don't see. Did fucking Primo ban you? Primo pocket bans people all the time. You know when you pocket dial people? Primo pocket bans people. I'm not sure what happened. I'll check it out, Squigs. What's the queue looking like? We got you in there. It's getting a little backed up, but we're gonna start looking at multiples at once here. Start backing them down a little bit. These guys are going to show off some melee gear here. I'll give you guys a heads up about the queue. We've got Jagger versus Coach Jason, the melee title bout up next. Then we've got Nim versus Track and AF50 versus Shapendi at the same time. We're going to try it. Nim v Track, AF50 versus Shapendi at the same time. Then Smolps Donger, Baloney Punch, Squigs Polly. Yeah, so he was using 100% perfect up string of ears. This is what Donger's Din was using. A very nice dual stat melee ring. 40 something in the SS. And Breath of the Dying. That boy went traditional on that. Okay. All right. He went traditional and actually got there. Interesting. That's a wild setup. I wouldn't figure. I would have figured this would have been tried and true by now. Perhaps the RNG gods were just in his favor there. Holy shit. That is wild. All right, boys. It is time for the melee title bout of the evening. Coach Jason versus the Jagger Swags. I'm going to need a stream for it, but as soon as we get it, I'm ready to throw down if y'all are. We just need ourselves a stream. Anybody around? We'll give you a few seconds. If not, we'll kick on to the next match. Give you guys a little bit here. Get it all fired up. Coach Jason Jagger Swags. Going once, going twice. All right, we're going to move on to Nim versus Track. All right, there it is. Yeah, Coach Jason says not ready yet. We're going to go to Nim versus Track and AF50 versus Shapendi at the same time with the dope rhyme. Let's friggin' go, man. All right, Nimrod as he stares ominously in the fire, top Din style. The world's most feared Din, pulling the chi, pulling the energy from this fire and placing it right into the heart of this Din. I'm eating, he says. All right, we're moving on to AF50 versus Shapendi and Smolps v Donger at the same time. AF50, Shapendi, Smolps v Donger at the same time. If y'all are ready, AF50 versus Shapendi. Let's freaking jam. He's eating, pulling chi from the fire. He's just doing what he does, all right? He's refueling himself. All right. AF50 versus Shapendi. That's what we're seeing now. Shapendi on Noah in there. We ain't seen this guy in a while. He's coming. All right, here we go. He's coming. He's on his way. Let's see if Smolps and Donger are ready. I think these guys might be ready to throw down. He says he's here. All right. Just want to do a roll check here. Make sure everybody's ready to jam. That's right, man. GM Melee into his house, boys. Click and hold for life. That's what's up. AF50 taking on an absolute legend in Shapendi. Shapendi welcoming back to the DFC. Comes in. We ain't seen this guy in a little bit. A few weeks anyway. And now he's coming back with a savage round 1 win versus AF50 here. Holy shit. This guy is dangerous. Better watch out for the Shapendi. This guy was an absolute legend. Highly, highly ranked. I think these guys agreed to tap. Look at this. This is like the 09 duels, boys. We got a little bit of tap going on. This is sick. Back and forth, man. Holy shit. These guys agreed to the tap rules, and you don't see that very often. That's really cool, man. It's now 1-1.
Order welcome.
Tie game here for these guys. Holy shit. All right, who are we bouncing back and forth between? Smolps and Donger and AF50 Shapendi. Damn, dude. Shapendi off to one hell of a start. Let's pop over to Donger versus Smolps. Donger v Smolps. Puma. There he is, the man, the myth, Smolps. Is he going to hold it down? Same matchup here. How goes it? Who's going to take this one? Holy shit, Smolps gets there in round 1. Not looking good so far for these Dins. He is trying to avenge his friend Greenlungs here, his fellow feral friend. That's what these guys are doing. I'm gonna pop back over to AF50 versus Shapendi here. This Din v Din showdown, the tap v tap. It sort of reminds you back in the day. Oh my god, look at these life totals just bouncing right back and forth. It's so crazy to see. It's like in the days of 1.09 when Zealots kind of, I wouldn't say ruled the day, but they were a lot stronger than they are now. And it was because of the life leech. The life totals just bouncing right back and forth. You know, from nothing to full just immediately. That was the old school 1.09 melee way, and it was crazy, man. It's kind of wild to see it back here in the form of life tap. It's like a casino, it sure is. What's up, Dreamology? Good to see you, man. I built your cold immortal sword you had on your YouTube, Coooley, and it tanks high-level heralds very well. No shit, didn't know that. That's sick, man. The damage probably ain't there, but I bet it can tank them, that's for sure. Yeah, GG, man. Big cheers to you, Dapper Dan. Good to see you too, brother. Holy shit, what a bout between these guys. These guys are just keeping it going. Shapendi versus AF50. It's just non-stop violence back to back, boys. Shapendi with an absolutely incredible lead as we kick over to Donger here. And it looks like Donger at least won that last round. He got slain there just to undo the, oh wow, he's up 3-1 right now. Whenever you see at the end of the round here, one of our friends take out the winner, it's only because they have a pre-buff. Either chilling armor from their fortitude proc, or maybe they have Mark of the Wolf. You know, some sort of pre-buff came from that last duel. And there it is, man. Now 3-2. Still in favor of Donger, but a very, very close battle. Let's cut back over to AF50. It's 2-6 in favor of Shapendi. Throw me in Corrode in the queue for LLD mats. Jits v Corrode. Hell yeah, man. It's the Jits. LLD match. Was this on the card? Am I missing something? We'll make it happen either way. Oh yeah, it was probably on the, yeah. Yep, okay, never mind. I see it. Yep, it was announced in the actual, okay. Yep, my bad. Forget I said that. Noob streamer here. Getting better every day. Getting better every day, Jits. I'm gonna get better. 3-7 now, still in favor of Shapendi as we cut back over to the Donger. The Donger versus Smolps. Holy shit, down goes Smolps. Donger taking another win for the Dins here. Score is now 5-2 in favor of Donger. This is kind of wild. Donger, if he can do this again and take down 2 absolute Wolf Druid legends here back to back, there is something to be said. There is something to be said for that. That might be a sign that the Dins are here to wins agains. And damn, son, now he pulls ahead even further. Donger laying it down for the Dins here today. This is wild. Let's cut back over to the Din v Din tap battle between the Loot Goblin himself, AF50, and Shapendi. Hey brother, it's hard just starting out. You're doing great. Thank you, thank you. One of these days I'm gonna get good, man. I see people out there like Mr. Lama SC, and he makes it seem like it's not even hard. But streaming is hard. Can tell you that from my first one here today. Nah, morph pack versus Pally's not legal. Nah, it was an accidental morph pack. It happens. Accidental morph back. Usually what people do when they accidentally morph back is just let them knock them back to human form, then start swinging. The big bad wolf. Damn, son. AF50 making some changes here. Hitting up the stash. Making a little bit of changes. He's guts to do it. He's noticing he's falling behind here. He's gonna try to correct that. Yeah, did he win with the morph back? Yeah, okay, I was gonna say, if he lost, he just... Accidental morph backs just happen all the time, but if he morph backs, fights, and wins, the Din wins. The Din wins the duel, essentially. Whenever a druid is morphing, the Din wins. Close round right there. You can still swing in human form, though, and you can see it from Smolps. You can still swing in human form, you just can't morph back, right? And there it is. Holy shit. Now Donger pulling ahead 8-2 in this match versus Smolps. An absolute legend. Absolute Fury Druid legend. As we go back to this Din v Din life tap battle. And damn, man, AF50 getting some dubs on the board here. It's now 7-8. He's almost made a complete turnaround in this. This was yet again another melee match where AF50 was so far behind in this tap battle, and it is now 8-7. A very, very close round. Very, very close match here. Shapendi looking to advance this to 9-7. Oh my god, just as I say that, AF50 steals it. Now 8s, bros. Holy shit. What a duel. Big comeback for AF50 here. Holy shit. All right, and here we go, man. The Puma himself, Smolps, coming in, trying to take on the Din, Donger. Donger with a dominant lead right now. And here we go. Puma delivering some big damage. Oh, and Donger just coming out for the Dins like that. Takes one hit, and that was all she wrote. 9-2. Could we see the biggest comeback tie in history? Holy shit! AF50. Did he just cinch it up here? It's 9s. It literally comes down to this between AF50 and Shapendi. 9s in this life tap battle. This Zealot life tap battle. Holy shit, man. Uh-oh. Shapendi pulling ahead quite substantially here, and there it is. Ends it just how it began. He says he's playing with his food a little bit. Lets him get a lead, lets him catch up, and then steals it all from him just like that. That was wild, man. I can't wait to check out this life tap Din gear here. This is gonna be nuts to see. Look at this, man. Very similar setup from these guys. You're probably gonna see them have exile here. That makes sense, right? First of all, the only other way they would tap is if they had the gloves. Neither of them have those. The Drax, they're going with the exile. And man, this gear is just absolutely savage. That helm even had teleport charges on it, which I find to be insanely cool. Especially if you ever want to fuck around and take a Zealot to HLD. Can you imagine taking a Fort Zealot to HLD and getting people with tele charges? Holy shit, that would be wild, man. That would just be insane. Man, do I love that Conquest Sword of AF50 there. That was such a great match between these guys. Very, very similar gear. That one came down to RNG with a little bit more RNG added in with the life tap there. That was a crazy, crazy bout. All right, boys, let's pop back over to Donger. We might have missed the end of this. Oh, no, it's 9-6. What the fuck? Dude, it's 9-6. Smolps is coming back. It was literally 9-2 a second ago, and Smolps is trying to make a savage comeback here as he punishes the Donger. Holy shit, man. Donger playing with his food there. letting him think that he has a chance getting that comeback, and then taking it all from him, just like that. Just like his Din brethren Shapendi in the other game. They're communicating from worlds apart here. Holy shit, what a duel. That was clean, man. That was clean. So that would mark the second time tonight that Donger has put down these wolf droids. And the funny thing is he's not even using death, which is the thing that we unbanned to try to give the Din an advantage in this matchup. He ain't even using it. That's kind of crazy. Smolp's using a nasty rare hammer there. All of this stuff is so crazy. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. 8 Fury. He's using that, he's using that Metamorphosis helm. Meta helm is just so insane. It was really a game changer for Melee. And still with the BOTD setup from Donger. G-Face, BOTD. Very, like, one might say basic gear. Right? I mean, like, none of that shit on the top row is super expensive. It's literally his melee ring is like the only super expensive item, and the charms. 320/20s. Yeah, that's an insane inventory of 320/20s right there. Yeah, that's crazy. Holy shit, what a duel, man. That was an incredible duel. All right, boys, let's pop back over to Jagger versus Coach Jason. We'll check that out. And then we've got Nim versus Track, Baloney versus Punch. But we're going to be all hands on deck for the Jagger Swag Coach Jason throwdown. Boys, it's happening. The Melee title bout of the evening. Let's check it out. Here we go. Looking now on the perspective of the reigning, defending DFC Melee champion, Coach Jason. Can he avenge these Wolf Druid players tonight? 17, the Jagger Swagger coming out strong, though, and taking that first win. That's gotta feel good, but that was a violent round right there with some big damage delivered by Coach Jason as well. And here we go. Look at that. 3 hits and it's all she wrote, man. Just like that, down goes the Jagger. The Eagle might have landed, but he wasn't allowed to perch in that one. Coach Jason taking him out quickly. These hits are savage. Look at this. 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hits. Just like that. It's a 3-hitter quitter here. This is crazy. 2-1 now in favor of the Druid champion. $5,000 Melee inventory. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, those 320/20s get quite pricey. Little bit of blurry going on here from Coach Jason's stream. Let's see if this is something on my end. I don't think it is. Damn, son, this is kind of wild. 3-1 in favor of Coach Jason. Really making a big turnaround here tonight in all of the places that it really counts at the title bout, right? All of these Dins can get these wins, but who's on top at the end of the day is what Coach Jason is saying. It really is. Kramer, what's up, man? Thank you so much for the $10 dono, brother. That means a lot. Big cheers to you, man. Maximum power, that's for sure. And down he goes. Just like that, he's back on the board. We've got the Eagle himself landing those shots as we tip a big cheers back to Kramer. Y'all, whatever you're sipping on, make sure to tip some back to that generosity as well. Wild, brother. Really appreciate you, man. But look at this. These savage hits from the champion right here. There is no RNG forgiveness as soon as Coach Jason starts laying them paws on you, man. It's over. It's an uphill battle from there. You have really got to make sure, you really got to hope that those hits both connect and count, because you're already so far behind the 8 ball. It is just nuts, man. All right, here we go, boys. Coach Jason down in this round. Uh-oh. This one's getting epic, boys. It is 5-2 in favor of the Melee champion, Coach Jason on the Fury Druid against one of the longest Melee defended streaks when he was the title holder, 17, aka the Jagger Swagger, aka the Eagle, a man of many names and many more nasty Melee items. This guy has got a pretty sick setup. It looks like he's going COA here. This is very interesting. He's going COA, which, yeah, that's an interesting choice. I gotta say I like it, but it's different than what we've seen tonight. A lot of times when we've seen the Din gang win, it's when they're coming in with a G-face. Mainly, that's all been represented by Donger so far. But look at this. It's because, oh my gosh, he's rocking that Sunder Charm. Coach Jason coming in with a Sunder Charm. I was wondering if that would be the case. If Coach Jason was using Sunder Charm, forcing Jagger Swagger onto COA. He might force him onto COA. And he has 56 DR, meaning that Jagger Swagger might also be on some Sunder fuckery. Or New Jewel fuckery himself. Holy shit, what a round, man. Do they ever do single target only Melee duels? What do you mean? It is 1v1. So, I mean, it doesn't get much more single target than that. The Oak Sage might creep in every once in a while, but it's unintended. These guys are throwing down. It is wild, and it appears as though Jagger Swagger is in the tank here. I duel myself nightly, right? Yeah, get two computers going. Two mice, just boom. Click and hold against yourself. Skybound versus Jits, ready for the queue? All right, man, we'll throw you in there. Skybound v Jits. Let's friggin' go. Jits versus Corrode. Zeal and Fury are multi-swing. Oh, I see what you mean. Like, yeah, the Barbarian uses Concentrate. But I think that's really the only one. I mean, any class that has a skill that delivers multiple physical hits like that, it's probably what we would be using, right? That's what we want to aim for. Because it's all an RNG fest, right? Holy shit, another very close round here. (9-3) in favor of the champion, boys. 9-3 in favor of the champ. Jagger Swagger trying to make a comeback here in this round. He's off to a great start. Oh my god, that was so sweaty though. Now, whereas this is a title bout, it is totally possible that Jagger Swagger makes a huge comeback. He makes a huge comeback and gets 9-9, right? Ties up the score. In which case, title bouts are first to 10, but win by 2. You would drain it to overtime. Coach Jason taking the chance to recast that Oak Sage for a flawless victory to end things. And just like that, man, these Druids holding on to the title for now.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Damn, son. Damn. These Druids are still king for now. At least that's what Donger's thinking. It would appear as though he might be the next in line to challenge for this title bout. But now the catch match, the third match between these guys, two of the most epic champions in recent history, is concluded. The stakes were high between these guys. But Coach Jason has come out on top and has proven over the 2-1 catch match victory that he is the greater Wolf versus Din champion. And damn, look at this new jewel and everything. This is just so wild, man. The new jewels, the Sunder Charms, all of these things that just come into Melee and really shake things up. And you can see that it certainly forces... Oh, interesting. He was on a Jeweler's Sacred Rondache, was Jagger Swagger, of deflecting. Look at that thing. That is actually a beautiful shield. Forcing him onto the Shaft Stop as well. He was just really committing to that damage reduction. That's an interesting play, an interesting choice there. But you really got to overcommit. Your opponent is going to minus 20 away from your physical resistance. And then we had the champion going in and swapping out the Sunder Charm for even more enhanced damage there as well. You know, forcing their opponent to stay on that. It just becomes a swap match there, you know? It's very interesting. Yeah, look at that. 100 enhanced damage, 62 life. Incredible roll there. Some MDR to cap it off, faster hit recovery, literally everything a druid could ask for in that Sunder Charm. That was wild. That was wild. This is what an interesting time it is, especially at the top of the division in the DFC. Wow. Can Donger do it is going to be the question. Can he fight back against these Sunder Charms? Coach Jason will be here, laughing like the final boss he is. That is wild. Yeah, that Sunder Charm is crazy, man. That is just absolutely nuts. All right, up next, boys, we have a couple of duels going on at once. We're going to start up with Nim versus Track Amp, and then we're going to cut to Baloney Pony versus Punch. Both of these going on at once. Let's check them out. Nim V-Track, Baloney versus Punch. Let's see what's up. Holy shit. I can't even believe it, man. What a duel that was. What a duel. The Druids still got it, boys. All right, and here we go, boys. Nim on the Din. He's got that beautiful Bloodborne music playing. Let's jam to it. Nim on the Din. Track Amp on the Fire Druid. Lost my map, rolling for a new one. Oh, word, okay. All right, these guys might have to clear. So while these guys clear, let's cut over to the next in line. We've got Punch versus Baloney Pony. Thinking he can take down Baloney on this ES Cold Sorceress. Can he do it? Can he be the one? We're gonna find out tonight, man. We're gonna find out if this Sorceress has what it takes to take down this absolute savage Warlock player. And it appears as though he's on an 80% Cold Sork, ES Cold Sork here, making it very interesting. It allows Punch to use mana pots while having ES up, right? And reduces that damage of those chains by quite a bit. But still, those things are gonna hurt. Nice shots there from Punch as Baloney Pony closes the distance, tries to get in there. Punch looking for the name lock, dropping Blizz. This is interesting, man. This is so crazy because seeing Punch come in on a Cold Sorceress here and bringing in these builds that we really don't see a lot of. Nice shots there from Punch. That was an incredible setup. Bringing in these builds that we really don't see a lot of against these newer builds that are kind of taking over right now, such as Baloney Pony's Chain Warlock here. The Chain Lock that went from being a move to being a build. Happened to bust out the Cold Sorceress, and I thought even so that the Oradin might also have a chance here, which all of these things could be very interesting and usher in. I mean, really, what we might be seeing here is a new age of PvP. Cold Sorks, Oradins, Locks, and the wildest shit is back on the table. Builds that have the ability to deliver vicious damage from afar, but also punish up close. That is almost a necessity now. And I would say Cold Sorceresses also have a pretty decent matchup against the current champion, Polytheist, in the HLD division. Fire Druid's also looking really good in this meta, right? I would say Oridins, with the new rule change to make it so that, you know, Fire Druids can't use 5 wolves, I wonder how that would be, actually. I actually wonder how that would be versus a Shaman Druid. I think an Oridin might be primed right now for HLD. Might be a bit primed. I mean, they sound bad. I think they have a pretty negative connotation, but if you do them right, like you obviously can't lates unless it calls for it, right? But like, I think an Oridin with like charge zeal could actually be pretty insane, especially if you do what we saw from was it Montriana who was doing the Oridin that was swapping to Enigma. And there it is, man. Punch takes him out in the first round there.
Order welcomes you.
But you could still tell from those chains, he would get caught in them, and those things would fucking hurt. Like, he couldn't get close. He had to outcast him there. That was incredible. Punch coming in. That's nuts. Tonight's forecast, a freeze is coming. Damn, son. Yeah, Crypto was? Okay, yeah, Crypto was doing teleports as well. That's what I thought. I knew he was doing it. I think that might be the key, or just an Oridin with tele charges, right? Can you imagine Oridin with tele charges? You don't really need to tele much, but when you do, you just immediately zeal and just wreck house. Yeah. Yeah, I think so, man. It might not win versus a Shaman Druid, but I mean, I think it probably do better than most Dins. I bet you probably struggle, Polly, versus Crypto Ninja's Paladin more than you do against most other Paladins. Like, it's probably still a win, but I bet it's a creative enough setup that makes it so you gotta play right. Yeah, yeah. Alternate Din rocking the same setup too, I believe. I would guess Punch is probably on 105, is what I would guess. It looks like he's on 105. These chains, though, look at this. When Baloney Pony actually lands some of these chains, he got clocked hard by some Ice Blast in that last one. And now he's kind of learning to just back off a little bit, be opportunistic, be patient. Because when he lands these chains, it is fucking savage. It is ridiculous. Nim and I are ready. All right, GG, man. We'll kick over next round. We'll check it out, see how that's going. We've got Baloney Pony versus Punch. Baloney Pony taking a little bit of a distance here. Making Punch chase him a little bit, coming and looking for it. And as he does, he's just gonna chain him. He's just gonna auto aim, controller aim that chain at him. It's so dangerous, man. Look at that, it does some damage. It does some big damage. Punch getting punished with that chain. Ooh, nice blizz there from Punch. He was capitalizing on the aggression of Baloney Pony. You notice that Baloney says, all right, I think I've got this duel. Baloney Pony knows that when Punch casts Blizzard, it has a cooldown. So there's a bit of time that he has before he can cast another one. And that's his time to strike. He was really utilizing that. But then Punch swapped it up and casted a Blizzard in front of him, then tellied into it, and let Baloney Pony chase him right there. Damn, son, close duel here. This is crazy. This is a caster battle of epic proportions right here. Holy shit, boys. I don't know, man. I think an Oridin could be pretty fun. I think if you do it right, I mean, it could be pretty fun. I think having an FOH Oridin would be incredibly crazy right now. Force people to stack up against fire and lightning. That would be tough to do. You could also just go all in on the fire though, and do like crushing blow, physical and fire. It's hard enough for like a shaman druid, you know, it's hard enough to stack up against them with that same form of damage. I bet with an Ordin it would be pretty similar too. Yeah. You wear your fire res in small charms in that matchup, but add a 4 Topaz Monarch and done. Yeah. Yep. Agreed. But I think, I mean, truthfully, Oridins aren't really that well explored besides like Crypto Ninja is really the only one that has taken any sort of aura variant to that level. And thank God for that. It's really good to see it because I really think he was saying earlier, and I didn't believe him a couple months ago, but now that we see more of this meta, he might be right. That like the Oridin might really be at like this interesting, might be at an interesting piece of Diablo history in PvP, where if it's built right, it might actually be really good. The problem with most Oridins is that you pop into a pub game and like most of them are fuckbags that like just BM the shit out of the game. I have never seen a GM Oridin besides Crypto Ninja. Like, all of them are just cunts. Like, you know, they go in, they surprise you until you put on your resistance, then they save and exit. It's like Cold Sorks used to be in LOD. You know, same thing. Same thing. Little bit of pixelation here. We'll kick over to Baloney Pony, see how that's looking. Sockets had a pretty good Smite Oridin setup. Did he? He GMs if you ask him, trust me. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Sockets is a good dude. He's a really good Din player, too. And look at this, man. Baloney Pony is extremely low here. He is certainly one Blizz away. Nim V track, we will cut over to that next. These guys in queue. Yeah, exactly. If they wait until you start a duel, then jump it and body camp, exactly. Hold up, I gotta check and see if Squigs got pocket banned. One sec. And down he goes, man. Let's kick over to, well, let's also kick over to Nim versus the Track Amp, man. A whole different match here happening at the same time. Nim v Track Amp, the absolute aggro track daddy himself. These guys throwing down. All right, let's see here. I gotta check on, I got to check here. See if Squigs caught the accidental pocket ban. I don't see a pocket ban. For the Squigs, double checking. No, I don't see it. No pocket ban. No pocket ban, looking clean. By the way, what is this, man? Crusher D2R. Bro, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, man. That is so crazy. I also missed some cheers here, but let's start off and do this the right way, right? I totally missed this. Sorry that I'm just catching this now. I've been looking at so many different screens trying to keep up. Crusher, bro, thank you so much for that tier 1. Big cheers to you for that. And also, I'm so sorry for missing this. Boring Wall, my God. Look, I was just letting it marinate so it could be a really good cheers a half hour later, right? Boring Wall, big cheers to you, brother. And of course, a cheers to Crusher D2R. Missed that one as well. Double cheers to this guy. Bro, thank you so much for that, man. Huge, huge. Hard points with a Holy Shock is fun with tons of light res. Yeah. Dude, I think Telecharge Annie or Telecharge Helm on an Oridin could be really cool. Nim in a lot of trouble here, but he's going after it, man. He is, you don't see him trying to utilize that distance too much. He's just trying to get in there and tap that bear, man. It sounds provocative, but I mean cast Life Tap on the bear. Guy, get your minds out of the gutter. as we cut back over to Punch. Punch versus Baloney Pony. He's getting pieced up by those chains now, though. You can see. You can see he's getting pieced up by those chains, and them fuckers hurt. Well, let's check out the Baloney Pony life total here. Let's see how much damage he's caught from those blizzes. Holy shit. All right, these guys were both at about a similar life total. Punch got nuked at one point this round. No shit. That's crazy. Wow. Beautiful blizz there from Punch. That was crazy. He almost, yeah, he actually almost lost that round. It was looking pretty bad when we cut over, but still wins. 3-0 now in favor of Punch. That is wild. And here we go, back over to the Dins, hopefully getting wins against the absolute aggro track daddy himself. Look, no offense, Track Amp, but people gotta stop picking on these fucking Dins, right? It's time. It's time someone pays the piper over here. Yeah, I gotta say, this is very interesting. So Nim is getting in here. Did we just see a Zeal, or was that a Smite? Was that an upcharge? That was interesting. That was very interesting. Nim on that quick cast as well. Nim on that quick cast. Nim choosing some very good angles too. As Track Amp comes in, you see him paying very close attention to where that Armageddon is coming. Holy shit, nice chain there from Nim. Scores some big damage there.
I am overburdened.
Alright, I'm sending that fucking thing to the other room. We can't be sucking up too many puffs on stream, dude. It gets out of control, and I'll lose control and end up taking all my puffs for the day. I think I'm just under 100 right now, which is pretty good. Pretty good. Means I can smoke like crazy later. No problem. Been watching your YouTube content for a while. Deserved sub. Man, thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm working on a big project right now. I'm hoping to have out in a week or so, maybe less. A couple of big projects. Some different. Some the same old stuff we know. And hope you enjoy it, man. Another big challenge story. It was a very fun one to do. But yeah, thanks again, man. Really appreciate it. Squig, sounds like you may be subject to a YouTube soft ban. They ban dongers, and now Squigs. YouTube is getting too soft. I agree. I agree, man. Yep. We did the same thing for Donger, man. We had to look and see if he was pocket banned, but he wasn't. YouTube just hates names. Just wait till they figure out that Coooley is like the name of a spliff or some shit. Like, I guess one of my rapper friends from back in the day was telling me that it's like the name. It's like a name for a blunt or something. I don't know. Then I'm gonna get banned. Holy shit, man! What a duel! He did go in with that Zeal, and he procced that tap. He almost got there. That is smart. That's why he's getting so hyper aggressive, man. That is crazy. Punch won. Holy shit. All right. All right. Punch showing how it's done on this build, man. 4 O's Baloney Pony. And finally, Baloney Pony says, all right now. All right now. I've finally got some competition up here at the top of the ranks. Look at that. He's got himself a very nice Warlock Amy there. He is not, like, unprepared for this duel. He's got a 220 Warlock Amy with 40 cold res on it. That's fucking wild, man. He is not unprepared for this. Kira's Guardian, he's rocking the book there. He's got himself an Obsession. And Punch has that -10 cold res Sunder Charm. Look at that clasped orb too. Beautiful. And a 100 lifer cold armor there with 4 facets in it. Damn, son. I've said that cold sorks really are in a good position right now. And Punch just coming in and winning that against a savage, highly ranked opponent right now is big news. That's a big showing right there. All right, we're going to cut back over to Nimrod here, but we also have some more duels in the queue that we'll try to knock out all at once here. We've got Squigs versus Polly. That's essentially, that's the big one up next. But while this one goes on, what we can do is look at Jits versus Corrode, and we can get that one going as well in between rounds here. It is now 2-0 in favor of the absolute aggro track daddy himself. Yo, can't talk in YouTube chat. That's weird, dude. But me and Jits run an LLD match as well when he gets to hotel. All right, GG. That might have been an old message. It's from Corrode. Screw them off-screen spam Vitasorks. Shout out to ES Sorks. Yeah, GG, man. That's really cool. I think ES it's in a really good spot right now, too, right? That added survivability, especially against the miasma chains. Man, gotta do it, right? Cold Sorks, I think, are in a good spot. Necros are in a really good spot. Fire Druids in a really good spot. Warlock, these chain Warlocks, also really good right now. I think those are like S-tier duelers right now. And more to be seen, but I think Oridans really have what it takes as well, man. It's probably going to take some refining, but they might be up there. Uh-oh, Track Amp coming for it, dude. That's right, man.
They bring on the Vita Cold Sword haters.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. That's what it's gonna be, Kyle. Damn, son. 3-0 now for Track Amp, but an incredible aggression there from both guys. Big cheers to Kyle, man. That's crazy. Yeah, all those Cold Sword haters, man. You're probably already seeing some of them yourself, right? You know, that's but now Kyle is also half Din. He's half Din now. So half Din, half Sorceress. It is what it is. He's a hybrid. He's a hybrid. Big cheers, brother.
Yes?
Yeah, Tainted Lock is in a good spot. Yeah, Tainted Lock, technically legal, right? Tainted isn't directly banned in the DFC, is it? Yeah. It's a real good spot.
Impossible.
Yeah, just to clarify, it is technically banned. No pets. You can consume on a Warlock, but we banned pets just because, dude, fuck this class. Warlock is literally the only class in PvP history in Diablo 2 that has ever had an offensive skill banned. Fun fact, no other skills have been banned. None, ever. In the history of PvP. Even in the busted days of absolute junk fuckery, never was anything banned. Leave it to the Warlock. It is indeed the reign of the Warlock, man. Just like that. See, Miasma Lock not broken. Well, it says, see? It's not broken. Don't worry about that Miasma Lock. Don't worry about that one. GG, Baloney. That was epic, man. All right, and here we go, boys. It is the Jits versus the Corrode. These guys. Thank you guys so much for your patience, by the way. I know sometimes it can be wild because, you know, the queues get pretty ridiculous. It gets pretty wild up in here, but I appreciate you guys' patience. It means a lot. And without you, we don't have a show, right? So thank you so much. We try to get to as much as we can. But what is this? LLD. This is a level 30 duel between Corrode and Jits here. This is interesting. You don't always see this right here. Corrode is on a Wind Druid, which is very interesting. You don't typically see that from this in LLD. It was very confused there for a minute. Level 30 duels, you might see his Druid teleporting around, and you're like, how do you do that at level 30? This is hacks. This is, what kind of sorcery is this? Well, that is a teleport staff. And it's interesting because that can be punished on a Druid, especially versus these Din players. What I like to do versus Druids is bust out the Fanaticism Zeal Scepter, and then I just up Zeal all day. And then when they get in there and they try to do all that telly stomping, it doesn't usually go so well for them. Look at these smites, though. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Holy shit. Jits barely took that one there. Big patience from Corrode, I gotta say. That was some big patience there. He got amped. He could have easily tried to CT telly away there and just escape, but Jits was on it. He kept throwing that FOH, trying to stun Corrode out of that teleport. So instead, Corrode just stayed there and tried to dance in those NATOs, tried to fight back, even though the odds were pretty stacked against him in that moment. And that was a really good performance there from Corrode. And I think, honestly, although it didn't pan out for him in that sense, it was the right play. He actually made the right move there. That was very close. The Perennium Falcon. Just seeing that. Keep it wild. What up, CNC Grizzle? Good to see you, man. Yeah, I've mostly just been playing ladder and starting fresh each season. I think I might start a non-ladder paladin from scratch and build towards a charger or something for PvP. I don't have anything at the moment. I ended up deleting last season and not making anything this season because I've been busy with my newborn. Well, hey, first of all, congrats on the newborn, man. That's awesome. Second of all, if you're just getting into PvP, I would not suggest a paladin. They might look fun, but they are extremely difficult to play. They are probably the highest skill required of any class to play, and it is not even fun until you're at that level, right? Like, you just get trashed by everything until you can pull off, like, the 3-piece combo. Until you figure out, like, telly locks, name locks, chains, all of this. You just get trashed by everything. Like, it is crazy. But if you're just looking to have fun, if you just want to have fun with it, play on the class you have the most fun with, right? But on a paladin, just know in competitive PvP, it is going to be an uphill battle. It is going to be a very tough uphill battle. That was a nice little rubber band charge right there. What we saw was Jits launch off that FOH after getting those swirls on his opponent, and he actually landed those shots. That was crazy. Jits is a very good charger. You won't see him charging much in this duel, though. You're going to see him kind of sitting back and waiting for his opportunity, waiting for that druid to come in. He doesn't need to be running into these NATOs. Playing very smart right now. Yeah, LLD duel's more fun than HLD. I was a big low-level dueler before I was a high-level dueler. I used to love LLD far more than HLD. Damn, son, Jit's getting in there, man. Now 2-1 in his favor. All right, after this, what we'll do is we will cut over. Actually, wait, is Track v Nim going on right now? Hopefully we didn't miss everything. We missed it. Yeah, after this duel right here, we will cut over to the HLD title bout of the evening, Squigs versus Polly the Ist. Damn, man. Damn, son. All right, 2-1 in favor of Jits. Now, this might look a little bit different than what we're used to in HLD, right? You might be thinking, what's going on? How come this paladin's not teleporting? Well, this is level 30 duels. You might also notice the amp proc that Jits has on his flail here. He has chance to proc amplify damage. That's why that's eventually just procking on Corrode here, and Jits is trying to make the most out of it when it happens. Right now, he's sitting back, looking for that name lock, looking for those up smites, and he's really trying to punish Corrode for sticking onto that telly staff, because Corrode has while he gets in here with the tellies, there's another way to play this. You do see some druids just keep that shield out and just start throwing NATOs and walking into them. That's another thing that Corrode can do, and it's very tough for a smiter to beat that. Those NATOs do so much, they can hit multiple times, and if you just start throwing NATOs and walking into them like it's Tornado Alley, some sort of protective version of Tornado Alley, it gets really tough for a smiter to get through that. Oftentimes, they'll just sit back, they'll wait, they'll be patient, and hope that you do something. But if you just continually walk down Tornado Alley there. It's a pretty good defense. It's like a Din sitting in hammers. You kind of have to wait for him to do something else. Gotta, you know, you gotta play it right. Gotta be patient. Do they still do mid-level duels at all? I don't see many of them, honestly. I don't see many. There was, at the time of, like, the start of D2R, there was some pretty epic, like, you know, usually one-offs of, like, mid-level, level 49 duels, but, you know, there's not as huge of a community, it wouldn't appear. Not at least one that I'm aware of, you know, at this point. Nice hits here from Jits. And he procs the amp. The EU MLD scene is doing alright with MLD? No shit, Will. I didn't know that. No shit. I do know that, do you remember when I did the video about searching for the $1,000 Diablo items, and I was talking with Matei? He had a plethora of MLDs. Like, he had shit tons of MLD gear, all of this, and he was EU too. So it's like, I don't doubt it, man. The only reason he would invest in something like that is if there was an actual scene for it. So yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense as to why I wouldn't see much of it, or why Americans wouldn't see much of it either, because the ping, right? Like, ping issues. Nice patience here from Jits. And you see him trying to pull off essentially the LLD version of the three-piece combo here. Just dropping that FOH after he smites to stun lock his opponent from running away, teleporting away. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, man. Dazer was into MLD for a while. No shit. Oh my god, and Jits does it. This is a tough bout for a Din, even in LLD. Oh, is it 1-3 right now? Holy shit. All right, it's 1-3. Never mind. 1-3. I thought that was 4-1. But it's 1-3 in favor of Jits right now. This is a very tough bout, even for a Din in low-level dueling. There's one way to cheese it with up-zealing, essentially. It's very hard for an LLD druid to deal with an up-zealer, right? So if you're not up-zealing, you're pretty much playing this matchup very fairly as a Din, which is exactly what Jits is doing. And he's coming out on top. Ferdia hosts sponsors events each week for MLD. No fucking way. And Ferdia is in EU, right? Ferdia has an accent. It's like an Irish accent or something. I think he's EU. Yeah, Irish. That's what I thought. Yeah, he's a good dude. No shit, dude. Yeah, so EU MLD scene, pretty big. No shit. Good to know. It's Ferdia and Dazer that run it. No shit, dude. I didn't even know Dazer was still jamming, dude, but he's so he's doing some MLD now. Well, shit, I might have to make me a level 49, go up there and start to trashing on the EU. I have to take the may have to take the MLD title. I just have to do it. Yeah, that's what I hear, Jagger, is that it kind of forces you onto like the COA, etc., which is interesting. It is interesting. Something to keep an eye on for sure. I'm very curious to see how it goes, you know. We just allowed back death and all of this. I'm hoping that might make a difference. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But that is just, it's some big damage. It certainly limits a lot of things. Yeah. I'm going to give it some time, see if it works itself out. But I think you're right. That was something that we heard about, that it would severely limit builds, because all of the builds would have items like COA and SS or shaft stop. Like, it would just be all very kind of basic gear. Very basic gear with little room for variation with just those two items in the format. It's true. I mean, they might need a banning. One of them, anyway. I think allowing Sunder is an interesting one, because it comes at the cost of DR, you know? I think that's an interesting one. But the Jewel, I think you might be right on. There's just no drawback to it. Yeah. Something to keep an eye on, that's for sure. Oh my god, and Jits gets there, man. Holy shit, the Dins get the wins and gets it ins agains. Holy shit, 4-1 for Jits on his LLD VT Paladin. Should I make my char ladder or non-ladder to start? Yeah, I think if you're looking to do PvP, most PvP happens on non-ladder. But if you need to, like, build back up, if you're like, okay, I got nothing and I'm going to need a ton of time to build back up into PvP, it doesn't really matter. It will be, you know, 3 months will go by like that, and before you know it, your ladder character will reset to non-ladder. In fact, Travix, who's in the DFC, recently did just that. He started up in ladder, thinking that PvP happened in ladder, but then just waited a month or so at that point. Now he's jamming with us on non-ladder, like, you know, and that's where he built up most of his wealth too, was on ladder. But here we are, you know, it happens. And look at this, I see it this time. Jits' inventory says GG. Look at this. Look at this, GG. Love that. Love those charms right there. And look at this, Summon Grizzly, plus 5 to Grizzly, plus 5 to Tornado Helm, 2 sockets, level 30. That is an incredible helm, man. And multiple telestaffs here. I love the fact that Corrode just doubled down on the telestaff. He was like, you know what? I'm just going to need to use a lot of tele charges here. I'm not even going to have Spirit and the other shield on the swap. I'm just going telestaff and we're going to jam it. But I got to say, I love that approach. Love it. He knows he's going up against the Smiter. Sure, you risk getting charged, but I mean, it is what it is. That was an appropriate risk to take right there. I think he played it well. He is just going up against a savage Din player, man. And damn, Jits gets there versus Corrode. All right, boys, we've got 2 duels in the queue. After checking out this gear here, we've got Squigs versus Polly and Skybound versus Jits in the HLD division. It's gonna be wild, boys. Well, let's kick over there. Polytheist versus Squigs in the HLD championship bout of the evening, boys. I hope you're ready. Let's jam it. Here we go. In this corner, we've got the reigning, defending, dominant DFC HLD champion, Polytheist on the Fire Druid. This guy going up against his arch nemesis, Squigs, on the Necro. And these guys will throw down to see who is the king of the HLD division. PvP at its most competitive, highest stage. This could turn into a real duel, boys. It could be a real duel. Now, what's the difference between a real duel and any other duel we've seen tonight? Well, let me inform you, all right? Real duels can involve distance dueling and repping life back, boys. We're playing it to win. We ain't playing it to have fun, right? Or maybe it is a little bit of both. But this is the title bout for HLD championship spot. And just to give you a little bit of history of this matchup, there has been a bit of what we call the love triangle at the top of this division, where we had Gators, who was pretty handily able to beat Squigs when he had the title. But then Squigs could pretty handily beat Polytheist whenever Poly had the title. And then full circle, whenever Gators had it, Polytheist could beat him pretty handily. Polytheist tonight is trying to break that cycle by once again going up against Squigs and this time hopefully beating him. But Squigs is an absolute savage, certainly one of the best Necros ever in the DFC. And he has one hell of a wall to climb here against Polytheist, because Polytheist has a lot of practice, man. This guy duels all the time against every single build, and that guy knows what to do in every single matchup. Squigs, this is him right here, man. He's got the setup. He has so many different swaps because this guy is not, he's not just a dueler. He is a student of the game, man. That's what he does. That's what this guy does. It's how he rolls. He has tested things that most people have never even thought of putting on their builds, man. That's just how it is. It's how it is. That's how Squigs rolls. So you know that he's always got the best, not just the best setup, but he's got practice with it. He isn't going in blind to any of these matchups. He's going in with a vengeance. Okay, so I figured, like, you couldn't make everything non-ladder. Yeah, that's true, like, rune word wise. Yeah, I mean, that's why I would play ladder, is, like, anytime I have a ladder character, I end up making ladder-only rune words that I can bring over to non-ladder and use them for my non-ladder duelers. That's honestly, these days, the biggest part of playing on ladder for me. I say I've got nothing else to prove by racing up a ladder, at least anytime soon, but, like, now it's just like making ladder only rune words. At this point, I got a horrible start to ladder this season. I jammed for 24 hours straight P1, just grinding everything. I mean, I was level 45 farming Chaos Sanctuary on hour 6. That's how fucking savage of a player I am, right? We were doing big things early. I farmed for 24 hours straight and didn't get shit. I literally didn't find so much as a fucking pull rune. So I just quit. I was like, this season ain't my season. But I will come back to this season at the end of it just to make ladder only rune words. That's for sure. I've been doing that since the days of LOD. Oh, by the way, Costa, no, it is. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. It is +3 Grizzly, not +5. Yep, got it mixed up there with the LE skills. I haven't seen many that are dueling on Legacy D2R. Admittedly, I don't go on Legacy D2R much either. But from what I understand, most people are on ROT dubs. It's kind of a shame that these things exist now. Like, the two different versions exist, because it just further segregates a community. You know what I mean? It's kind of rough, but I get it at the same time. Joby was saying earlier that what someone needs to do, this would be so epic, is if they made like a D2GA server, almost like what, how were they doing it? What was the mod that was using the backdoor testing server to run multiplayer? Who was that? Either way, like, someone needs to come along and make a version of that that's like D2GA, or at least this version of the game that's prior to 2.4 patch. Just old version of the game prior to 2.4 patch. Bring back weapon swap glitching too. It would be so easy for them to do this. Literally, weapon swap glitching was a thing in D2R in the beta version. It was like working properly. And then they fixed it. We should have called it weapon swap feature. We should have never put the word glitch with it, because it's like, then they fixed it. Yeah, and I mean, it's to be expected. It's to be expected that people would, you know, not want to convert to ROT dubs, but like, here's what they really should have done, man, and it would have been the perfect change. They should have just added in all of these, most of these items, not added the Warlock class, and just given people stackable gems, the currency, all of the quality of life things that they did. They should have just updated the game, or like, you know, said, hey, look, Here's a new patch you got to pay for. Bam. Like, there you go. I don't know how they could have done it, but you know what I mean? It would have been just the perfect update to D2R. But adding the Warlock class really fucked a lot of things up, man. This concept of, like, magic resistance, too. Ugh, yuck. Yeah, a chart nobody asked for, exactly. And that there are going to be... If they even care to continue to try to balance the Warlock, which I hope they do, but, like, it's going to be a class that they are going to have to risk pissing people off and fix the Warlock the way that it needs to be fixed, or they're just going to be making subtle little fucking pussy adjustments for decades on it. They need to do two things, right? Like, fix Abyss, like, and magic damage in general for the Warlock. Like, it's kind of ridiculous, but, like, if you just had to do one thing, right? You said, fuck magic damage, we're not touching it, we're gonna keep it as it is. Make Abyss do 0 damage. You could increase the stun radius while you're at it, but make Abyss do 0 damage, and that entire fuck up is fixed. And it is actually pretty cool, right? There's that, and then fix the fucking pets. I can't even tell you how or why they're all fucked up, but they are, right? They're just all fucked up, and I don't know why, but they're all kinds of fucked up. Just delete them. You could do that. Right? Delete the pets. They're so broken. They just don't work like pets should. I can't even begin to describe it. But those are the two things. And then I think the lock is actually just good. You could revert the echoing strike changes too while you're at it, and the fire changes while you're at it. I think that'd be fair. Yeah. Yeah, use it as a stun skill. Abyss with a larger radius that doesn't need to be bumped up by the enhanced entropy, that it just has a large radius and every class gets to use it with Void. It would be insane. That skill would be insanely cool. And it does like no damage. It just it pixels monsters and stuns shit. Hugely cool skill. But what they've done is they've made it do like shit tons of damage too for some reason. And it's so bad. It's never gonna be good. I mean, it's already kind of good in PVM, but like, I think there's better builds. The point is, it's like they wanted everything to be viable in PVM, and it's just like, sometimes you just can't fuck with things. I know it's a hard concept, but like, you just can't fuck with them. By the way, Polytheist took round 1 here in this FT4 matchup, and that's a big statement right there. That means Polytheist, he's coming for it. This guy is coming for it. They need to add a feature in pubs where we can make games and just not include Warlock. They do it with level restriction. They can do it with Warlock. Problem solved. They could beat each other off in their own game. Yeah. Yep, exactly. Yeah, you could restrict classes, restrict levels. I think that would actually be really cool. Then you get a BM Warlock coming in. You can just lock the locks out of the room. Let's say you have a nice NVD game. You're getting BM'd by like Oridins or some shit. Just make it so Paladins can't join. You could make melee games where like literally sorceresses can't join, necros can't join. You know, you might still have BMers coming in, but I think that'd be interesting. Yeah, Squigs finally got it, man, with that glow. You see that, right? He's got the he got the set bonus, he got the TP, he got everything. He got all the rune words. He's completed all of his chronicles, man. And you can tell, I think that glow does look kind of cool. Sick glow. I love that they fixed that in the recent patch too, so that it didn't like constantly keep shutting off every time you died or left. Like, I think that was really cool. Yeah, they made it the best melee, best ranged, best caster, best summoner. Like, what? Yeah. There was no need of that. Just like pick a lane. It could just be like the best hybrid of the two. You know what I mean? You could do mediocre summon damage and mediocre fire damage with, you know, put it this way, the stun on Ring of Fire alone is so unique and so awesome. That could open up the way for things like, you know, a hybrid build where you just stun everything with your fire spells. It does some fire damage. Nuke them with something else, chains, I don't know, right? Like, it sounds dumb as I'm talking about it, but you know what I mean? Like, they could have just made it in the middle of the wheel, like kind of strong all around, but they made it OP all around. But I think a good start, this is what they need to do. This is the hardest pill to swallow for a lot of people. That would be the biggest change to this game, but they need to do it now. Piss people off now, and don't allow this problem to go on any longer, right? Increase the range of Abyss, make it stun and pixel monsters in from further, and delete the damage. Make it do no damage. It should do no fucking damage. Simple as that. That is the biggest change. Hardest pill to swallow, but if they did it, it improves the quality of this game so much. It fixes a lot of busted shit that they're just not dealing with. So they had some fucking really cool concepts with the lock. They just overtuned it. Yeah, I agree. The new stun concepts with like Ring of Fire. I do love that Abyss pixel shit. I love the feel of the skill. It's just, like I said, shouldn't do damage. The chains being a whole new way to attack is interesting. It's like it's a new it's like a new dimension of attack, if that makes sense. Like this clockwise slash straight line that you're like working monsters around or working your opponent around. It's very interesting. It's a different form. It's like a whole new dimension, like I said, of like dueling. It's really cool. Or even just navigating the game in general. Yeah, but it's very, very overtuned. I mean, I get what they wanted for the summoner, but here's the other thing. With the summon, the summons could also do 0 damage. Not to say that they would ever do that, but like the flavor behind them is already unique enough to empower other builds. Having pets to summon them and consume them to give yourself a bonus is good enough, right? They don't need to do shit tons of damage too, right? Like, it's an interesting way to be a demon summoner, right? Binding a demon to get their bonuses. That's interesting, quite a bit overpowered, but like, it's interesting. It's a very nice mechanic. I like it. Just everything way overtuned. Yeah. They got over the echoing strike nerf pretty quickly, yeah. They did, but the thing is, Blizzard gets so scared about, like, making big changes like that in Diablo 2, but it's like, I get it, because a lot of times it's Diablo 2, you don't want to fuck up the Mona Lisa, right? As they say. But the point is here, you fucked up the Mona Lisa. It's time to make a big change, right? Like, that's a big thing. You fucked up PvP single-handedly, fell swoop with Abyss. It's time to delete it. It's time to delete the damage. You fucked up the Mona Lisa. Like, it's okay to go back. You're literally months in. It isn't like this is a 20-year thing, you know? Whole consuming demons to get different buffs is super unique. Exactly. All of that was a very flavorful thing. I think all of these things alone are enough to make a class powerful. But then, let's just make them do shit tons of damage, too. I think some of those devs are in D4 mode, that's for sure. And that's okay. That's okay. But they just need to come back to Earth at some point, you know? Tune it back. Tune it down a little bit. I mean, even if they just had that utility jits, they're already better than most pets in the game. They're probably on par with Shadow Bay at that point. Like, necessary in just about every build. Mosaic doesn't really feel like D2, so we're removing it. Anyways, here's the Warlock. Yeah. It's so true. I saw your poll too, Smolps, about do you miss Mosaic yet? And I was so surprised to see that people missed Mosaic. I voted no on it. I was like, no, I don't miss it. I think people miss the assassin being good. Because truthfully, it was really bad before Mosaic. It just went from literal Z tier to God tier. And now it's just back to Z tier. With no profitable updates to it, right? I think that I love Mosaic. I think they should have kept it. They should have just toned down. I've said this before. Just tone down the damage for finishing moves. It was obviously too high. It's like we pointed out a big problem by adding this item, but the item itself is good. It adds a whole new gameplay style, whole new chase. It's really good. Just tune the damage to about 1/10 of what it is. And we'd probably be looking good. Our main sky plot next. Yeah. We're gonna cut in. We're gonna cut in soon. If y'all are ready on queue, y'all are up next. I think you're the only ones in the queue too after this. This one right here, so far, Polytheist is up 1-0. Polytheist is the type of dueler here. This is very interesting because Squigs is struggling here, and you can tell he's struggling in this matchup. But Polytheist is really good. Even when I was dueling him on my Necro the other day, we were dueling in the Valley of Snakes, and I could tell something was different, man. There were days where I was piecing him up with the Necro, and now, not so much. And now, not so much, man. He learns, man. He done learns him how to duel differently. He continues to, like, get better and to make adjustments on his build. And it's so crazy. And in his dueling style. It's so wild, man. This guy really is... Polytheist really is just a standout dueler. It is incredible, man. Holy shit. Squigs is in a lot of trouble here. Let's check in on Polytheist. Let's see how he's looking. Let's see what that life total looking like here. He's actually pretty low here. Squigs trying to land that spear, setting him up with teeth. That's what you got to do, I think, on a Necro in this matchup, is you got to use those teeth, right? You gotta spam with those teeth a bit. You got to make it so when that druid comes in, he's just losing his pets. He's losing some life. You're fighting back against that life rep in this matchup. That's just what it comes down to. Good deal. We're ready whenever, man. All right, good stuff. We'll kick over after this round right here. Yeah, I think so too, though, Razan, is like, if they're not going to dial back the damage of finishing moves, taking Mosaic out was the right call. But there was a better call. Just dial the damage down. The item was fine. The mechanic, everything about that was fine. Except the damage. Damage was busted. It was the result of them making changes in earlier Diablo patches back in, like, LOD. It was the result of them making changes to the finishing moves because nobody was using them. Like, nobody was using martial arts builds, and they were like, well, I guess we'll just crank the damage of these finishing moves up and make it really worth it for people to use it. And they still didn't use it. It was because the mechanic of building up was ridiculous, and nobody wanted to do that. So then finally, when Mosaic came out, you didn't have to keep building up. You realized the constant, like, the overpowered damage that they probably should have just dialed back and done things differently in an earlier patch. That was really the result of Mosaic, is we saw that previous devs had busted the martial arts skills trying to get people to use them. I like the idea for balancing Mosaic. Just make it main hand only. 50% force players to recharge up every other mob. Easy solution. True. Could have also done that. I think it would have been pretty powerful. Probably faster than most Probably faster than most other Sin builds too when climbing the ladder. Yeah. Bruno knew about it. Procking those charges, doing all his hacking. This is an epic round right here. Very, very close between these two. Squigs is very low. Oh my god! Huge comeback for Squigs there. Squigs was looking like he was in some big trouble that round as he evens the score. 1-1 between these guys. Holy shit, bros. All right, boys, let's kick over to Skybound versus Jits. Thank you guys so much for your patience. Yet again, I know it can be kind of crazy. We're getting about 1 frame per second on Skybound over here. We'll give it a little bit here, see if it corrects itself. There it is. These guys making a little pool. It is Skybound on the Sin. I believe, is he on a ghost or is he hybrid? I think he actually has the ability to go, he can do anything. I think he signed up like anything. Ghost, hybrid, trapper, he says, doesn't give a shit. But this is Sin v Din. Certainly not the greatest matchup for Jits. These Din players, they don't really ever have good matchups, you know? They really don't ever have them. Toning down charge damage also would hurt other builds like Lacerator, Detail, which is actually pretty strong pre-Mosaic, really. But no one played it. Lacerator, Detail. Interesting. Doing what to charge damage? Right? Just I don't think Sins are in that bad a spot in PVM without Mosaic. Trappers are stronger than ever right now. Maybe it's not CS Zon or Novasork, but still strong. True, I guess they are really strong because of the new items, right? Like the new charms, the new jewel, all of this stuff. Oh my god, man, look at this. Jits just full bore charging. Max mentioned nerfing charges, and Jits thought he was talking about the Din. He's charging like there is no tomorrow. He's charging like Max himself is gonna get the fucking charge banned or something. He's getting in there with some fucking top level violence here. That is wild. Rather unscathed here so far. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I'm a noob streamer, so sometimes I have to go back and reread and learn how to piece words together with letters that aren't there. It's part of being smart and thin. LOL, Jits and Shards, yep. Oh, never mind, carry on. Yeah, the reason this is such a tough duel for a paladin here is because you have the assassin who most PvP assassins are using Lightning Sentry in one way or another. It's one of the strongest skills in PvP. And they're setting these traps up that a lot of times it can be hard to see them charging across the map until it's too late. But it's like AI doing work for you, right? Like you set them and forget them and they can do vicious damage. All while the Sin is, you know, teleporting around. Pretty decent cast frames at 102. But then also, she has weapon block, right? She can block. Oh my god, didn't work for her there though. Jits gets in with that big charge. But you could hit them so clean with just about any attack in the game. And that weapon block will just nullify all the damage from it with just about any attack. It is pretty crazy, man. So they have some pretty good defenses. It is very unforgiving. They oftentimes are just they're gonna keep that distance while keeping traps up on you at all times, man. It's really hard to close the distance. If you're a VT, you need to close the distance, get in there and smite. That's hard to do. If you're a hammered in, you gotta close the distance and throw a hammer. It's hard to do, man. Especially, oh, don't forget they have Mind Blast, right? The second you start thinking about teleporting or whatnot, they're mind blasting on top of you, stunning you, making it impossible to do that. It's so hard to close that distance on them. And then when you do, you're just getting bombarded by traps. And that's why it's impressive. When Jits gets in there, he gets that name lock, you see him staying right on top of it. Just following, charging right after the sin, saying, all right, I'm gonna get that charge in there. I'm gonna deal some damage. Yeah, buddy. Hell yeah, man. Jits is a savage. This is what I love about Jits. He is just a Din lover to the core. And by Din lover, I mean charge lover. This guy is using charge in every format that he possibly can. We've even seen this guy do some melee duels before, where we did the Din Derby. Oh yeah, we'll consider that a melee duel. As close as Jits is probably going to get to it anyway. But everything from, oh my god, huge hit right out the gate, man. Look at this. Relentless charges. Everything from HLD here, where he has I think he has the only, like, just straight charger that we've seen someone really commit to in DFC ever, in HLD. But then also, in LLD, this guy, he has a smiter, but the way that he charges, the way he uses the skill charge is incredible. And certainly something that you don't see from everybody. The way he uses charge is not only offensive, it's defensive. The way he uses it as a mobility skill and as a way to make it so his opponent has a hard time getting a name lock on him are all things. It's like fancy footwork. It's like watching a top tier fighter bounce back and forth inside the octagon or inside the boxing ring, right? It's fancy footwork that Jits so perfectly exemplifies in the charge skill of the Paladin. He does it so well, man. He's an incredible charger. You're gonna make me blush, Coooley. Let's see what he says. Oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Yeah, charge is pretty fun. And let's not forget that with charge, you can actually desync. It's still possible to desync with charge. It's not as common or as easy as it was in LOD, but it's still possible. What you do is you get a name lock with charge, and when you get a name lock and your opponent tellies all around the map, it will actually desync you, because unlike in LOD, you can't break a charge lock anymore, which is unfortunate, but the drawback, or that's the drawback, that you can't break out of the charge lock anymore. However, the good thing about it is, I guess, that it desyncs you. So even though you can't break it, which you should be able to do, you know, just by charging out of it, you're stuck chasing your opponent, whether you like it or not, if you click on their name. But eventually you'll desync and they won't see that you're very, very close to them until you connect on them, or they block it or something. Until their character is forced to respond to you being there, then it will resync you. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, I'm a big fan. Baked chicken. Big fan. Where's the max block? Well, he has dual claws out. So he's got at best, he probably has 64% block. But yeah, he's probably wishing he went with that SS or something. Jits is probably happy he didn't. Jits is probably thanking him for turning this into a real duel. Yeah, and that's also something. I mean, Sins with dual claw also, they usually have somewhere around 60% natural block, right? With the weapon block, which is so discouraging for a charger. I mean, look at this. It's difficult to get in there, but Jits is doing it. He's making it happen, but it is difficult, especially around puddles and all of this, man. Skybound's making it real. He's turning this into a game of cat and mouse here, and a dangerous one at that, with lightning sentries littering the moor. Holy shit, man. Jits just grabbing name locks out of nowhere, teleporting in there, grabbing that name lock and holding down the charge. That was crazy. That was so cool to save. Depends on build. Could be 57, 58% block. Yeah, I'd say around 60. It's around 60. Usually you don't see trappers above 60. It takes full shadow ghost to reach 63. Yeah, I heard that the max you can get is like 64. That's absolute max. That's going ham. I mostly would buff fire trappers for PvP. Bro, they could easily do it. You want to know how they would do it, Stu? This is the easiest way to do it. Undo the fucking FHR changes. Undo them. Revert FHR changes. Fire Trapper, now good. Fire Trapper, awesome. I could get 60 on pure trap, but you were investing a lot of points. Yeah, true. Yeah, 100% for just undoing FHR changes, exactly. That would do it. That would do it. Fire Trapper would be good. Once again, welcome back, Fire Trapper. Jet's in a lot of trouble here. He's very low. Uh-oh. But so is Skybound. He caught him that time. Skybound getting on the board as we go back over to Polytheist versus Squigs in the HLD title bout of the evening. This one, it can be a long duel, but look at this, man. Squigs now getting in there with some beautiful chain locks and pushing that inconsistent, unpredictable pressure that we're so used to seeing him implement in this matchup in particular. It's crazy. Let's pop in and check this out from Squig's standpoint. He has taken a bit of damage, and he is a little bit low here. But he has delivered some punishment to Polytheist. You can see Polytheist landing some nice up boulders there as well. He is the king of that, man. Up boulders refers to when you have a name lock on Polytheist and you go to stomp him. If he's already throwing a boulder before you even finish your teleport, you're going to get hit with it, right? So they call that up bouldering. You can also do it with a lot of other skills. Up smiting, right? You know, where you just wait for your opponent to stomp and you're smiting in the same spot until they get there. You know, up smiting, up spearing is another thing. You can do it with a lot of these skills. Up NATOing, you know, it refers to you waiting for your opponent to stomp and already be casting that skill. So Poly is the king of the up boulders is what it is. And boulders are a bit different. They actually require good timing to throw an up boulder, like, or bad predictions on your opponent's part, right? But more likely good timing from the shaman player. So Polytheist is a king at realizing what your timing is, realizing that you have a name lock, but also timing you and being like, all right, he's going for it. I'm gonna have this boulder. And if he misses his timing, he walks up with the boulder. He waits until, you know, he gives himself the biggest window to actually catch you on that stomp. The way he sets it up is just incredible, man. But the thing is, Squigs has won a lot of matches versus Polytheist with his ability to stay in front of that up boulder and have such weird and unpredictable stomps that, you know, and infrequent as well, that, you know, Poly never really knows to expect them. And it appears as though that's what he's implementing in this round here. Up hammer. Yeah, I think probably the closest, up hammering is totally possible. It's if people are stomping a hammered in, they deserve it though. You can't say up hammering is cheese because you're an idiot for stomping a hammered in is what it comes down to. All right. Now, hammer fields, all right, dual hammer fields, I would say is probably analogous to up smiting or up, you know, like it's the dual hammer fields when you have those, you know? That's kind of what it's like. For me, it's about 15 hard points if I remember correctly. Oh yeah, into the weapon block, yep. Dude, weapon block is just so good. I actually tokened for our dual will and like, you know, with all of the new items and shit, it's been a while since I'd reassessed what I needed, you know, and all of this stuff. Well, anyways, I tokened and I just ended up dumping full points into weapon block. I mean, you have extras on a ghost anyway, but I was like, sure, it doesn't matter much, but I think I got it to like 63%. And I was like, yeah, that's fucking insane. I was like, this skill's just so good, man. It's just so good. Up abyssing. I wonder what Poly's longest duel is? Oh, geez, that's a good question. In the DFC, I think it was probably close to 3 hours. It had to have been, maybe even more. Yeah, if Polytheist wins this, that's a big statement right there, man. But if Squigs takes it, it could be the start of the Squigs era here. It could be the start of the Squigs era. I think Gators was discouraged by the Polytheist thing. He probably wasn't happy about the Valley of Snakes duel. It probably won't happen again. We thought it would be better and faster, but you just got, sometimes you just have to let the duels be the duels, you know? Just have to let them be what they are. It's, you know, sometimes. Not always, but sometimes. I feel bad about it, but also you got to figure it's not to take anything away from Polytheist, because Polytheist has actually gotten better at this matchup. So that's the other thing. No, it was against Gators, but he did go against Lamp on the Ariat Summit, which was fucking hilarious. I would do that one again. Lamp versus Poly on Ariat Summit. Let's fucking go. I actually think that would be a good duel. I mean, because both of them have AoE, right? You have like the Armageddon AoE. You have the, you know, the Fissure, the Volcano and shit. But you also have like Orb and Blizz are kind of fucking huge, you know? They're kind of big. Look at this, man. Polytheist with a nice name lock. He's keeping some great pressure on from the outside. And it's all risky. Every time he goes and chases Squigs like this, he just risks running into a fucking spear. And running into teeth. Getting whittled down here. He's risking it, but he's going in and looking for that name lock, dude. He's not letting the fact that all of these nasty skills could be waiting for him. He's not letting that affect him at all. Holy shit. And the crazy thing about this too is, especially when a duel comes to this sort of playstyle where both players are playing to win, they're playing at distance, right? It can so often turn into this duel where Polytheist skills are doing hundreds of damage at once, right? So that's why he has to keep the pressure on, and he kind of has to keep up with, you know, dropping down Fissures and dropping down Kanos and making some sort of progress on his opponent constantly. So as much as some people would like to think that Fire Druids are like these late characters that just do AoE damage, it's actually quite the opposite. They're one of the most aggressive characters on the market right now, if you will, because especially in these real duels, they are the ones that are often outranged and have to keep the damage on their opponent, right? So it is very tough. It's also one of the reasons why wolves were just fully banned on everything, because it's like one of the biggest protections that you have when you have to do that, and you know, it's like this endless loop of fuckery is wolves, right? They can protect you from a lot of shit and make it so that there's no risk of going in. Well, you got to make a risk going in, right? You got to have it. And Polytheist, even with that mitigation, even with just the bear here, has really shown that like he can do it. And he is dodging all of these teeth. He's not getting cracked by a lot of these teeth here. He's doing a great job of avoiding a lot of these hits and keeping the pressure up on Squigs here. It's currently 1-1, I believe. And the crazy thing is both of these guys are West Coast duelers. Squigs in Alaska, Polytheist out in Cali. And these guys, it's probably feels good to be playing against one another on appropriate ping here. And there it is. Polytheist gets that round. I believe it's 2-1 now. What a fucking duel, man. My longest duel was last week. It was only 2 duels long. Oh yeah, against Baloney Pony. Yeah, that shit was wild, man. That shit was wild. And the funny thing is like the first round lasted like what, an hour, maybe more. It was crazy. What a bad matchup. I don't know who makes these duels. Actually, I do. It's Bill, and we're gonna fire him.
Good day.
Bill, I never got a chance to talk to you about that Baloney Pony versus Track Ant duel. Yeah, you're an asshole. And you're fired.
Yes?
All right, no, we'll just talk. I'll talk to you later. I'll talk with you about it later. We're just gonna look. We're not paying you that much forum gold anymore.
Good day.
All right, I gotta unmute the mic now. All right, there we. Ooh. Yeah. Well. Anyway,
Greetings.
yeah, that won't happen again. That won't happen again, Track Amp. That's all. That ain't gonna be happening again.
The order welcomes you.
All right, look at this. We just cracked over 100 puffs today, and we're like 90% through stream. I would say through the DFC. I'd say we're looking clean. I'd say that's something to be proud of right there so far. I'd say usually I looked on the last couple of streams and I take about 100 puffs a stream. I don't know why. It's just like constantly, dude. It's probably shorter puffs. What is this? Holy shit, Track Amp. Hey, man. It was also an excuse for me to go get my e-cig, you know. It was also that. I kind of slid it into the other room so it was hard to get. But we caved. We finally caved. Bro, big cheers. Thank you so much for that, brother. Huge. Huge. And also, big cheers to my boy, CMC Grizzle. Huge. I'm building the throw bar back up even better than before. Still have my GG jab, so the rest is easy. Dude, I actually just rebuilt the throw barb too. I fucking love it in ROT dubs. I actually think it's really good in ROT dubs. Someone commented on my video about the throw barb and said that they like built it in ROT dubs and like added some of the new items and like loved it. It just like worked out perfectly for them. All right, sorry about this, boys. We kind of jumped away from Jits here. I wasn't sure if he was still dueling here, but oh, it looks like, wait, who took it? Wow. Jits 4-1. He won, boys. Holy shit. Jits getting the wins on the din. Sorry for piecing out there, and sorry for piecing out and not piecing back in, Jits. That was a crazy bout. You're doing epic, man. That was fucking epic charger shit right there. And Skybound is a savage. Yep, Jitchy. Jitsy. Polytheist is up 2-1 right now in this epic HLD bout, the realest of all the bouts. Holy shit, and he has got some big damage on Squigs, but Squigs with a nice up spear. Dropping a little bit of frames here. I'm going to kick over to Squigs' stream here, see if that's a little cleaner. But yeah, man, I actually love the throw barb. It's really a shame because I was looking for a very creative character to go P1 farming with to find Sunders, but come to find out, I wanted it to be the barb because of Hork, but the way that Heralds spawn now, it just shits on the barb. Like barbs will never be the best for finding Sunders now. They're a better backup character that you have. If you run multiple accounts, you can just keep it. You can keep it in town and just TP it in. Like, you know, Hork the body, call it good. I think that's probably the best way to go about it. But now you have to basically clear every monster in the area, so big AoE is what you want to go for, like ridiculous AoE. I actually use my Oridin for finding Sunders now. Like I said, I mean, I actually, it's kind of fun. It's kind of like a relaxing way. I do it like usually every night before I go to bed. I'll just do a terrorized Act 2. And, you know, spawn 3 or 4 heralds and then go to tombs, and there you go. It's the best way to find a Sunder, boys. You want the deets on it. That's the best way to find a Sunder. Jits 1, time to get more block. Max, you shut your mouth right now. I heard Jits was Sork main now. Yeah, I don't know what happened. There was a glitch in the Matrix last week. Sorry, it's more of the Dragon Din build is what it is, Baked Chicken. It's like the... So it's not the Oridin. I guess the Oridin is like the Holy Shock aura. The Dragon Din is more of what I use. So like the Holy Fire. And I did switch to Zeal. I fucked around with a lot of shit, boys. I went through a lot of tokens figuring out the best Oridin build for like massive AoE farming. It's fucking Zeal auras. Simple. Keep it simple. It doesn't make any sense. It should be Vengeance, but it's not. It's Zeal. If you come across a Thorns pack, just hold down charge on the main dude. You'll have to juve once or twice, but like, it's just how it is. So that's the drawback. Just find the dude, the Herald. Don't fight any of the other shit, and just hold down charge, and fucking boom, down he goes. Isn't it good, Death Doom? The Korok Forest, man. Zelda, you just can't beat the tunes, man. I wish, like, dude, Diablo, the Diablo creators in Diablo 4, like, the producers actually did really well. They hired out a fucking orchestra to do the soundtrack for the expansion in Diablo 4, and it's really good. But Nintendo is just... You can't beat them. I don't know what the fuck they do. I don't know how they do it. But in every game they make, their music is so far superior to everything else. I mean, I do kind of know how they do it. They contract with very talented artists. And like, you know, sometimes they license the music off of them, and sometimes they just straight out pay for it. But like, they spend a lot on their music, I think, and you can tell, or they at least have a big focus on it, and it's so fucking good. Yeah, I agree, Max. It's rarely memorable. Rarely memorable. There have been actually a couple of tracks in Diablo 4 that I think are really good. Like the Tree of Whispers is a really good track. Like just that area, when you're in it, you'll hear a track, and it's really good. It's really good, like, ambient sound. It's insanely cool. That's, like, the big banger from that. Everything else, Nostrava, that was, like, something that they did for one of their, it wasn't even in the game. It was just, like, a mix that they did for their YouTube. That also wasn't bad. But it's not in-game music, doesn't count. And it also gets kind of repetitive. But that's really the only banger, I think. Kyovashad's okay. But a new one? Oh yeah, the new, what's the new town in D4? Timos or Demos? I don't know what it is. Timus. That town music is probably going to be iconic in the Diablo series. That was actually really good. That was top tier. That might actually be the best thing they ever did. Dude, I heard about that. Actually, before I got kicked off from, before I got kicked out of the Blizz Partner Program, I actually talked with Blizzkeel, who was a really cool guy in there. And he actually, I was just on a call with him, just shooting the shit. And he fucking suggested that game, Expedition 33. He's like, dude, you gotta try it out. Yeah, I just might, man. That's like two very notable people, in my opinion. Blizzkeel and Max. Oh, dude, hell yeah. He also did say something to me in confidence, which I never really shared, but now I guess it's the appropriate time. He told me about a year ago. He said, that was when I had the call with him, maybe a year or a little over that, and he said, and I quote, yeah, that's right. He's like, yeah, you play a lot of Diablo 2, and he's like, as a Diablo 2 player, he's like, be on the lookout. He's like, for the next about year or so, he said, I think you'll be pretty happy in about a year or so. He says, but now is the time. He was single-handedly the reason why I made the video called the current state of Diablo 2. Because he's like, you should probably get your opinions out there and stuff now. He's like, and, you know, just let people know, share a list of all the things like that are, you know, bad about Diablo 2 and or need some fixing, need some adjustments. So I was like, no shit, okay, all right, cool stuff, man. So that's why I spent some time, but he didn't tell me exactly what was going on, but like I got a pretty big hint. I know I might have said too much on a stream at one point where I was just like, I've got a good feeling or something. You guys remember what I was talking about that? I was like, I've got a good feeling we might get an update to Diablo 2. You know, and yeah, I didn't know what though. Like he didn't tell me what. It was just like, gave me the vibe that there will be something pretty big. Look up Aka Online. Amazing combat in that game. Korean MMO that went global and hit. Global just opened a few years ago, but there has been private servers all over. No shit, yeah. Actually, I was just gonna say that last night's salad. Elder Scrolls Online is probably the game that if I ever dabble in anything else seriously, it will probably be that. The PvP in it, like there is a community with people that make PvP builds, and dueling is a fucking thing that they focus on in that. And it's like pretty epic, I guess. Like you can just go anywhere in the world and like fight people. I'm like, what? This is fucking sweet. Like they don't do this in ARPGs anymore. I love that concept. That like it brings a whole new thing, whole new level of balance to the game, you know? Oh no, ESO, Max. ESO. Yeah, 100% Elder Scrolls Online. Elden Ring also cool, but like ESO. I remember you telling me about Elden Ring, but ESO probably I actually started watching some streamers of like ESO just to see the game and shit. Actually looks really cool. I'm like, yep, all right. This is kind of. I know people talk about Path of Exile being the true successor of D2. I disagree. It's modern ARPG is what it is. PoE 2 is the epitome of a modern ARPG. It is the epitome of everything Diablo nowadays is trying to do. They're chasing PoE 2 is basically what it is. Or PoE in general, really. But when you think about games that actually feel like RPGs and not just AoE screen blasting shitfests, ESO is pretty good. Oh my god, evening up the score there is Squigs, man. 2-2 now between these guys. Yeah, exactly. Same thing, Death Doom. Like they said that. They were like, yeah, we're gonna have PvP and all that. I'm sure they will, but like, I would not expect the PvP in PoE 2 to be any better than it was in PoE 1, which it was shit in PoE 1, because all modern ARPGs have this Paragon-like system that you just work on making skills so overpowered, and the end game goal is to just keep fighting these exponentially overpowered fucking minions. How do you ever balance that for PvP? Or for like any sort of other experience in the game? You don't. You can't. It is literally that. There's nothing else that you can do besides continually blast more powerful mobs. And it's like all of the modern ARPGs get caught in that loop of like, yep, okay, let's just make it so these mobs get harder and harder and even harder. And now I needed to do this. And now, you know, D4 is like that. D3 was like that. PoE is that. It's like, that's the modern ARPG. And it's, you know, it's great, but I think it's kind of a deviation from what the days of Diablo games were like. Diablo were slow dungeon crawlers where like, if you ever got to the point where you were blasting screens full of monsters, it felt like it was going to get patched, right? Like, this probably ain't right, you know? It's like, typically a slower paced game is what Diablo was. Diablo 1, Diablo 2 certainly was. Like, even in the original version of Diablo 2, people talk about these overpowered builds that were so ridiculous and, you know, but they weren't. There were monster immunities that you would just get stuck and couldn't progress in the game. Like, sure, they were overpowered. They were really powerful against certain monsters, but you eventually just couldn't win. And, like, that was kind of just okay. Right? Like, I'm not saying that's the right thing to do, but it's more to illustrate the point of what these games were before they were screen blasting fuckfests. I guess is more of what I'm trying to say. I play this game called Mir 4. If you're hooked on D2, probably you're gonna like it. I mean, as Punch once said, I'm kind of a one-game guy, but I do look at all of these other things, you know, and I'm like, if I ever did, like, as I think about, like, potentially making cool videos on things and, like, you know, challenge, everything from challenge runs to, like, full adoption of, like, okay, if I really wanted to go deep in on this, like, economy-wise as well, I look at that, I think that's actually a big piece for games. It's like, what is their economy like? PoE has that down pretty good, but, like, the fact that they hunt people down to pay real money and, you know, or JSP, say what you want, it's a dumb idea that you shouldn't do it. You know, it doesn't help the longevity of your game. It only helps the fairness of your seasons. Pick one or the other. You know, it's how it is. I appreciate games that recognize items have value and people's time has real value. I think that's cool, and it's a big nod and big respect to the players. Like, yep, you found this item, that was cool, it's 1 in a million. You know what? You want to sell it for money, go for it. Who gives a shit? But not making the game to the point where you need items like that to beat it or to be competitive. All of that stuff is cool, man. It's hard to do. It's a delicate balance. D2 did it perfectly. Albia Coooley, you'll love it. It's PvP. Kill kids and steal their loot. You can also do that in what? What's the one there? RuneScape. Yeah, the old school RuneScape. You can also do it there. ESO devs are bad, in my opinion. Constant DLC at $40 plus for new items that get nerfed 2 weeks instead of a ton of products that carried the new... Yep, okay. I saw this game changing in favor of bad players. No shit, okay. So... Alright, I did see that about ESO, is that there's, like, constant updates to it. It's, like, always changing. Yeah, I would agree, Sid. Like... Some sort of, like, something. They have the opportunity to do it in D4, too. I think they really have the opportunity to master that in D4 with some sort of auction house. They just don't dare. It would be so profitable for the game. It would be so groundbreaking. I would play D4 every season. I already kind of do play it every season, but, like, I would probably know life it every season. So would bots, but, like, great, is that just makes it so they just have to get rid of bots, right? One less thing. Instead of having to fix everything and add constant endgame content, instead you have one mission. Ban the bots. Just chase the bots. Let the endgame take care of itself. Loving this MF Whirl Zerk build with Grief and Beast. That's sick, man. I've always heard good things about Guild Wars 2 PvP. Dude, I saw Paulie was playing that the other day. I saw that popped up on his Twitch, I think, as the game he was playing. I was like, no shit. I didn't tune in. I wanted to, but then something else popped up. I was one-shot noobs with combos, and they had cooldowns because they were crying in forums, and I never stopped going in that, and they never stopped going in that direction. I was there since the beginning of ESO. No shit. No shit. That's crazy. Well, that's the problem that happens with a lot of modern ARPGs. Is like, there's a bunch of babies that play, and the devs don't have a real vision for their game. They're kind of like, I mean, even PoE is like this to some degree, where like, if people cry enough, the devs will change it. Like, so for example, when I first started playing PoE 2, I didn't really play a lot of PoE 1, but you want to know the big thing that I loved about PoE 2? It was fucking hard as shit, and loot was rare as fuck. I was like, this game is sick. Like, these monsters are so hard. I seriously feel like I need to get good at the game. I need to get good, and the loot is just kind of secondary. And then when I got really, it forced me to figure out the loot system and crafting and all of that stuff eventually. I was like, oh, okay. Like, this all makes sense. The game was fucking hard. And it's just not hard anymore. Like, it's not hard. It's all about, yep, get to the end game, blast these towers or maps or whatever they're called. And it's like, okay, that's great, but it's more of the same, right? Yep, yeah, exactly. Loot explosion fuckfest, as always, yep. I mean, and I get why they do it, right? I get why they do it. When you have all of those big items and loot that pops up, they know all about the dopamine and all of that, all of the positive stuff that it does for players to see that. It keeps them playing, and they think that, wow, that's a great thing. But I mean, I get why they do it. It just sucks that mentality is taking over everything. Because I think it's better. Like, that's why I was so not in favor of them changing the drop rates for Sunders at all. You know, because I was like, dude, they are fucking rare. They're super rare. But do you know how good it feels to find one and how rich you are in this game when you finally find one? It's like so rewarding. And they were rare, but they weren't super rare before. Like, you know, I don't PVM too much, but I had found like 8 to 10 of them before they changed the drop rates. I found 3 of them before. I have literally 2 or 3 pre-patched Sunders. You know when they patched it so that when you craft a Sunder, it always rolls perfectly? I had found 2 before they did that. So they didn't roll perfectly. I actually did find 3, and the third one did roll perfectly, so you'd never be able to tell that it's pre-patch. That's what it was. But it's wild. Like, they weren't really that rare. Like, they were just extremely uncommon. They felt really good to find them. And someone, you know, people will say like, oh, it's because you played the game more than me. You play, yeah, that's the point. Play the game a lot, farm it. You know, you don't just dial in for 2 hours after you get out of work and expect to find everything. You know, it's just how it is. I found 0 before drop rate. Yeah. I feel like I found less now that they changed things, though. I mean, now that I'm trying, I like don't find them. It's kind of wild, but before I was just blasting through. Granted, here's the real reason why I was finding more Sunders than most people. I was playing on P8 with 7 fucking loaders, and most people can't do that. So that's why I found more than most people. I wasn't really playing a lot more than anyone else. I was just playing a lot more efficiently. And when I think the best change that they did was that they made it so that Sunder drop rates don't have anything to do with player count. That's a clutch change. I actually like that. I think that's the only thing they should have done. I farmed hundreds and hundreds of heralds and yet to get a Sunder off one? No shit. So you're telling me I gotta lock in for more than a few hours for that loot? Honestly, not anymore. You could probably find a Sunder committing 2 hours after work if you just get an Oridon and do Terrorized Act 2. Just do 1 Terrorized Act 2 every night after work. You'll find 2 in a week. Gave you the Sunder I found? Almost Charsied it? Yeah. Don't PVM much. You have like 1099s. Yeah, most of those came. I actually have 18 99s. All right, GB Titan. I have 18 level 99s. And most of those came from prior to ROT dubs. I think I had 16 of them prior to ROT dubs. I got 2 more I had 15. And I got 2 99 locks, 1 ladder, one non-ladder, and then 1 on hardcore. And that was the only 99 and I've done since. Like, just ROT dubs came out, 3 more 99 warlocks, and there we go. Countless 99s. Nah, that's Joby. Or actually Maddie now, because you literally can't count the number of 99s Maddie has. Account full of 99s is my new ringtone. That's right. That's right. I got accounts full of 99s. Llama trying to match that. That's what it is. Tombs dropped virtually all my Sunders. Could have also just increased it off Heralds only. Because I swear I've killed at least 1,000 Heralds in total before and after drop rate fix and found 0. You just don't have that streamer luck. Right, yeah, obviously, if anybody's watched me streaming and PVMing, you know that obviously I get the best luck. They don't have a button over at headquarters that says fuck Coooley and everything he does. They definitely don't have that. That is a conspiracy theory. Because I obviously get the best luck. They don't have like a red button that just says, is Coooley looking for anything? Reduces MF to negative 4,000, no matter what he does. And also fuck him. Fuck Coooley. Turn off all drops. They definitely don't have that button. You can, yep. But the thing is, you can't find more than this one of the same Sunder in a game. So it is actually possible to run out of Sunders to be found in a game. So if you find like a fire Sunder, it counts as a unique item, and you can't find that unique item in that game anymore. So you can find a fire Sunder, and when you find a fire Sunder, you'll never find that again in that game. You'll find a cold Sunder, but when you do, you'll never find it again in that game. You could then find a physical Sunder, then once you find that, you won't find it again. It works like that. Odin says, I had to sleep for a few hours, but I'm back. Welcome back, brother. Just realized I went from the guy that doesn't use Enigma to the guy that doesn't use Sunders. Big moves, really, Bruno. No, you didn't imagine that, Sino. It's a video called I Tried Finding $1,000 Diablo items. Streamalock was always a strange thing to me when you can just trade to get all of the gear you need. Fuck, Coooley got an Enigma without leaving the damn... Yeah, exactly. That's really where most of my gears come from, is like trading, JSP, like all of that stuff. It's the economy. It's how you roll. It's what this game was designed around. Which is why it's hilarious that, like, they suddenly want to make it so that people can solo find shit. It's like, well, it's never really how the game has been. That is at the heart of a lot of the identity crises of loot systems and ARPGs right now. Do you want it to be a solo self-found game, or do you want it to be a trading game? And, like, Blizzard in particular has a hard time figuring out which one they want any given thing to be. Why? They listen to all the babies. Goes right back full circle to what we were talking about, right? They listen to all the babies. I can't find this, and then they change it. You know, they adjust it. Like, oh shit, that guy shit himself. We gotta listen to him. I swear 2 fires dropped in the same game. You want to know how I know that it can't happen like that, Track Amp? Just ask Max what we were doing when they first introduced Sunder Charms. We were busting the fucking game, dude. When they first introduced Sunder Charms, Max figured out this glitch in the playthrough where if you horked a body, it was guaranteed to drop a Sunder for some reason, or had like a 99% chance to drop a Sunder if it got horked. So we would literally blast through games until we found every Sunder, which didn't take long. Well, that didn't take long. What happened? Are we good? Hold up. It's not, dude. It's like perfectly good here. All right, it looks like we're reconnected on the chats and shit, but yeah, look at this. We disconnected on the Diablo. Hold up, I gotta make sure YouTube is still going. One sec. I set it so that if that ever happens on YouTube, it can just pick it back up again. Yeah, all right, there we go. It's back. It's back there. Twitch might be a different story. It might have started a new stream or something, but... All right, hold up. Let me see if we can fix this. I might have to dial back in on Discord here. All right, we good. We back. A little bit of technical difficulties here. A little bit of technical difficulties. Yeah, it wasn't just you. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Every piece of my internet went out for a second. Like, I saw the YouTube chat, it was like disconnected. It says chat disconnected. Please wait while we try to reconnect you. And then I lost the stream, Squigs' stream. I was like, oh shit, we just lost it all. It probably started a whole new thing on Twitch. Yeah, so sorry about that. I'm gonna check that out. Let me see, is that what it did? Videos and past broadcasts. Is there one from, yeah. There's one from, yep. It started a whole new broadcast. Whatever. Shit happens. As a wise man once said, Nam wasn't won in a day. Sometimes you just gotta fight the good fight, you know? Trying to lose me my watch streak? AF50 is back. Yeah, that's probably what it will do to people. That's probably what happened to Bruno. I can't remember if that ever happened to me before, but it probably did, and that's probably why Bruno lost his streak. My watch streak got stomped? Did it really? Mine is at 7. No shit. Okay. Yeah, someone's did. Was it you, CMC? Someone's got shit stomped. That's probably what happened. Yeah, that's what it was. It was CMC, not Bruno. Yep, that's probably what it was. That's probably what it was. Like some little blip in the connection and it starts a whole new stream. I hate that about Twitch. I think there's some way you can fix it, but I have no idea how. It is currently 2-2 in this epic showdown between these guys. Polytheist very low, and so is Squigs. Squigs getting beat up. Polly getting beat up. These guys duking it out, man. Look at this. Both of these guys super low. We were just looking at Polytheist's life total. This is Squigs' life total. Right here, right? That's Squigs' life total. That's what he's rocking right now. And we've got Polytheist. This is Polly's life total. It is a very close back and forth between these guys, where Squigs only has a slight advantage here. And I wouldn't even call it that. Oh, it's 3-2? 3-2, is it in favor of Polly or Squigs? Found a superior grimoire in hell. Will it get 2 sockets? Yes. Pretty sure. I'm 99.9 on that. Oh, it's 3-2 Squigs. Okay, my bad. Yep. Just seeing that. Just learn how to read. Learning how to read in the stream. All right. Throw that back in the other room. Racking those puffs up there. We're at 117 now. Gotta dial that back a bit. Look at this. Polytheist getting in full CT casting mode here. That is pretty wild. It really was, Will. It is to this day my favorite movie, Forrest Gump. It's like Max was saying about memorable music in video games, right? It kind of also, you can follow that for movies and how good they've been over time. You don't see any good movies anymore. Any good comedies? Nope. Like, they just don't do those anymore. And fucking, as far as good, like, classic movies, what has come out that's actually been good? Like, I'm talking timeless family classic. Those days are over, boys. Yeah, very few good new movies. Exactly. It's just different now. Yeah, Jen, eh? It's sad because they don't make movies that won't make money. Exactly. So they always go with these, like, IP franchises. Like, you know, you see all the Avengers shit and all of that. Yeah, there's very little room for originality anymore, and it's like no longer the Wild West that it used to be in the days of movies like Forrest Gump and, like, I mean, think about movies like what is it, Tropic Thunder or like that movie. They ain't never gonna make one like that again. Well, it was so good. It was fucking hilarious. I didn't even know that movie existed until like was it like 2 or 3 years ago? I was dating this Asian chick, and she's like, yo, let's watch a movie. And she's like, have you ever seen Tropic Thunder? I was like, no, what's this? I was fucking dying. And like the first 20 minutes where he's like, yeah, fucking Ben Stiller or whatever, who the fuck the guy is. He's like, I got a good brain. And he's fucking, oh my God. Never go full retard. I fucking died, man. I was like, they don't make movies like this anymore. Hans Zimmer, #1, right? Used to love Tom Hanks until I heard he was one of those on the island. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's ruins. Uh-oh, the mana poofed. The mana poofed. If anyone wants to get up here and pool these guys gonna need a pool real quick. Yeah, absolute fucking classic, man. Yeah, act to it for now if y'all want. The Act 2. We welcome the poolers up in here. No mana equals shorter duel. Not at all, AF50. Not at all. Longer duel. Shit, I didn't catch it. Super Dude. Can you show us again, Paulie, real quick, if you get a sec? How would you like to handle a business inquiry, develop an ARPG, and seeking closed testers' creative feedback? Man, it sounds like a lot of work, I'm not gonna lie. It sounds like a lot. But send me the deets. Send it to my Discord, bro. Just send me the breakdown. I can't make any promises, but I'll look into it. Send me the deets. Alright, we got Track Amp up in here. Track Amp, thanks so much, brother. Appreciate you. Oh yeah, Talladega Nights. All of those were back in the day, man. I'm telling you, they don't make them like they used to. They don't make them like they used to. Love it, man. Yeah, hit me up. Send me a message on Discord. Like I said, can't make any promises, but I'd love to know more. Yeah, and it's just the same name on Discord too. If you send me a PM, I'll check my message requests. Everything goes there. Just Coooley with Rios. By the way, big cheers to AF50 for that 35 stream streak. Also a legit cheers to the AF50. Holy shit, man, and there it is. Thank God. Good duel, my man. 2-4 squigs. And he gets there. Proving the dominance on the Necro. Paulie was looking good to take that back, though. Paulie was looking so good. It was so close. And literally, for most of that duel, it so quickly turns into a duel of attrition, right? Where, like, you gotta stay on point for so long in the duel. And Polytheus was doing a great job of, like, avoiding teeth in a lot of that duel. And, like, which is crazy, because it's, as such an AoE effect like that, it's hard to dodge. And he was just right on top of it, like, for the most part. But it gets hard to keep that up. You know what I mean? It gets hard to keep it up. GG, man. Holy shit, man. Hell Inc. with the 12 months, my guy.
Oops.
Why does it seem like so much longer? Why does it, like, 12 months? Bro, regardless, thank you so much, man. That means a lot. That's crazy. 1 fucking year. Can you believe it? Big cheers, brother. And the ceremonious passing of the belt from Polytheist to the new DFC HLD champion, and the cycle continues. But the question is, will Gators make a comeback to make it even more difficult to perpetuate the cycle even further? I guess only time will tell. G fucking G's, man. This was kind of crazy. We got 2 new champs here today. We got Squigs and this guy? The once again LLD champ? Not me, man. Not me. Come on. Really? All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. What? And Hell Inc. with 20 bucks on top of it, my guy. Bro, the show is free, you know. Bro, thank you so much, man. Another big cheers to you. Man, time flies. I can't believe it, brother. Big cheers to this guy. Let's all tip one back for Hell Inc., man. 1 year and a 20 spot on top of that. What? I am not worthy. Bro, thank you so much. And boys, let's send it off the right way, shall we? LLD champ and Sin PK Phenom. You know it. Will knows it. Bros, let's get the fook out of here, huh? Let's do it. That's that beat, Bill. That's the one we want to hear. Hey, no, don't cry. Bros, we'll be back next week. You can count on it. Unlike Joby. Joby sucks. Bro, thanks to you so much, guys, for being here with me. It's so crazy. It blows my mind that we live in this era of Diablo 2 with such a great community, man. All of us here together. It's wild. Until next time, bros. We'll see you in the Discord if you're not already there. Peace.